Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to Section 10.5 of the Lobbying Act, a report on investigations from Commissioner of Lobbying. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Pursuant to paragraph 91B of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House the annual report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in relation to the Conflict of Interest Act for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2021.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Tabling of documents. Pursuant to paragraph 91A of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House the annual report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in relation to the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2021. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083A, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Blair, seconded by Ms. Ning, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Records Act to make consequential amendments to other acts. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed to have been adopted.
Monsieur Blair.
Mr. Blair, seconded by Madam Ning, move that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed to have been adopted.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages a second report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics regarding questions of conflict of interest and lobbying in relation to pandemic spending. The committee wishes to highlight the fact that throughout this study it faced many challenges related to the appearance of witnesses and the procurement of documents. While appearances before committee are normally done through invitation, which witnesses normally voluntarily accept, some witnesses only appear before this committee after the summons were issued or the threat of summons in this case. In addition, the committee is of the view that some of the witnesses' response to requests for documents or written answers to questions are incomplete. Despite all the documents and written responses received, the committee believes that there are still many questions to be answered. We'd like to take note of the non-appearance of ministerial staff before committee following the motion adopted in this House of Commons on March 25th of 2021. Those staff included Rick Tice, the Prime Minister's Director of Policy and Cabinet Affairs, Amalteet Singh, the Deputy Prime Minister's Policy Advisor, and Ben Shin, the Prime Minister's Senior Advisor. We'd also like to note that the Prime Minister refused the invitation to testify before the committee. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I'd also like to take this moment just to thank the clerk and the analysts for their diligent work under frustrating circumstances.
I understand the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes is rising as well.
Thank you, Speaker. While I'm pleased to have the opportunity to follow our committee chair, the member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie, and present our supplementary opinion to the Ethics Committee report on conflicts of interest in the government's pandemic spending, what we saw was, through the study and the subsequent reports, that the Liberals' filibuster of 20 meetings of the committee after the government shut down Parliament was clearly an attempt to cover up their corruption. The extent that they went to, Mr. Speaker, was it really saw no bounds. Canadians deserve, and this is detailed in our supplementary report, a government that's committed to good ethical governance, one that does not lay out the red carpet for their friends and help them to skip the queue and get the inside track in Ottawa. Speaker, Canadians deserve a government that's going to stand up for them. They deserve a government that's not going to go to any length by shutting down Parliament, filibustering committees. Speaker, if that's what we're going to expect from the government, and we heard that from the government House Leader today when he put on a performance at a press conference. Speaker, with all of that being said, and with a view to not hearing any more from this corrupt government today, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Unless it's a technical problem, there's not much we can do. I'm afraid we can't have a point of order. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Richards, move that this House do now adjourn. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
I'd like to request a recorded division.
Very good. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Richards, move that this House do now adjourn. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to taking the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Oh, I've had enough work today. I think.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
I do want to remind members that their discussions are being heard while the vote is being held, and I would ask members to please keep the discussions down. The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si les députés
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to confirm my vote as nay.
The vote has been confirmed as nay.
Thank you.
The honourable member from Banff Airdrie has a point of order.
I do, yes. The rules established for voting via the app were that all members that voting by app must be in Canada, within Canada, and cannot be abroad. It's my understanding that the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, was in fact outside of Canada at the G7 meetings. And we did notice that she voted today. I wanted to just ask if we can confirm, if she could confirm if she's in fact within the country, because I'm sure she wouldn't want her vote to be counted if she is voting contrary to the rules.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Island wishes to add to this point of order.
Just to this point of order, I've been informed that the Deputy Prime Minister is indeed in the country when she casted that vote, for what it's worth to contribute to this.
Unfortunately, there's no way for me as the Speaker to know whether or not the member actually has voted out of the country or into the country or in the country. At this point in time, I will allow the vote, given the fact that I anticipate that members do know the protocols and have voted accordingly. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 110, 110. Nays compte 204, 204.
I declare the motion defeated.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions. Point of order.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe you'd received a notice regarding concurrence from me on motions, but you didn't call it.
I do apologize for that. So let's see. A member wishes to propose a motion. I would invite him to do that now.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to move the concurrence of the third report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs.
A member advised me who his seconder is.
Yes, the seconder is the member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Est-ce qu'elle est en ligne? OK. So là, je lis ça. OK. Ah, OK. Comment ça qu'on avait les... Seconded by Ms. Gladue moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development presented on Friday, February 26, 2021 be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will be sharing my time. I appreciate the opportunity to address this important report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, which relates to international development and relates to the situation globally in light of vulnerabilities created in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Canadian response to those events. This is a 4-part study. And the committee has decided to present interim reports on each part of the study. So just earlier this week, the second report was tabled, and I think a very, very interesting report. You'll note the second report on this study, which contains a joint supplementary report between all of the opposition parties, Conservatives, NDP, and Bloc, coming together to submit a joint supplementary report highlighting in particular the plight of Canadian children who are detained in northern Syria. But that is the second report as part of this COVID study, and the report I'm concurring in, which is the third report of the committee. The first report in this particular study deals with a different set of issues, deals sort of broadly with vulnerabilities created by the COVID-19 pandemic and Canada's response to it. In the Conservative Party, we recognize and appreciate just the important role that international development plays. First and foremost, our engagement in terms of international development is an expression of our belief in universal human dignity and of our commitment to the advancement of justice. It's a core principle for us, recognizing the importance of engagement in the area of international development, and it's stemming from that basic motivation to seek the advancement of justice, especially for the world's poorest and most vulnerable. We also recognize that there are strategic advantages that come from international engagement, and a recognition of the strategic dimension should not supersede the commitment to justice that's involved. But we do recognize that in a world where hostile revisionist powers are increasingly using the language of aid to exert greater influence and to advance their kind of autocratic objectives, that our engagement in open-handed friendship with peoples of the world and in a way that expresses our commitment to justice, to freedom, to autonomy, to human rights, it is the right thing to do, but it also has strategic advantages for us. And our party has also been very clear in articulating a commitment to not reduce aid levels, and also in articulating a commitment to emphasize partnership in international development. I think for too long, there hasn't been enough attention to really the need to have the people that are struggling to develop to improve their circumstances really as the heroes of the story. The heroes of the stories are not those who are from developed countries giving resources. The heroes of these stories are the people themselves who have autonomy, who have choice, who are seeking the expansion of their own rights and their own abilities, and we can support them in the effort to remove those barriers. Now, when I look at the particulars of the report in front of us, we heard from many excellent witnesses, and there were many important issues that were raised as part of that study. I want to focus on 3 issues that come out of this report. The first one I want to address is aid levels. So there was a recommendation 8 in the report that calls for the government to really be more transparent effectively and to articulate its intentions with respect to aid levels as a percentage of gross national income. So generally speaking, the international standard for measuring commitment to international development is how much countries contribute as a percentage of gross national income. And I think this metric is important because some people like to talk about their commitment to aid in terms of nominal dollar value. But I think all members of the House understand or should understand that as a result of inflation, the value of a dollar gradually decreases over time, and also that a country's capacity to contribute shifts as a result of gross national income. So this is why the general standard in terms of international development is to assess commitment of countries, of governments, as a percentage of gross national income, not in raw dollar numbers, because a country, even if somebody is over time contributing slightly more in terms of raw dollar numbers, they may be in fact, in substance, contributing less. So one of the government's talking points in international development has been them saying that we're increasing aid levels, we're increasing the amounts, and while that is maybe true in nominal dollar terms, that is not true as a percentage of gross national income. Aid levels have over the years since this prime minister took office actually been cut in terms of a percentage of gross national income. The consistent levels under conservative governments, the last conservative government, but also the government of Brian Mulroney, were higher than they were under Liberal governments, measured in the way that these things are measured as a percentage of gross national income. And so Liberals like to talk about their commitment to international development, but in fact, in real terms, in meaningful terms, they have not really been there where they need to be. The other thing to note, though, about this measurement, of course, is that when there is a dramatic drop in gross national income, that can lead to an apparent in aid levels measured as a percentage of gross national income. And of course, although we've been critical of the government for this cut in aid levels as a percentage of GNI, we don't want to see them achieve this level by simply presiding over significant reductions in our gross national income. And as a result of their failures on the economy, frankly, there's a risk of doing that instead of increasing our contribution to the world, we would be increasing the apparent contribution simply by seeing our gross national income go down, and that's not a particularly good thing either. So this recommendation, this report, calls for the government to really be transparent about what their plans and intentions are with respect to aid levels as a percentage of GNI, and unfortunately, we haven't seen that transparency, and we didn't see a commitment to that transparency in the government response to this. The second issue I want to talk about is direction and control. Direction and control is a structure by which charities are required to be in full direction and control of monies that they received in order to kind of maintain the qualification of those resources as part of their charitable status. And the Canadian requirements around direction and control are relatively unique in the world. There are other countries that emphasize that the charities have to be accountable for the resources that they spend, but that them being accountable for those resources doesn't mean that they have to be in total control of how those dollars are spent. And let me just make this concrete. So if you have a Canadian charity that's working on a project in a village somewhere overseas, the gold standard in terms of development would be to give as much autonomy and control over that project to local people, and have the international organization, the Canadian Charity, coming along as a partner, as a supporter, but really recognizing the need to build and support autonomy for the local community in terms of their delivery of this program. Now, the direction and control requirements that the CRA imposes are not only extremely expensive in terms of the requirements around compliance, they really effectively take dollars away from international development by requiring charities to spend more money on tax lawyers. But they also really run counter to the values of local autonomy and partnership that are supposed to be part of what effective international development looks like. So Conservatives have been consistent in calling for reforms to the direction and control system. I've asked the minister about this. I've also specifically raised the question of Bill S-222, I believe is the number, from Senator Omitvar, a bill that seeks to reform this system. So I want to call on the government again to articulate their position, and there's a strong unanimous recommendation in this report for the government to, as quickly as possible, reform the direction and control system. I wanted to talk a bit about COVAX, but maybe I'll get to that in questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, and there seems to be an issue with the honourable member's microphone. Maybe he could just unplug and replug. There seems to be an out of sync, something that's out of sync there, so maybe he could do that. And I'll wait till that is done before I go to questions and comments.
Is that better?
Okay, we'll know once, if you could just say a couple of words again.
Sure, Madam Speaker, just testing to see if...
It sounds better at this end already, so yeah. Okay, questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And at the end of my honourable colleague's speech, he mentioned COVAX, which we know is an important program. And I'm wondering if I could give him a couple extra minutes just to explain the importance of the COVAX program. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I thank my colleague from Caribou Prince George for the question, as well as the excellent work he does on so many issues. Yeah, so Canada is the only G7 country to be actually drawing from the COVAX program, and this reflects what has been a real failure on the part of the Government of Canada to effectively make vaccines available to Canadians. The government likes to talk about how they're doing the first dose. Well, it's a two-dose process.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. Alors, le point d'ordre, c'est que...
The point of order is that there's no more interpretation, so we need to make sure that it's working now.
It's working now? Ça fonctionne à votre bout? Pardon? Est-ce que ça...
Is it working?
Thank you. Maybe the honourable member could speak. I'm wondering if the problem is at your end.
Okay. Si c'est plus facile, je peux essayer de...
If it's easier, I could perhaps speak in English, in French. We have to make sure that interpretation works on both sides.
French?
Sure. Yeah. So, Madam Chair, just wanting to verify if the translation is working. I had unplugged and replugged my headset here.
Ça fonctionne bien. The honourable member can restart his response.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Canada is the only G7 country that is drawing from the COVAX program, and that I think just reflects the fact that our government has not been effective in getting vaccinations to Canadians, and so they're now drawing from this program that is generally designed in terms of providing equitable access to vaccines to be able to support the needs of developing countries. So I know it's a source of disappointment for a lot of people. A, the sort of general failures of the government in terms of making vaccines available, but B, the fact that the result of that isn't just affecting Canadians; it's also affecting people around the world because of this choice the government's making to draw from COVAX.
So I'm sorry to say that unfortunately there seems to be still an issue with the honourable member's microphone. And so we're just not sure maybe if there's a lot of programs running in the background maybe, or if it's the microphone that's not selected right. For a while it seemed to be okay, but, or if it's just an internet issue.
I just closed a couple programs. I'm not playing video games in the background or anything.
Okay. So we're going to go to the next question and try that. Hold on here. I'm just going to double check first to see what the interpreters are saying. Maybe the honourable member can say a few more words about what he was talking about. And we've stopped the time.
Sure.
So
The video games or COVAX? Maybe I'll talk about COVAX. That's probably a more interesting. So maybe just some additional comments there that that there are sort of two tracks that countries had considered in terms of their engagement on COVAX.
okay, it seems to be working now. Sorry about that. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the...
Put his camera on. I can't see that when I'm calling up the name, but now I see that there we go. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I would just hope that everybody is kind of ready for their questions and comments.
I had thought that I was second in line, so I was very pleased to be able to ask a question. And I note the member's concern about two things, and I want to ask him about the campaign pledge that was made during the last federal election by his party, which was to dramatically reduce foreign aid. And he ran on that party platform to reduce foreign aid, yet today he seems to have a complete change of heart or a change of head, and I'd like him to be able to comment on that. I'd also like him to be able to comment on the government's response on Recommendation 10, which is very positive to understand that absolutely we support COVAX and will support vaccine distribution, and any response to the government's response on Recommendation number 10.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's very clear from the numbers what the Conservative record in government has been with respect to international development. The leadership shown by the Mulroney government, the Harper government, around maternal and child health. And I think it is important to always be asking the question, how can we increase our effectiveness? And part of increasing that effectiveness is supporting the world's most vulnerable, and part of that is removing red tape for charitable organizations, such as the reforms to direction and control. And I'll just say again, our leader has been very clear about not reducing aid levels. In terms of the member's question about COVAX, look, again, I think the government has offered financial support to COVAX, but the fact that the government has not on its own been able to secure supply necessary for Canadians and thus has gone to COVAX, the fact that Canada is behind it. I mean, I think people can see this around the world, how there are other countries that are certainly ahead of us in terms of being able to open up, and that reflects the failure of the government to make vaccines available. And the point just around COVAX is that failure does have consequences, not just for Canadians, but also for people in developing countries.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And very briefly, I wasn't really understanding what the member had to say, especially with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's question around what the Conservative campaign commitments were with respect to decreasing foreign aid, and what that member is saying right now. There seems to be kind of a duplicity there. So I'm just wondering if the member can clarify for us, does he believe that Canada needs to provide more aid or not based on his party's platform?
Brief answer from the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it was very clear that we saw effectively cuts in terms of aid as a share of GNI from the Harper government to the current government, and going forward, Conservatives have committed to maintaining our aid levels, and also to taking steps such as the reform of direction and control that will remove red tape and effectively deliver far greater in terms of dollars to the front lines. If we remove that unnecessary red tape through processes like direction and control, we can do so much more good around the world.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank our honourable colleague from Fort Saskatchewan, for sharing his time with me on the to comment on the Standing Committee and Foreign Affairs and International Development, the report, the third report on the effects of the pandemic on some of our most marginalized countries. Madam Chair, to date, more than 112 million people around the world have been infected by the COVID-19 virus. 2.5 million people have died. This pandemic rocked our world as of March 20th of last year. It was, or March 11th of 2020. It was designated a global pandemic. You know, and things are just now getting back to normal, or the new normal, whatever that looks like, Madam Speaker. And I think that this report is important. It's important to see how Canada can do its part in terms of not only helping those here at home, but doing our part on the world stage, which is always so important. You know, Madam Speaker, the report, out of the report came 10 recommendations, and you know, those are, you know, I've been part of committees in the past that have studied, you know, important issues such as the suicide epidemic within our First Nations, military sexual trauma within our military, and the impacts of post-traumatic stress disorder on first responders and those who serve our country and our communities. And out of these reports, you know, again, another report that came that we studied was the impact of the changes to the Fisheries Act from the previous Harper government to now this to the Liberal government in the previous session. And these reports are important, Madam Chair, is that we hear from witnesses. They give us a different perspective than those that we bring to the House, the 338 members of Parliament that have been elected to, well, represent the electors in our fine country. And I'll remind, you know, it wouldn't be one of my speeches if I didn't remind this House that this House doesn't belong to us, doesn't belong to the Prime Minister, Madam Chair, it doesn't belong to you or I, it belongs to the electors. This is the electors' House. So the report today that we're tabling, it talks about Canada's contribution on the world stage and the impact of COVID and the global pandemic worldwide. You know, the 10 recommendations that came out of this was that, you know, the government play a lead role in the global response to COVID-19 with the aim of ensuring a coordinated, timely, and needs-based response to the vulnerabilities created and exacerbated by the pandemic and crisis and conflicted affected areas. We know that in developed countries such as our own country here and to the south of us, the impact has been immeasurable. But those countries that are deeply affected by conflict and in some of our most marginalized countries, that impact has been absolutely devastating. COVID has had an immeasurable impact on that. And my colleague talked about the COVAX program, in which developed countries pay into and support the purchase and supply of vaccines for underdeveloped countries. And sadly, what we've had to see from this government is that Canada shamefully had to dip into and apply to the COVAX program, thereby taking vaccines that were destined for underdeveloped countries and then applying it here on our own borders. And why, Madam Chair, you might ask, is because of the failure of this government earlier on in the pandemic to take this pandemic seriously. I remember in February of, it was January 27th of 2020, I stood in this House and I said to the Minister of Transportation at that time, I was the Shadow Minister of Transportation, I said, Canada is the gateway to and from Asia. We are the jumping off spot for international travel. Many Europeans and people from all around the world, they enter into our borders through our ports and our airports, and then they travel domestically. And I challenged the government at that time as to what they were going to do to secure our borders. And Madam Chair, the response I got back was one that called me a racist, that I was fear-mongering. I challenged the minister and the health minister the next week about what steps were we going to take at our airports and ports about ensuring those frontline people, our frontline airlines and aviation personnel and those that are on our borders, to make sure that they had the proper PPE and the equipment that they needed to make sure that they stayed safe. And again, I was chastised for fear-mongering. So every step of the way, Madam Chair, we've seen that this government has really, while they haven't heeded any of the warnings early on, and I think if they had, we wouldn't be sitting in a third wave, at the end of a third wave. Hopefully we're not going to get into a fourth wave. But what stopped that third wave, Madam Chair, or put the brakes on the third wave, was the fact that this government had to dip into or apply to the COVAX program. And again, an international program, or a program designed to supply underdeveloped countries with the necessary vaccines to make sure that they can weather the storm. Madam Chair, our Prime Minister is with other world leaders as we speak, and talking about how COVID has impacted the world and how it really changes our perspective. We talk about getting back to normal. What does that normal look like? We say the new normal. And this report here has 10 recommendations that I think hopefully the government heeds, because as I alluded to earlier on, that I've been a part of a number of different studies while being a member of Parliament. Sadly, what we've seen is these recommendations go unheeded, and much the same as what it was back in January of 2020 at the very beginning of this pandemic. If only they had heeded our recommendations and our questions at that time, we would be, I hazard to guess, I believe that Canada would have been in a far better state than we are today. Perhaps we wouldn't be in the third wave. Perhaps things would be open up. Perhaps people would be able to see their relatives, their loved ones, and hug them and be with them. We're beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, which is great, Madam Chair. But this report details some things that Canada can do to make sure that, heaven forbid, another global pandemic takes place. That Canada is right there, and we're prepared to help not only here at home but on the world stage, which is rightfully where we should be. That is our position. Canada should always be that beacon of hope, there to lend that helping hand. Madam Chair, as I mentioned, there was 10 recommendations. And I read out recommendation 1. Recommendation 2, that by allocating new funding, the Government of Canada increases contributions to international humanitarian appeals in line with the growing demands on the humanitarian system, while ensuring that assistance reaches the most vulnerable people based on need, including in relation to food security, child protection, education, health care in emergency settings, psychosocial support, and gender-based violence prevention and response services. Again, I hope that our government heeds these recommendations. Now, our honourable colleague in his intervention mentioned three important recommendations. I want to go into the third one that I think is important, that Canada lead and coordinate with like-minded nations and expansion of feminist agenda. Well, that's a feminist agenda, and we know that our government holds that in dear heart here, and specifically addressing domestic abuse and gender-based violence during COVID lockdowns. We know, Madam Speaker, that the incidences of domestic violence, suicidal ideation, and the anxiety has been felt here at home, which is why we challenged this government to implement a 988 simple three-digit suicide prevention hotline. Madam Chair, I see my time is up. I will sit down.
And I will go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brampton West. The honourable member for Brampton West. I'm not sure if, oh, I see it's frozen. Okay. So we'll go to the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really was paying attention to the member's speech, and he talked about how this House does not belong to us. It belongs to the people who trusted us to come here, represent them, and do the work that they require us to do to move this country forward. So I asked the member, why is his party preventing legislation that provides support to local businesses in Canada, to workers here in Canada? Why has his party been voting consistently against providing that support to Canadians here locally as well?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Chair, the comments from my honourable colleague, and whom I have great respect for, are simply misleading. We have every step of the way worked tirelessly on a Team Canada approach. Sadly, what we've seen is a government that chooses to do what they want to do, Madam Chair. They are in power. They have their legislative agenda. Why are they, dithering and delaying on the important pieces of legislation that they'd like to see brought forward? We have, Madam Chair, in full honesty with you and our honourable colleague, worked diligently since the very beginning in offering a full Team Canada approach. I'm saddened by the comments of my honourable colleague. I know she's better than that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, everything that the member has said could have easily been said as the former Speaker during what was supposed to be debated today, and that is the budget bill. The Conservative Party of Canada is playing a destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. Their intention is not to have a genuine debate on the issue. That's the reason why they moved adjournment. Their irresponsible behavior is at a great cost to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. My question to the member opposite is, when is the Conservative Party of Canada going to stop playing the political partisan games that they have been playing for the last little while, so that the government can continue to work with willing opposition parties in order to get Canadians served well through the House of Commons, as opposed to the games being played by the Conservatives? We want to work. Why does the Conservative Party not want to work and play a destructive force?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Chair, that's simply not true. This coming from a government that probed last summer, right when Canadians were desperate for their relief programs, and they were just about to end. And why did they probe, Madam Chair? They probed to cover up a scandal, another scandal by this government, by this Prime Minister. Absolutely false, and again, more falsehoods coming from the other side, Madam Chair. And it's really disappointing when we have tried so hard to work in concert with this government, and at every step of the way, they've either prorogued Parliament, they have actually filibustered committees. Madam Chair, this is the most corrupt government that we've ever seen, and I'm appalled by that question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Lingmanton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech and the previous speaker as well regarding this report and their work on direction and control. This government stated that Canada would be back on the international stage, and yet the record does not show that. I wonder if my colleague could comment. I understand from previous Conservative that Canada's percentage of foreign aid was up to 0.55%, 55 pennies out of $100 of gross net income. Under the Mulroney government, up to 37.38, 0.3738 under the Harper government. Yet in the last several years, it's hovered between 0.26 and 0.28%. They say they're back, and yet we continue to drop our place in the world. I wonder if my colleague could comment.
Brief answer from the member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, and absolutely right. This government, what we've seen, and this government has mastered very, very well, is the master manipulation of the media and spinning the story about how Canada is back. And what we've really seen is that they've taken First Nations children to court, that they are a scandal-plagued government, that they continue to only look after their Liberal friends and family, Madam Chair. This is it's a shame, and it really is truly shocking.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I hope Canadians can see and understand what's going on here, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives are being a destructive force in this House. They're intentionally doing everything they can to prevent legislation from getting through. This member just said a few minutes ago that the previous member said that he wanted to work with the government. Yet what they're trying to oppose right now, Madam Speaker, what they're trying to prevent from getting to a vote is an actual motion that we extend the hours of this House so that we can continue to do that work on behalf of Canadians. And Canadians should also know and realize that it is only the Conservatives who are playing these games. The NDP and the Bloc clearly are demonstrating that they want to be part of putting forward legislation. So one has to ask themselves, Madam Speaker, what is it that the Conservatives don't want to see get put forward to legislation? What legislation are they so afraid of? And I would argue, Madam Speaker, it's C6, a motion to ban conversion therapy. We saw the tactics that they were up to on Friday, intentionally delaying the House. The member from Pembroke is heckling me right now, Madam Speaker. Well, I don't think we have to go too far into her record to see how she feels about conversion therapy. But, Madam Speaker, they are intentionally trying to prevent this House from moving forward on progressive legislation like conversion therapy. We saw what they did on Friday. They held up this House so that we couldn't debate that. They're doing it again now. They don't want legislation that will protect Canadians, in particular members of our LGBTQ community, from passing in this House. But I am proud to stand with the Bloc Québécois and the NDP to make sure that legislation like C6 gets put into law as quickly as possible. So with that, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair right now. The honourable member for Selkirk and Lake Eastman.
Request recorded division.
Call in the members.
La question est la...
The question is as follows. Mr. Garretson, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do now move to orders of the day.
Period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient...
All those who are for the motion, please rise.
Mr. Garretson.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Thérien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Que tous ceux...
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Madam Speaker, I vote no.
Here, here.
Scheer, contre, nay.
The Honourable Minister Qualtrough. Minister Qualtrough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to confirm my vote was recorded as yay.
It was indeed recorded as
Thank you.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 205, 205. Nays contre 120, 120.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business, resuming debate on motion number 8, extension of sitting hours in June pursuant to Standing Order 27, and on the amendment of Mr. Richards.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes is rising on a point of order.
I'm rising on a question of privilege, Madam Chair. Today, the Ethics Committee tabled its second report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Following the notice I gave you earlier today, once that report was tabled, I would like to present you with this question of privilege. The second report represents the culmination of the Ethics Committee's study of the Liberal government's ethical messes created under the guise of helping Canadians during the COVID-19 pandemic, all amounting to a pattern of corrupt behavior. The second, setting that, and I'll set that aside for a moment. It also presents the House with what I believe are several contempts and breaches of privileges. And I should thank you, Madam Chair, in advance for your indulgence in hearing my submission, because regrettably, the second report lays out no less than 7 matters of privilege. Thankfully, though, several of them can be grouped together under common themes, which should help make it'll help us move through some of those points more efficiently. Now, for your benefit, and in my view, 3 breaches concerning the failure of witnesses to appear before the Ethics Committee as ordered by this House on March the 25th. Then there are a further 3 breaches concerning the government's instruction to those witnesses to defy an order of the House. And finally, there is a matter of misleading or interfering with the evidence provided to committees by the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth. Now let me start, Madam Chair, with the witnesses' failure to appear. On March the 25th, the House of Commons ordered, as recorded at pages 699 and 700 of the journals, quote, that with a view to support the authority of committees in their important inquiries of public interest, A, regarding the study on questions of conflict of interest in lobbying in relation to pandemic spending by the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. 2, Rick Tice, the Prime Minister's Director of Policy and Cabinet Affairs, be ordered to appear before the committee on Monday, March 29, 2021 at 2 p.m. 3, Amit Pal Singh, the Deputy Prime Minister's Policy Advisor, be ordered to appear before the committee on Wednesday, March 31st, 2021 at 2 p.m. And 4, that Ben Chin, the Prime Minister's Senior Advisor, be ordered to appear before the committee on Thursday, April 8th, 2021 at 2 p.m. C, should the Prime Minister instead appear before the committees mentioned in paragraphs A and B at any of the dates and times mentioned for at least 3 hours, the witnesses otherwise scheduled to appear and any other witnesses scheduled to appear before the same committee at a later time be relieved of their obligation to appear pursuant to this order. End quote. Well, this mode of proceeding, whereby the House adopts an order in aid of committee proceedings, might be unusual. It is not irregular. Australia's Odgers Senate Practice, 14th edition, for example, notes at page 51, quote, The Senate may order particular witnesses to appear before committees. The Senate may also order documents to be produced to committees, end quote. In any event, Appendix A of the second report informs us that the committee agreed to report to the House through that appendix that each of the 3 witnesses were absent at the appointed times. Furthermore, Appendix A confirms that the Prime Minister did not appear on behalf of the 3 witnesses as the House permitted in its order. Madam Speaker, it's well known that a question of privilege must be raised at the earliest opportunity. Given that the March 25th decision of the House makes a hybrid creation of a House order in exclusive aid of a committee proceeding, it raises the question as to the correct venue for bringing forward a complaint concerning any breach. Our procedural authorities suggest that when committees are involved, the matter must first come to the House through a committee report. Pages 152 and 153 of Mark Bosch and Andre Gagno's House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, confirms, quote, "Speakers have consistently ruled that, except in the most extreme situations, they will hear questions of privilege arising from committee proceedings only upon presentation of a report from the committee which deals directly with the matter and not as a question of privilege raised by an individual member." End quote. On April 12th, that is to say on the first day the House sat following the witnesses' absences, the law clerk and parliamentary counsel was a witness at the Ethics Committee. And I asked him for his advice in this exchange. At page 22 of the evidence, I asked, quote, "In this specific case, sir, of an order of the House being issued for persons to appear at committee and documents to be presented or delivered to committee, what process needs to be followed? Does it first need to be referred by the committee chair to the House, or, as it is an order of the House, can the issue simply be raised by a member to the Speaker directly?" The law clerk replied, quote, "Normally, the speakers have indicated in rulings that if a matter relates to a committee and to information to be provided to a committee, it would generally be the practice to wait for the committee to first address it, giving the opportunity to the committee to determine if it is satisfied," end quote. So on the basis of the advice that I received, I awaited completion of the Ethics Committee's work before raising this matter on the floor of the House of Commons, as I'm doing right now. Before moving along, there's one further timing aspect I should speak to, since I anticipate that the Liberals may address it when they answer these arguments. The committee agreed to request a response pursuant to Standing Order 109 from the government to the report. While Standing Order 109 bars motions for concurrence in the report until the response is tabled or 120 days have elapsed, whichever comes first, I would respectfully submit that this constitutes no barrier to a question of privilege. Bosch and Gagnon are, for example, silent on the matter. Moreover, Standing Order 48 sub 1 clearly directs, quote, "Whenever any matter of privilege arises, it shall be taken into consideration immediately," end quote. Page 81 of Bosch and Gagnon describes breaches of privilege and contempts of Parliament. Quote, "Any disregard of or attack on the rights, powers, and immunities of the House and its members, either by an outside person or body or by a member of the House, is referred to as, quote, a breach of privilege, quote, and is punishable by the House. There are, however, other affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specifically defined privileges. Thus, the House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, or is an offense against the authority or dignity of the House, such as disobedience of its legitimate commands," end quote. Bosch and Gagnon on the very next page favorably refer to the 1999 report of the United Kingdom Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege, which attempted to set out various categories of known contempt. The 8th item in that list is, quote, without reasonable excuse failing to attend before the House or a committee after being summoned to do so, end quote. It is followed by the 10th item, quote, without reasonable excuse disobeying a lawful order of the House or a committee, end quote. The point is made even more succinctly at paragraph 15.5 of Erskine May's Treatise on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings, and Usage of Parliament, 25th edition, and I quote, witnesses who refuse to appear may commit a contempt, end quote. Paragraph 15.7, meanwhile, says, quote, a particular rule which, if disobeyed, may give rise to proceedings for contempt if the refusal or neglect of a witness or other person to attend either House or a committee when summoned to do so, end quote. These issues, Madam Speaker, go to the heart of Parliament's privileges, a body of law which allow us to carry out duties and responsibilities on behalf of our constituents, and whose origins are ancient and anchored in the Canadian Constitution. Page 137 of Boscan-Gagnon observes the following, quote, by virtue of the preamble and section 18 of the Constitution Act 1867, Parliament has the ability to institute its own inquiries, to require the attendance of witnesses, and to order the production of documents, rights which are fundamental to its proper functioning. These rights are as old as Parliament itself, end quote. Indeed, paragraph 234 of the 1999 UK report, which I just mentioned, notes that, quote, at least since Elizabethan times, committees have been examining matters where witnesses were required to appear, end quote. To be clear, that is not referring to our present sovereign, but to Her Majesty's namesake, who reigned as Queen of England from 1558 to 1603. Derek Lee, a former Liberal member of this House, for his part, at page 6 of his 1999 book, The Power of Parliamentary Houses to Send for Persons, Papers, and Records, dates the origin of this power back to the reign of King Edward III, which spanned half of the 14th century. Alpheus Todd, a former parliamentary librarian, wrote in his 1840 book, The Practice and Privileges of the Two Houses of Parliament, at page 313, quote, it is an essential and undisputed privilege of both Houses of Parliament, which they possess in common with every other court, to summon witnesses before them for examination upon any subject on which they may require information to guide them in their deliberations, end quote. The breadth of these powers, rooted in our established role as Grand Inquest of the nation, is described at page 190 of Joseph Magnot's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, 2nd edition. Quote, the only limitations which could only be self-imposed would be that any inquiry should relate to a subject within the legislative competence of Parliament, particularly where witnesses and documents are required and the penal jurisdiction of Parliament is contemplated. This dovetails with the right of each House of Parliament to summon and compel the attendance of all persons within the limits of their jurisdictions, end quote. A moment ago, I referred to the principle that breaches of privilege at the committee level should first be reported from the committee. Boscan-Gagnon provides some examples of such reports at page 153, and I quote, most matters which have been reported by committees have concerned the behavior of members, witnesses, or the public, or the disregard of a committee order. Committees have reported to the House on the refusal of witnesses to appear when summoned. The refusal of witnesses to answer questions, the refusal of witnesses to provide papers or records, the refusal of individuals to obey orders of a committee, the divulging of events during an in-camera meeting, the disclosure of draft reports, and witnesses lying to a committee. Committees could report on instances of contempt, such as behavior showing disrespect for the authority or activities of a committee, the intimidation of members or witnesses refusing to be sworn in, end quote. Mangot at pages 239 and 240 outlines how Messrs. Tice, Singh, and Chin's disregard of the March 25th order of the House amounts to contempt. Quote, disobedience to rules or orders represents an affront to the dignity of the House, and accordingly, the House could take action, not simply for satisfaction, but to ensure that the House of Commons is held in the respect necessary for its authority to be vindicated. Without proper respect, the House of Commons could not function. Thus, disobedience may well be considered contempt, bearing in mind that the House will, in mitigation of any punishment that may be imposed, be mindful of the surrounding circumstances. Disobedience of rules and orders is an obvious contempt and would include refusing to attend at the bar of the House after the House has so ordered, refusing to personally attend and to produce the documents requested by a committee. The formal contempt would only be recognized when the committee reported the incident to the House and the House took action, end quote. As I noted, the matter of a House order for a witness to attendance at a committee is not a common creature. Nonetheless, our House has experienced this disobedience to its orders for witnesses to appear in the House. Pages 130 to 132 of Boscan-Gagnon recount some of these examples. The first two entries relevant to this question of privilege are beginning on page 130. Quote, on March 31st and April 1st, 1874, Louis Riel Provencher was ordered to attend in his place in the House for having fled from justice in the matter of the Red River Rebellion and the murder of Thomas Scott. He failed to attend and was later expelled from the House. In 1891, the Public Accounts Committee reported that André Sénécal, an employee of the Government Printing Bureau, had failed to appear when called as a witness. The House adopted a motion summoning him to appear at the bar. When he failed to do so, the House ordered that he be taken into the custody of the Sergeant-at-Arms, who could not locate him. No further action was taken. End quote. In the latter case, concerning Mr. Sénécal, a public servant holding the office of Superintendent of Printing, begins in the House's records at page 454 of the journals on August 27, 1891, when the Public Accounts Committee reported that Mr. Sénécal failed to appear when summoned, though the sought-after witness claimed he was following medical advice and furthermore had offered his resignation from his government position. Now, while Boscan-Gagnon noted that no further action was taken concerning Mr. Sénécal, it was not for a lack of trying. The acting Sergeant-at-Arms, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Smith, informed the House at column 4,747 of the debates for September 1st, 1891, quote, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to report that the witness Sénécal left Ottawa on or about the 24th ultimo, and though I have made careful enquiry, I have been unable to ascertain his present whereabouts. In consequence of his absence, the order for him to attend at the bar of the House this afternoon was left with a member of his family at his Ottawa residence, end quote. A further incident, this one involving a member of the House being investigated in a corruption scandal, is recounted by Boscan-Gagnon at page 136. Quote, in 1891, Thomas McGreevy, Quebec West, was accused by Israel Tart of Montmorency of corrupt practices concerning construction work in the harbour at Quebec City, and the matter was referred by the House to the Select Standing Committee on Privileges and Elections. Mr. McGreevy refused to answer questions put to him while appearing before the committee. The committee reported this to the House on August 12, 1891, and requested that the House take action. On August 13th, Mr. McGreevy was ordered by the House to attend in his place on August 18th, and on that day, Mr. McGreevy was found not to be in attendance, and the Sergeant-at-Arms was ordered to take the member into custody, end quote. The records of the House concerning Mr. McGreevy show that the orders of the House were not mere words printed on paper. When Mr. McGreevy did not appear at the appointed hour on August 18, 1891, column 4001 of the debates shows that Mr. Speaker White updated the House on the matter. Quote, I'm informed by the clerk that a copy of the order of the House of Thursday last, duly signed by himself, was forwarded by post on Friday last to Honourable Thomas McGreevy at Quebec. When it was learned that he was not at Ottawa and a telegram communicating the order was at the same time sent him at Quebec. The manager of Northwestern Telegraph Company at Quebec has informed the clerk that the telegram was duly delivered to the Honourable Thomas McGreevy on Friday last at 2:45 p.m. in the office of the Richelieu and Ottawa Navigation Company." End quote. When the House ordered Mr. McGreevy into custody, Lieutenant Colonel Smith didn't just keep in a copy of the order in his pocket. He jumped on a train and he went in pursuit of the absconding MP. Page 422 of the journals for August 20th, 1891 reveals the following entry. Quote, "Mr. Speaker informed the House that pursuant of the order of the House of the 18th instant, he had issued his warrant to the acting Sergeant-at-Arms for the taking into custody of the Honourable Thomas McGreevy, and that he had received the following report from that officer." House of Commons, Ottawa, 20th August 1891. "Sir, I have the honour to report that I reached Quebec yesterday at 3:00 p.m. and at once made diligent search for Mr. Thomas McGreevy at his residence, office, and other places, but could not find him. Later, I was informed on what I considered good authority that he had left Quebec by the Grand Trunk Railway, but I was unable to ascertain his destination. I have no doubt that he left Quebec several hours before I arrived in that city. I have the honour to be, sir, your obedient servant, Henry R. Smith, Acting Sergeant-at-Arms, House of Commons." End quote. In the end, the Privileges Committee, which had been investigating the corruption allegation against Mr. McGreevy, completed its work and reported back to the House. Boston-Gagnon note the outcome at page 136, quote, "On September 29th, the House adopted a resolution finding Mr. McGreevy guilty of contempt of the authority of the House by not attending in his place when ordered, as well as being guilty of certain other offences based on the findings of the Privileges Committee. The House then adopted a second resolution expelling Mr. McGreevy." End quote. Now, going back to Boston-Gagnon's list, which I introduced earlier at pages 131 and 132, the next relevant case is the following. And I quote, "In 1894, two witnesses, Jean-Baptiste Provost and Omer Edouard Larose, failed to appear when summoned as witnesses before the Privileges and Elections Committee. The committee reported this and asked for, quote, the action of the House, quote. A motion was adopted summoning the two witnesses to appear before the bar. They failed to comply, and the House ordered them to be taken into the custody of the Sergeant-at-Arms in order to be brought to the bar of the House. They later appeared, answered questions, and were discharged." End quote. This 1894 case concerns two Quebec City grocers who failed to appear when summoned by a committee which was undertaking another corruption investigation respecting a member. They based their refusal on the fact that they had not been advanced money for their travel expenses. The witnesses persisted in their refusal, even in the face of an order of the House of Commons, but, as noted, the House ordered them into custody, and the Sergeant-at-Arms saw to it. Upon being called to the bar, Mr. Provost and Mr. Larose were each asked by the Prime Minister, Sir John Thompson, the same two questions recorded at page 299 and 300 of the journals. For June 13th, 1894, quote, 1. Have you any explanation to offer of your disobedience to the summons of the Select Standing Committee on Privileges and Elections of this House, requiring your attendance before the committee, and of the order of the House, requiring your attendance at the bar of the House? 2. Are you prepared to undertake to the House that you will, if relieved from custody, attend and testify before the Select Standing Committee on Privileges and Elections at the first meeting of the committee and at each meeting thereafter until relieved from further attendance? End quote. Following the two witnesses' positive answers to the latter question, the House discharged them from the custody of the Sergeant-at-Arms. As for a witness defying an order to appear at committee, page 548 of Odgers comments that Australian Senate orders of this nature have had a different experience than our March 25th order. Quote, in all such cases, the orders were complied with and witnesses duly appeared, or in one case, required documents were produced. They were all public office holders this procedure has not been used in respect of private citizens, end quote. The United Kingdom House of Commons, on the other hand, has had quite recently an experience closer to our own. In 2018, that House's Digital, Culture, Media and Sports Committee reported to the House that as part of its study into, quote, fake news, quote, it had invited then-ordered Dominic Cummings, who had been the campaign director for the Vote Leave campaign in the 2016 Brexit referendum, to appear for the purpose of giving evidence. Mr. Cummings defied the order, and on June 5th, 2018, that committee reported to the House that his absence, quote, constitutes a serious interference with the ability of this committee to discharge the task assigned to it by the House, end quote. In response, the UK House of Commons on June 7th, 2018, passed the following motions recorded at pages 1 and 2 of the votes and proceedings. Quote, resolved that this House takes note of the third special report of the Digital, Culture, Media and Sport Committee, open bracket HC 1115, close bracket, ordered that Mr. Dominic Cummings give an undertaking to the committee no later than 6 p.m. on 11 June 2018 to appear before that committee at a time on or before 20 June 2018, end quote. Page 5 of the votes and proceedings for June 2018 shows that the committee's chair reported to the House that Mr. Cummings failed to comply with the House's orders. Then, on June 28, 2018, the House referred the matter to its Committee on Privileges. After the Privileges Committee reported back to the House of Commons on that, after it reported back to the House of Commons,
the Honourable Member for Kingston the Islands rising on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, the member is clearly using a point of privilege, which is a sacred tool to be used in this House under very important and exceptional circumstances, for the sole purpose of delaying a debate on a very important motion of extending the hours of this House. I would ask you to consider what he's been doing, the clear objective and motive of what he's doing, and perhaps encourage him to allow this House to continue to get on with the business that we rightfully, or that Canadians rightfully deserve of us.
On that point of order, Madam Chair.
A moment, please. It's Granville, Thousand Isles, Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'd encourage all members to of course, stay and hear my response on points of order. I would say, Madam Chair, that the issue that I'm raising is of tremendous importance to this House. The timing that this item is being referred to the House is directly dictated by the government. First of all, the government sets the agenda of the House. Second of all, this was the first available opportunity that I had to rise following the tabling of the report by the committee chair, which contained the report back from him that these witnesses failed to appear. With respect to the importance of this versus the importance of the item that the member wishes to debate, this item deals with an order of this House that was passed by a majority of members ordering for witnesses to appear, which was not complied with. I will continue, with the chair's permission, to make the case as to why that is an affront to parliamentary democracy when an order of this House is defied. I have not been repetitive in what I have offered. I have not deviated from the subject at hand. And I, as I have said, Madam Chair, raised this at the first available opportunity and did notify you, Madam Chair, 1 hour, at least 1 hour prior to my rising on this point. And I appreciate your consideration.
On that point of order. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, the member's been talking about Louis Riel and train robberies. That's literally what he's been talking about, Madam Speaker. Now, this is going to make a great video later on for showing how the Conservatives are filibustering this House, and I'm sure that the member doesn't want his constituents in his riding that's a mere less than 100 kilometres from here to find out about the antics that he's been up to. But certainly, Madam Speaker, there has to be some form of relevance here when you're considering this.
I am going to listen to advice, and we'll be back in a few moments. Yes, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The relevance to the point that the member has mentioned has dealt with individuals who were found in contempt of this place. Individuals failing to follow an order of this House may be found by this House to be in contempt. the issue at hand is that we had, one of the issues at hand is that we had ministers of the Crown interfere with an order of this House by instructing witnesses ordered by this place not to appear at committee. And so the comparison between what may be found in contempt with the example given by the member with Louis Riel and the comparison with the potential for contempt of ministers of this Crown to have openly and publicly stated in written form that they instructed individuals to defy an order of this House is certainly...
I get the honourable member's point, and I'll get back to... and if on advice, I would like just to remind the honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Isles, Rideau Lakes that a member recognised on a question of privilege is expected to be brief and concise in explaining the event which has given rise to the question of privilege and the reasons that consideration of the event complained of should be given precedence over the business or over House business. I will give the honourable member a few more minutes to make his point, but please just a reminder that to be concise and in explaining his reasons.
Well, Madam Chair, in spite of the outburst from the member from Kingston and the Islands, I would just note that as a courtesy to this House, I have combined multiple points, questions of privilege into this one. And so if the chair would prefer, I can rise in succession on each point, but this will certainly be more brief than were I to do that. However, the questions of privilege that I'm raising are not just one question of privilege. And I note that in your ruling, this does take precedence over the orders of the day. And so it's important. This is important to the function of this place. And so I will continue. And while the member for Kingston and the Islands continues to interrupt, Madam Chair, and is very concerned about the constituents in my riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, I can assure him that Canadians are very disappointed that this government has found itself filibustering committees for 73 hours at ethics, 43 hours at ethics, 73 hours at procedure and House Affairs, 35 hours at the Standing Committee on Finance. They have shut down the study at the National Defence Committee, filibustering for more than 16 hours. I can go on with that list, Madam Chair. And so while the member for Kingston and the Islands continues to interrupt the proceedings of this place with his suggestions with how long this should take, I think that the precedents and the orders of this place have been quite clear that my raising these multiple breaches of privilege of this place, which are older than any of us and as old as this place itself, are tremendously important. And so, Madam Chair, I will continue. In response, the United Kingdom House of Commons on June 7th, 2018 passed the following motion recorded at pages 1 and 2 of Votes and Proceedings. Quote, Resolved, that this House takes note of the third special report of the Digital, Culture, Media and Sport Committee, HC 1115, ordered that Mr. Dominic Cumming give an undertaking to the committee no later than 6 p.m., 11 June 2018, to appear before the committee at a time on or before 20 June 2018, end quote. So page 5 of the votes and proceedings for June 20th, 2018 shows that the committee's chair reported to the House that Mr. Cummings failed to comply with the order of the House. Then, on June 20th, 2018, the House referred the matter to its Committee on Privileges. After the Privileges Committee reported back to the House of Commons, the House on April 2nd, 2019, adopted a motion on the committee's recommendation, finding Mr. Cummings in contempt and admonished him, as recorded on page 1 of the votes and proceedings. In opening this segment of my presentation, I referred to Boscan Gagnon adding a caveat of, quote, without reasonable excuse, end quote. In the present case, I would argue it can be dealt with very quickly, considering that none of the three witnesses offered any excuse for their absence. I do acknowledge that 2 cabinet ministers wrote to the Ethics Committee chair to indicate that they would appear on behalf of the witnesses. But that does not constitute an excuse from the witnesses personally. In the alternative, I would say it does not amount to a reasonable excuse. While I plan to address the government's position that staff are not compellable witnesses when I make my arguments that the government's interference with the March 25th order of the House constitutes prima facie contempt in their own right, I have a few brief points at this juncture. Firstly, the government, through its House leader, advanced this position in debate in the House on March 25th, yet the House still adopted the motion for this order. Secondly, the House's order did actually permit someone to appear on a substituted basis in the name of ministerial responsibility, the Prime Minister. However, he did not appear as permitted by the order. Thirdly, the Ethics Committee did not accept the government's position, as can be seen from the comments in the second report, as well as from the records of the meetings where the witnesses were due to attend. Fourthly, should the chair hold the view that it could still be weighed as a possible reasonable excuse, I would submit that the place to do that at this stage is through an amendment to any privilege motion which might arise from this proceeding on the basis the government can test the will of the House for its perspective on these matters. In this case, it's quite clear. The House adopted an order, and the order was breached completely, since there was no effort by the witnesses to meet it in any way, nor any excuse was advanced by them to be weighed by the House or for the committee to assess and report its findings. Therefore, with respect to the first 3 matters of privilege, the absence of Messrs. Tice, Singh, and Chin, I respectfully submit that you should find prima facie contempt here. On the next question of privilege, Madam Chair, I wish to turn the government's role in preventing Messrs. Tice, Singh, and Chin from appearing as witnesses at the committee. The government has freely admitted to this course of conduct, both in advance and at the time of the scheduled appearances. In his remarks to the House on March 25th, the government House leader said at page 5,234 of the debates, quote, I say here today that ministers will instruct their staff not to appear when called before committees, and the government will send ministers instead to account for their actions, end quote. Though I find such an openly defiant attitude to be contemptuous in and of itself, I'll speak to the specific instances of interference concerning the 3 witnesses. In advance of the March 29th Ethics Committee meeting, the government House leader sent a letter to the chair of the Ethics Committee, further to his statement to the House the week before, writing, quote, accordingly, Mr. Rick Tice, Director of Policy to the Prime Minister, has been instructed to not appear before the committee. In his place, I will attend the meeting on behalf of the government on Monday, March 29th, end quote. We're not talking about train robberies anymore. On May 3rd, at a meeting of the Ethics Committee, originally convened on April 23rd, the committee adopted a motion which can be found in Appendix A of the second report, and says at paragraph 5, and I quote, "The committee noted that the government House Leader appeared on Monday, March 29, 2021, instead of Rick Tice, who followed the government instructions that staff are not to appear before committees which were outlined during the debate in the House on Thursday, March 25, 2021. End quote. I'd like to add that the Ethics Committee did not accept the government House Leader as a substitute witness in satisfaction of the order. Indeed, the committee at the March 29th meeting adopted a motion, quote, "In relation to its study on questions of conflict of interest and lobbying in relation to pandemic spending, the committee invite the minister to appear," end quote. He was treated as a separate witness, Madam Speaker, invited independently of and without any link to the March 25th order of the House. When the government House Leader appeared at the committee, he said at page 13 of evidence, quote, "Based on the instructions I gave the other day, it was clear to Mr. Tice and other individuals that they wouldn't appear before committee and would be replaced by the appropriate ministers," end quote. The minister even acknowledged at page 8 of the evidence that this was an unsatisfactory arrangement to the majority of the House when he said, quote, "I'm aware that some of the members of this committee would rather be hearing from a staff member from the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Rick Tice. But as I told the House last week, and I want to make clear again, we fundamentally disagree with that decision," end quote. At page 22, I asked whether Mr. Tice would have been fired had he ignored the government instruction and honored the order of the House of Commons. The government House Leader denied it, but defensively added, quote, "Why are you asking that?" end quote. Now we turn to the other two witnesses, Messrs. Singh and Chin. In a letter addressed to the chair of the committee on March 30th, the Associate Minister of Finance wrote, quote, "Mr. Amitpal Singh has been instructed to not appear before the committee. In his place, I will attend the meeting on behalf of the government on Wednesday, 31st March 2021, end quote. In another letter to the committee's chair on April 7th, the Associate Minister wrote, quote, "Mr. Ben Chin has been instructed to not appear before the committee. In his place, I will attend the meeting on behalf of the government on Thursday, the 8th of April, 2021, end quote. In the same motion adopted by the committee on the 3rd of May and recorded in Appendix A of the second report, it acknowledged at paragraph 6, quote, "The committee noted that the Associate Minister of Finance also requested to appear on Wednesday, March 31st, 2021 and Thursday, April 8th, 2021 on behalf of witnesses Amitpal Singh and Ben Chin, who followed the government instructions that staff are not to appear before committees which were outlined during the debate in the House on Thursday, March 25th, 2021, end quote. Earlier in my remarks, I cited page 81 of Boskin-Gagnon on a description of privilege which is equally applicable in this separate question of privilege. From the list, which I had mentioned, can be found at page 82, I would refer the chair to the 11th and 13th items. Quote, "Interfering with or obstructing a person who is carrying out a lawful order of the House or a committee, intimidating, preventing, or hindering a witness from giving evidence or giving evidence in full to the House or a committee," end quote. Clearly, Madam Speaker, Messrs. Tice, Singh, and Chin were prevented from, and maybe even hindered in their ability of carrying out a lawful order of the House of Commons, namely giving evidence to the Ethics Committee. For his part, Mangat comments at page 240, quote, "Obstructing, interfering with, or preventing execution or orders of the House of a committee would be akin to aiding and abetting a person to commit an offense. Taking action to prevent an order of the House from being carried out could result in contempt because it also represents an affront to the authority of the House," end quote. McGee's Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand, 4th edition, states at page 774, quote, "Any attempt to intimidate, prevent, or hinder a witness from giving evidence in full to the House or a committee may be held to be a contempt. Such intimidation or hindrance may be overt. For example, physically preventing a witness from attending and giving evidence, or less overt, for example, offering a bribe to give false testimony or taking legal action to prevent a witness from giving evidence or from producing all the evidence in his or her possession, end quote. Page 1080 of Bosque and Gagnon adds, quote, tampering with a witness or in any way attempting to deter a witness from giving evidence may constitute a breach of parliamentary privilege. Erskine May, at paragraph 15.21, declares, quote, any conduct calculated to deter prospective witnesses from giving evidence before either House or a committee is a contempt, end quote. The same point is also made in paragraph 38.59. Erskine May expands upon the concept at paragraph 15.22. Quote, a resolution setting out that to tamper with a witness in regard to the evidence to be given before either House or any committee of either House, or to endeavor directly or indirectly to deter or hinder any person from appearing or giving evidence is a contempt, was formally agreed to by the Commons at the beginning of every session. However, following a report from the Procedure Committee which concluded that the sessional passing of such resolutions, although they had some value as statements of intent, did not add anything to the House's powers to deal with contempts, or, in the case of tampering with witnesses or the giving of false evidence on oath, the relevant statutory powers. The House agreed in 2004 to dispense with them. There have been, in the past, numerous instances of punishment for offenses of this kind. Corruption or intimidation, though a usual, is not an essential ingredient in this offense. It is equally a contempt to attempt by persuasion or solicitation of any kind to induce a witness not to attend or to withhold evidence or to give false evidence. This matter was considered in 1935 by a committee of the Commons, which reported that, in its opinion, it was a breach of privilege to give any advice to a witness which took the form of pressure or of interference with their freedom to form and express their own opinions honestly in the light of all the facts known to them. And the House resolved that it agreed with the committee in its report, end quote. The annual resolutions referred to in that passage can be traced as far back as February 21st, 1700, when the English House of Commons adopted at page 350 of the Journal a resolution, quote, that if it shall appear that any person hath tampered with any witnesses in respect of their evidence to be given to this House, or any committee thereof, or directly or indirectly endeavored to deter or hinder any person from appearing or giving evidence, the same is declared to be a high crime and misdemeanor, and this House will proceed with the utmost severity against such offenders, end quote. Insight into just how severe, even in the case where the contrition had been expressed, can be gleaned from Mr. Speaker Shaw Lefebvre's admonition of a witness at the bar of the United Kingdom's House of Commons on March 22nd, 1842, which is recorded at page 143 in the journals. Quote, John Ashworthy, any interruption of the proceedings of this House or of any committees of this House can only be regarded as contempt of its authority, and your offense is much aggravated by the circumstances under which it took place. By improperly interfering with the testimony of a witness under examination, you did your utmost to obstruct the discovery of truth and defeat the ends of justice. Such conduct cannot be allowed to pass entirely without censure, but the House, always anxious to act with leniency and taking into its consideration the contrition you have expressed and believing that your offense was unpremeditated, has directed me to admonish you as to your future conduct, and I trust that this admonition will be a warning to others that this House will not deal so leniently with an offense of this description if repeated by another individual. You are now discharged from further attendance upon this House, end quote. So, of course, Madam Speaker, in today's case, we have had defiance, not contrition, and coordinated planning, not unpremeditated actions. Mangott at pages 236 and 237 addresses the protection afforded to witnesses and others besides members and officers when they're engaged in parliamentary proceedings and committees. Quote, there do not appear to be any Canadian precedents of persons being so obstructed, yet because the House of Commons need not be so constrained by lack of precedent, it may, in its judgment, find a person or persons in contempt after an examination of the facts in any particular case, end quote. In Mr. Speaker Milliken's much celebrated ruling on Afghan detainee documents on April 27, 2010, which we have heard about in recent days, he also made some less well-remembered comments on witness matters, including at page 2041 of the debates, quote, the procedural authorities are clear that interference with witnesses may constitute a contempt, end quote. Beyond the matter of the government's so-called instructions, at page 13 of the Ethics Committee March 29th evidence, the government House Leader made the claim that, quote, ministerial responsibility means that a minister can replace an employee who reports to the minister, not to Parliament, end quote. That's just not so. In fact, it is, in my view, a gross misstatement of several constitutional principles. Even if accepted, the government House Leader's position is defeated by the facts. Two of the witnesses are employees of and answer to the Prime Minister, while the third is an employee of the Deputy Prime Minister. Neither of those two ministers offered to replace their employees. Well, of course, the House contemplated the very possibility of the Prime Minister attending on behalf of his employees, something he failed to do, either in accordance with the order of the House or with the policy articulated by the government House Leader. Ministerial staff enjoy no special status in law. Pages 981 to 983 of Boscan-Gagnon state quite clearly, quote, the standing orders place no explicit limitation on this power. In theory, it applies to any person on Canadian soil. In practice, certain limitations are recognized on the power to order individuals to appear. Because committees' powers do not extend outside Canadian territory, a committee cannot summon a person who is in another country. The sovereign, either in Canada or abroad, the Governor-General, and the provincial lieutenant governors are also exempt from such summons. This applies as well to parliamentarians belonging to other Canadian legislatures because each of these assemblies, like the House of Commons, has the parliamentary privilege of controlling the attendance of its members and any matters affecting them. The same logic explains why a standing committee cannot order a member of the House of Commons or a senator to appear. At issue in these examples is the power to order someone to appear. Nothing prevents such individuals from appearing voluntarily before a committee following a simple invitation, apart from the obligation incumbent upon some of them to obtain leave from the House to which they belong. Although they can send for certain persons, standing committees do not have the power to punish a failure to comply with their orders in this regard. Only the House of Commons has the disciplinary powers needed to deal with this type of offence. If a witness refuses to appear or does not appear as ordered, the committee's recourse is to report the matter to the House. Once seized with the matter, the House takes the measures that it considers appropriate. End quote. Nowhere on those lists are ministerial staff exempt or political staff more generally. Moreover, there's no general authority for a minister to come in substitution, though I would again observe that in the House, in crafting its March 25th order, accommodated ministerial responsibility by permitting the Prime Minister to appear on behalf of his employees. To contrast with the government's selective approach to parliamentary accountability for those who work under them, let's look at the 1891 case of Mr. Senecal, the public servant, whom I discussed earlier. In that case, Mr. Senecal's own minister sat on the committee to which he was ordered to attend, and according to the Public Accounts Committee minutes of evidence for August 27, 1891, the minister did not claim some kind of higher principle of ministerial accountability to excuse the witness's absence. Quote, in connection with the letter, which has just been read from the Superintendent of Printing, I may say I have had no communication with Mr. Senecal, nor even with his family, and did not even know that such a letter would be sent to the chairman of the committee. In justice, however, to a man who is absent, and against whom I suppose it is necessary that the ordinary proceedings should be taken to force his attendance here, I wish it to be well understood, as I stated before, I know nothing about the whereabouts of Mr. Senecal, and I do not want to justify his actions in a writing letter or his leaving. I only think it is just for an absent man to state what I know to be the case, end quote. A former General Legal Counsel for this House, Diane Davidson, wrote in a 1994 paper provided to the Standing Joint Committee of the Scrutiny of Regulations.
Member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, 20 minutes ago you did ask the member to be concise and encouraged him to wrap it up in a few minutes. Wondering if those few minutes have expired and we can carry on with the business of the day.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
As I noted to you, Madam Chair, following your ruling, that I have multiple questions of privilege, and I have moved on to a different question of privilege, as I noted, for all members of this House, including the member for Kingston on the Islands, who I know is paying very close attention to what's happening in this place and not worried about what videos he's going to make about opposition holding the government to account.
Member for Selkirk is Interlakes, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to point out that the member from Kingston and the Islands continues to challenge your authority as chair, and I think that is despicable and shouldn't be allowed, and that you need to admonish that individual for continuing to challenge your rulings.
There. I've been trying to be quite open to the honourable member's position that the honourable member was presenting multiple points of privilege, but notice was given of one point of privilege. And we have allowed for 45 minutes of presentation of arguments. I would invite the member to try to sum it up in the next 5 minutes or so we can proceed to other. We usually allow for the debate, the argumentation on the points of privilege once the speaker makes a ruling on the point of privilege. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may. My notice to you respectfully indicated that I was raising 7 questions of privilege. And Madam Chair, if I would invite you, should you require, to suspend, and either I can furnish you with a copy of the letter that was provided to your office as per the requirement with 1 hour's notice, or would perhaps give the table officers the opportunity to get that letter for you.
The Honourable Member of Kingston and the Islands on a point of order.
To the member, in addition to the point of order that was mentioned by the member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, I hope that the member from Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes is not challenging your ruling that you just made, Madam Speaker.
To consult the table officers. To quote the honourable members from Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes letter received this morning, it does say that in the interest of bringing clarity to this procedure, and I'm quoting the letter from the honourable member, from now on the chair will not accept notice of question of proof based on committee reports until after the reports are tabled, which we did. So the honourable member goes on to say, and I quote, I will argue that the report makes out no fewer than 7 breaches of privilege in relation to failures of and it goes on. But the letter refers to one presentation. Should you find a prima facie case of privilege, and I'm quoting the honourable member again, I intend to move the motion which I have attached in draft, which is, as I explained earlier, the normal procedure that when we receive notices of questions of privilege, we get a summary of what the question of privilege is until the Speaker makes a ruling on the order of the question, and then the honourable member will have the opportunity to present the full case. Yes, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Isles, Rideau Lakes.
So, Madam Speaker, as I noted in the letter that there are 7 separate questions of privilege, but did say that I would rise once. The intention is that my indication to the chair was that I would not rise 7 separate times, and that I would rise 1 time for the efficiency of the House, so as to not waste your time, Madam Chair. So I would again just appeal that in your consideration of the amount of time afforded to me in raising these multiple questions, and if it would, if it's necessary, following the conclusion of my stating this current question of privilege, if I should furnish your office with additional letters so that I can raise the outstanding items today, if that lends itself to the efficiency of this place, Madam Chair, I always defer to your rulings.
Sorry, White Rock, yes. On a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I would refer you to Speaker Milliken's ruling from October 18th, 2006, where he defines the issue of concise. It has nothing to do with length, Madam Speaker, and I quote, "It is apparent to me from the examples cited above, the interpretation of the term concise in Standing Order 39 sub 2 has evolved since this rule was first adopted. It is no longer interpreted to mean short or brief, but rather comprehensible. I would argue that this definition of concise should apply across the board to all proceedings and to this questions of privilege. I have been listening, and the material being presented is relevant and comprehensible to the matters before the House, and it's my submission that the member should be allowed to finish his submission." Thank you.
Member for her contribution. Just to answer the honourable members from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes Point, we have allowed for 45 minutes so far of presentation of arguments, and whereas the member claims that there are 7 different points, but they are very similar, and the arguments that the member has brought forth are very similar, I will allow for another few minutes of this, but there is also a matter with that when I'm satisfied that I've heard enough to go for the consideration of the prima facie case, I will then resume proceedings. The honourable member for Leeds, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
A former general legal counsel for this House, Diane Davidson, wrote in a 1994 paper provided to the Standing Joint Committee for the Scrutiny of Regulations, quote, "As the status of public servants and ministers as a question of law only, I would subscribe to the conclusion of the Ontario Law Reform Commission in its 1981 report on witnesses before legislative committees that these witnesses are in the same position as any other witness. In theory, they could be compelled to testify on any issue, answer any question, or produce any document. There is no legally guaranteed immunity from Parliament's broad power to call for information, and therefore no special status is conferred." New Zealand's, end quote. New Zealand's House of Representatives shares the perspective, as McGee notes on page 494, quote, "The power to summon witnesses and order the production of documents is not limited in its application to public servants, government bodies, or other public agencies. It extends to ordering individuals, corporate and private bodies to appear before the House or a committee to give evidence," end quote. In 2013, the United Kingdom's Parliament's Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege considered a government green paper on parliamentary privilege, which, among other things, asked whether Parliament's ability to compel MPs, civil servants, and judges should be extinguished. The committee, at paragraph 87, spoke powerfully against the idea of exempting government employees from the power to send for persons. Quote, reducing committees' powers to call for civil servants would rebalance the relationship between the legislature and the executive in the executive's favor. The Osmotherly rules, which guide officials in their dealings with committees of the two houses, are a creation of the executive, not of Parliament. As a matter of principle, we see no reason why civil servants should be in a different position from other members of the public, end quote. The law clerk advanced the point that there is no immunity for ministerial staff when he appeared before the Ethics Committee on April 12th, and the committee thought fit in Appendix A of the second report to include a summary of his evidence on this very point. Quote, Mr. Dufresne stated that political staff and public servants have no immunity by virtue of their positions from requests to testify before parliamentary committees. He also suggests that the topics of discussion and the different roles that ministers and political staff play have been factors for deciding which person is the more appropriate witness to testify on a given topic, end quote. As to that point, the authorities tend to describe the tendency to show deference toward public servants because it is, in a system of responsible government, ministers who, quite rightly, ought to account to Parliament for policy choices and overall government administration. In the present case, we are not looking to have Messrs. Tice, Singh and Chin account for the merits of helping young Canadians during a pandemic, nor are we looking to discuss the Canada Student Service Grant concept in its broadest terms as the vehicle to deliver the support. They are, bluntly, fact witnesses who directly participated in a number of transactions which led to We Charity's partnership with the Liberal government being conceived, developed, and refined. They personally possess direct knowledge of various transactions and can assist the committee in connecting many of the dots which ministers and senior officials' evidence and documents have laid out. Reverting back to Appendix A, the Ethics Committee further noted, quote, Mr. Dufresne argued that because the House of Commons ordered the witnesses to appear, only the House of Commons has the power to absolve a witness from that order, end quote. In debates this year, the government has sought to compare itself to its predecessor. This was also addressed with the law clerk during his April 12 Ethics Committee appearance, which summarized at Appendix A, quote, in response to members' questions, Mr. Dufresne explained that a similar situation occurred in 2010 when a parliamentary committee ordered political staff to appear. At that time, ministers appeared instead of political staff based on the arguments that ministers were the appropriate witnesses to respond to the committee based on the principles of responsible government. However, he noted that that instance was based on an order from the committee, not an order from the House, end quote. I would also go further and point out that the committee in question, also the Ethics Committee, deliberated on escalating the absence of 3 staff witnesses into a report to the House, but on October 7th, 2010, by a 5-3 vote, negatived a motion to make that report. In the circumstances, I would argue that the 2010 Ethics Committee had, by majority vote, accepted the substitution of ministers for the staff witnesses. Indeed, as the law clerk observed, the originator of the order, the committee in that case, judged compliance with it. And by voting against taking further action, it demonstrated it was satisfied. In short, only the originator of an order can assess compliance or give relief from it. Certainly ministers, or even prime ministers, do not have the authority to waive orders of the House respecting witnesses, as the government House Leader may claim. Harry Evans, former clerk of the Senate of Australia, wrote in a January 29, 1993 memorandum to the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on the powers, functions, and operation of the Australian Loan Council, which forms Appendix 5 of that committee's report, March 1993 interim report, quote, you have sought advice on the hypothesis that the Prime Minister may have improperly interfered with potential witnesses before the committee by directing or encouraging that person, namely the Treasurer, not to assist the committee or to appear before it. The Prime Minister enjoys no special immunity from the provisions relating to interference with witnesses. Evidence that a minister wished to assist a committee and was deterred from doing so by, for example, threats of dismissal from office, could generate proceedings of contempt." End quote. Since then, the Australian Senate has built up a body of experience with respect to the matter of ordering the attendance of ministerial staff at committees. Pages 566 and 567 of Odgers recounts, quote, "The question has occasionally arisen as to whether Senate committees may summon ministerial staff and departmental liaison officers to appear before them and give evidence. Such persons have no immunity against being summoned to attend and give evidence, either under the rules of the Senate or as a matter of law. Departmental liaison officers are not in any different category from other departmental officers. From time to time, it has been suggested that ministerial staff are in a special category and should not give evidence before parliamentary committees. Such staff have, however, appeared before Senate committees and given evidence both voluntarily and under summons. In February 1995, the then Minister of Finance, Mr. Beasley, declined to allow the Director of National Media Liaison Services to appear before a Senate committee to give evidence about the activities of the NMLS on the grounds that the person was a member of ministerial staff. The Senate passed a resolution directing that person to appear before the committee, and he subsequently appeared and gave evidence accordingly. The preamble to the Senate's resolution pointed out that the NMLS was provided with public funds, and it was stated in debate that the resolution did not set a precedent for summoning ministerial staff, but the passage of the resolution indicates...
To call the honourable member to order. I think I've heard the gist of the point of privilege, and we will proceed to orders of the day. I have made the decision. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to let you know that the NDP reserves the right to be able to respond to this question of privilege.
The honourable member is duly noted. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Same for the Bloc Québécois. We reserve the right to reply at a later time.
Yes, the honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Chair, if you'd find it acceptable, I'd just like a future opportunity to perhaps furnish your office with some of my arguments in a written form, and after having heard from other colleagues, I would just also note that while the chair has decided that the points were similar to this point, I would also just offer respectfully that there is an issue dissimilar to those points in the matter of a minister of the Crown misleading a committee during testimony. And so offer that for the chair's consideration.
But the honourable member will submit the whole. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie on 5 minutes of
He's not here.
questions and comments.
He's not here.
So renewing.
We would normally resume debate. Monsieur Therrien.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de La Prairie.
Mon Dieu, merci.
Why, thank you.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, ça me fait plaisir d'être avec vous.
I'm pleased to be here with you to discuss the motion tabled by the Liberal Party to grant more time at end of session so that we can work on bills and to sit for longer times. 3 days would be affected. Monday and Wednesday, we'd sit until midnight, and Friday until 4:30. That's not what was originally proposed. Normally, that's never an issue. People here, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, we're hardworking. When we're asked to sit for longer periods of time, almost always we say yes, because there are many bills on the table, and this allows us to move them forward. However, this is a particular year. The debate was a little more difficult, which is the least I can say considering what we've heard from the Conservatives for the last 2 days. Things have been a little more difficult. Why? Normally, this is easy, and now it's more difficult.
It's because of the pandemic. Because we're working in a situation where the Parliament is hybrid, and that leads to complications. When Parliament is hybrid, there are difficulties to get the committees going the way we should. We have to make choices because resources are limited. And our interpreters, who are doing extraordinary work, well, listen, they're overtaxed. That means we have to take into consideration that more time we spend in the House of Commons, less we'll be able to spend at committee. It's an opportunity cost. If you do more on one side, you'll have to give up something else. That's why the debate was a little more acrimonious, let's say. Let's keep it respectful. Discussions did occur with the government, and what was proposed originally eliminated 8 committees a week, which was a lot. Because as you know, committee work is extremely important, and cutting 8 committees per week in favor of the House is fine, except that means that committee work would have been a lot more difficult. And that's how we ended up with time allocation. I see the Honourable Member Jonquière, who's rising on a point of order. I heard my colleague from La Prairie say that he was sharing his time with me. I clearly heard that. There might have been a problem with translation. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. My honourable colleague for Jonquière is absolutely right. I did mention it, but it was my inner voice. And I couldn't express it because I was at a loss for words. It happens sometimes. I'm very sorry. It's kind of you to give us the chance to share the time. And you'll see that you won't regret it, because the member for Jonquière is a great speaker. You'll be impressed by what he has to say. So, let me come back to the subject at hand. Because of this, there was less time than we would have preferred to have. But the situation is a bit particular. Not only do we have the pandemic, which is making things more complicated and limiting the resources that we can do at committee and in the House, there's something else going on. And you're going to be impressed at just how accurate what I have to say is. We're in a minority parliament. You don't look very surprised. So what can this do? This means that we can have elections at any time. And some expect, I'll say it carefully, some are expecting to have an election called in August, September, October. Over the weekend, we heard the Prime Minister say on various television stations, it's as though he were getting ready. It was like he had his running shoes on and he was just about ready to get going for an election. So we have to prepare for that. So there's plenty of irons in the fire. There's a lot of documents on the table that just need a little push to pass. So this is the fruit of a considerable amount of labor. Some bills have been waiting for quite some time, and we have to try to move them forward so that we can say our effort led to something. The government has recently told us that they had priorities. C6, C10. Let me restart. It's like I'm calling bingo here. C6, conversion therapy. That's one of its priorities. C10, the Broadcasting Act. C12, on climate change. C19, elections during a pandemic. And C30 for the budget. Those are the government's absolute priorities. There's other priorities that they'd like to bring forward at committee. I won't talk a lot about it, but C21, C22, and we have to push those bills forward. At the Bloc Québécois, for reasons we've already explained, we absolutely want C10 to be passed. And we want it to be validated by the Parliament and Senate, because the cultural sector, and you know this, If there's someone here who knows Quebec, it's you. You're the member for Brossard. And Brossard-Saint-Lambert, as the member for that riding, you know there's artists who have called you to say, Madam Vice Speaker, please do something. This bill has to pass. It's Quebec's cultural vitality that depends on it. And you know that Quebec's culture is essential. It's the soul of a country. It has to pass. Quebecers have said it. The National Assembly has voted on it with a unanimous vote. And you know that culture matters to Quebec. That's what we want. And that's why the Bloc Québécois is working very hard so that we can get to that goal. What has to be understood is that, unfortunately, the Liberal Party, which is leading the government, I've been in Parliament for some time now, and I was ready to be impressed. I was saying this will be impressive. 338 MPs who are managing a country that is immense. It's got to be so effective and efficient. And then I looked at the legislative calendar and how it was managed, and more than once, I was disappointed. Very disappointed. It was as though they didn't want to get to the end. It just didn't seem serious all the time. For example, C-19. For elections during a pandemic. We worked really hard at PROC. We had 11 meetings, met 20 experts at every level. We finished that report after they tabled the bill. If I were sensitive, I would say that that's an unfortunate way of doing things, because all that effort was done to propose some solutions so that the government could hear us and then make a smart bill. Well, what they did, for 3 months, they tabled this before we were done at committee, so they couldn't look at what we had to say. And just 3 months later, they started talking about it in the House, and they talked about it for 4 hours. And then they said, well, we're in a hurry now. 5 hours condensed into 5 months condensed into 4 hours. And then at committee, at PROC, we wanted to move C-19 forward. We worked on prorogation. We wanted the Prime Minister. And they filibustered for 3 months. And then after the filibuster, we said, okay, could we maybe continue our work? And then they accused us of slowing this down. But it was the Liberals, who are the governing party, who had filibustered and blocked the committee. So once again, we were stuck working on a bill at the last minute, which was C-19. That's the way that the government manages its legislative calendar. For C-10, they waited for ministers. It was really quite something. And that committee was blocked. And now, we're excited, like a puppy who hears the doorbell, and now we're late. But there are the ones who are the artisans of this problem that we're dealing with today. We're being squeezed, and they're saying that if you don't cooperate, you're not nice. Well, that's the result of bad legislative management. And the Bloc Québécois, in spite of everything, we're going to support this motion because we want to get things moving forward for Quebec.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in regards to C-10, it was encouraging to see the bloc support the need for allocation of time so we could get it out of the committee stage. Madam Speaker, I want to reflect in terms of what's taken place in the last two and a half plus hours, and to put it in a perspective of how the Conservatives want to be able to squander opportunities and ultimately filibuster. In 2 hours, 24 members of the House could have and should have had the opportunity to be able to ultimately debate on the budget legislation, Madam Speaker. That would be 4 members at length, others through questions and comments. That's 24 members, and that's only for 2 hours. I'm wondering if the bloc, my member from the Bloc Party, just give his indication whether or not they would have preferred to have listened to what we heard today or to have had a debate on the budget.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for his comments. Well, yes, of course, we would have preferred to discuss C30 or something else. But you can't say that the Liberals have never done anything inappropriate like this. You know, I was on a commission for 3 months where I heard Liberal members filibuster for 3 months. So, you know, often you want to throw stones, but you shouldn't throw stones if you live in a glass house. The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I know he said that he's been here for about 1.5 years, and I would remind him that normally in May and June we often do sit until midnight, and that was a tradition even before the Liberals were in office. And certainly the Bloc Québécois does like to speak expansively in committees as well, so I think we could all be pointing fingers in that regard. But, you know, we have bills here that are important for people in our communities, notably the LGBTQ community. I have a number of people from that community who told me how important it was to ban conversion therapy. And if you look at what happened last Friday, it was clear that the Conservatives were really making things dysfunctional. So I'd like to hear his comments about some of these dilatory tactics the Conservatives have been using and the importance of passing the bills that the Canadians and Quebecers gave us a mandate to pass. The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. It's true that in the House and in committee, we often talk extensively and, often we have a lot of intelligent things to say. We talk a lot because we have a lot of things to say. But one thing that we would never do, I swear we would never do this, is what the Liberals did recently. They deprived this House and committees of 5 weeks by proroguing. I swear, Madam Speaker, we would never prorogue the federal parliament. We will never do that.
Questions and comments? Yes. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll keep my my comments short and sweet. And as I think our honourable colleague actually summed it up quite concisely. And through you, Madam Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague is, would he not agree there is one group that controls the legislative agenda in this House, and that is the government, who has dithered and delayed more than anyone. So for them to cast stones at us and the opposition for holding up their legislative agenda, that is false.
The honourable member. Thank you. Well, I want to thank the member for his comments. He has a good point. I'm the House leader for the Bloc Québécois here, and sometimes we show up at the leaders' meetings and we look at the schedule, the calendar, and everyone wants to move forward quickly. But unfortunately, we can't always see what the government's vision was for these different bills. And some bills, seem to be more important for them. So yes, it is very problematic and inefficient the way the government manages the calendar. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As my charming colleague, the member for La Prairie, said earlier, we will be supporting the motion because, we are constructive people. And I agree with what he was saying. You know, it's like when you're in a dysfunctional relationship. Sometimes you have to ask, how did we end up here? Without blaming anyone in particular, I think maybe we could talk a bit about some of my Liberal colleagues' attitudes and the Conservatives as well. In recent weeks, the Liberals didn't want to provide a lot of information to parliamentarians. And I think that created a lot of anger among their Conservative colleagues. In recent weeks, we've seen that the atmosphere has not been productive and pleasant. And for their part, our Conservative colleagues have certainly wasted some time in the House. We saw that today. When our Conservative colleagues were calling for votes on questions that were not particularly relevant, you know, during that time, my colleague, the member for Côte-de-Beaupré, was saying, oh, you know, it's a difficult time of year. You know, the government and the Conservative Party both often say that we need to have a Team Canada approach. But, you know, it's difficult to love people like this. When they're acting like this, between the Conservatives filibustering and the Liberals' refusal to issue important information. It's hard to want to feel a part of Team Canada. And yet, on the legislative agenda, there were a lot of interesting items, things that I cared about, notably C12 on climate change. There's going to be a recovery plan tabled by the government, supposedly a green recovery. I'm not really sure if it's going to be green or not. Yesterday, they announced that they're going to be producing hydrogen from oil. I don't see how that's particularly green. But, you know, we do want to see strong legislation on climate change. Unfortunately, we don't know if C12 is going to get through committee because we're going to lack for time. Now, then there's C10. You know, culture is really, really important. In Quebec, I know that the Conservatives have a very different opinion than we do on that one. We believe it's going to support the cultural sector, and they believe it's going to attack the freedom of expression. But that's no reason to paralyze all of Parliament by raising points of order that are, in my opinion, a bit far-fetched. I think they could have taken a better approach on that one. Well, and then there's C6, and this is really a perfect example of bad faith, in my opinion. You know, C6 is about a ban on conversion therapy. When I was listening to the debates, I was really moved last week. There were, and you know, terrible things said by the Conservatives. They drew parallels between sexual orientation and therapies that you would normally apply to a pathology, a sickness. So I thought that was really sort of done in bad faith. So to the question, how did we get here? I have the impression that between the Liberals and the Conservatives, there were people who really just dug their heels in on their ideological positions. And maybe they cared more about their personal interests than the broader good. And that can happen in politics sometimes. When you focus too much on your own partisan interests, you sometimes lose sight of the common good. So what's the result? Well, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, we've kind of come to the end of what a hybrid parliament can do. Because I think we have to be aware as well that one of the things slowing us down is the fact that we're having to deal with the pandemic. You know, the interpreters do exceptional work. For us, for the francophones in this House, they're really essential. You know what they say. There are two official languages in Canada, English and English that's been translated into French. So we know that, they're getting tired out during these hybrid parliament sessions. And that's something that we don't always take into account sufficiently well. They do exceptional work in committee. They do exceptional work here. Sometimes I think that the certain MPs don't pay attention. They're not using the right equipment. They may not be aware that there are consequences for the interpreter's health. So I do think that that is one of the ways in which we're coming up against the wall of what we can really do with this hybrid parliament. At the same time, I think we need to recognize what we owe to these people. And if I could take just a couple of seconds to congratulate and thank the interpreters who work for us, and also the technicians, Yeah, the IT support staff. We all have colleagues who are a little bit older and maybe struggling with technology a little bit. The clerks as well. Committee clerks are not dealing with an easy situation here. They're working longer hours, and I get the impression that they're already dealing with a very heavy workload. And this is the responsibility of the government, too, to make sure that the human resources are there and that people are not getting burned out or overworked. And that's something the government may need to continue working on. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, we've said in this party that we're ready to work together. Maybe we're not super comfortable with the Team Canada approach, but I think we showed that we were ready to work collaboratively. And if everybody did that, I think that these important bills like C6, C10, and C12 could be passed in the coming weeks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et comments.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the comments. A number of the comments have been expressed by the member from the Bloc Party, and as I indicated to the previous speaker, the Bloc have demonstrated that there is a need, even at times from their perspective, to support time allocation. And to support government legislation. And C10 is an excellent example of that. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way could give his thoughts. If time allocation was not being used in regards to C10, what would he have anticipated would have been the potential problem, whether it's at the committee stage or third reading, given the Conservative opposition to the legislation?
The Honourable Member. Well, I may not be well enough steeped in parliamentary culture, like my colleague, but I can tell him that C10 probably would have moved forward much more quickly if the government hadn't prorogued Parliament. That I can say, and I'm pretty convinced on that point. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Langford, Malahat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. It's all quite all right. I would just like to, I was looking at the parliamentary calendar, and, it does say, Madam Speaker, that we are scheduled to return to the House on Monday, September the 20th. And of course, the reason why we're having all of this drama over extended sitting hours and the government trying to rush bills through is because it's widely expected the Liberals are going to call an election. I mean, let's just face the facts here. Would the member not agree that the Liberals are just, kind of underwriting this whole crisis with their march to a sure election call this summer?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, I agree with the member's analysis. I think if we knew for sure that we were coming back in September, there wouldn't be such a sense of urgency. But I'm fairly sure that in September we'll have other fish to fry, and we will eventually be coming back here to our seats in the House. But yes, I agree with him. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte d'Orléans. No, wait.
Beauport,
Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you're welcome to visit the riding anytime. So I want to thank my distinguished colleague, whom I particularly like, for his speech. He spoke about C10. Recently on TV, I saw a health official explaining to a group of journalists that some of the money dedicated to public health needs to go not just to psychologists and psychiatrists and so on, but also to culture, because she felt that one of the big factors of people's personal recovery would be culture, would be music and art. And that's why I think it's so important to pass C10 as quickly as possible. So I'd like to hear my colleague talk about that point. The honourable member. Well, a very intelligent question. I really like this question, and I would even invite her to share that TV clip with the Conservative member who said that culture was outdated, that it didn't deserve any subsidies, that this was a relic of the 1990s, and so on. When the Conservative member said that, I thought she was talking about oil, but I guess not.
Honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll just very briefly ask the member who spoke about the paralyzing of all of Parliament by raising points of order and really stopping debate on issues that are important to Quebecers. And just on that note, I'll give my condolences to the member on another femicide that has happened in Quebec very recently. And we're seeing almost every week in Quebec that women are being the victims of domestic abuse. So I ask the member, when he sees the Conservatives calling all of these points of order, when he sees the debate just being halted in this House, and preventing the good work that individual Canadians really need our government to do, how does he feel about that? How does he...
I have to give the honourable member 10 seconds for an answer. L'honorable député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, the link between homicides of women and what I was talking about, I mean, perhaps there's a link to be made there. I mean, I might make a link between Bill C6 on conversion therapy, which is a bill that could be passed quickly if our Conservative friends were willing to accept it. That's what I would say.
My members, déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Davenport.
Madam Speaker, my riding of Davenport is home to the largest Portuguese community in Canada, and I am proud to stand up in the House of Commons today, the official day of Portugal, Camões, and the Portuguese communities, and to celebrate it during the month of June, which we all know is now recognized nationally as Portugal Heritage Month. Due to COVID, we have to celebrate differently this year, but one day soon, hope to engage in activities surrounded by a sea of red and green, filled with twirling rancho dancers and bandas proudly marching with their instruments. I want to thank all the Portuguese leaders, clubs, associations, and media who've tirelessly promoted the love of Portuguese culture, language, and community to all Canadians. So whether you're ordering a meal from a favorite churrascaria, listening to some fado, watching Ronaldo in the World Cup, or having a glass of excellent Douro or Alentejo wine, take the time to celebrate Portugal this month. Viva Portugal and Viva Canada. Obrigada, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honour the life of Ed Trubinsky of Cornwall, PEI, who passed away last month. Ed, a veteran, served for 42 years in Canada's armed forces, joining at age 16. His postings were all over the world, including Germany, Cyprus, and as an NCO at the Canadian Embassy in Tehran during the 1979 Iran hostage crisis. His medal rack was full of international honors, too many to name. A 1982 posting brought him to CFB Summerside, and he never left the island for work again, spending the rest of his career at Veterans Affairs and Foreign Affairs, retiring in 2003. Following retirement, his passion became helping to deliver medical humanitarian aid to destinations like Cuba, sometimes several times a year with not just tourists. Even a hefty generator delivered to Haiti. Ed could cajole substantial medical supply donations and even get a break from the airlines. Thank you, Ed, for your service. We salute you. Condolences to Lynn and family.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, Canadians cherish our books of remembrance as a way for those not able to visit a final resting place to pay their respects to our fallen men and women in uniform. In 2005, a seventh book was dedicated to those who died in the service of Canada during the Cold War. At Veterans Committee, we heard from retired Major James McMullen, who served our country for 38 years and spent more than 10 years of his retirement visiting and documenting every military cemetery in Europe with Canadians who were posted, died, and buried since October 147. Shockingly, his records indicate that 396 individuals buried outside of Canada, 3/4 of those who died, have not been included in the seventh Book of Remembrance. Mr. McMullen's appeal to the Government of Canada to ensure all names are memorialized has fallen on deaf ears. In memory of Canada's Cold War contribution and those who never returned home, the government should admit an error was made and ensure that those who died as a result of their service will forever be remembered, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the town of Saint-Basile-le-Grand, which is one of the municipalities in Montarville, is now celebrating the 150th anniversary of its foundation. Indeed, Basile Degnaud was leader of a community that took steps to create their own parish, which was created in 1870, and 1 year later, the municipality was incorporated. We would like to thank the various efforts made to pay tribute to this man who played an important role in the community and who became the first mayor of that new community. Saint-Basile-le-Grand will be celebrating its 150th anniversary with a great deal of programming, despite the current health situation. I think all the inhabitants of the community will be so happy to celebrate after these months of lockdown. I'd like to wish them a wonderful 150th anniversary. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Since 2015, our federal government has chosen to invest in infrastructure throughout Canada. This investment will guarantee that our communities can develop. And Laval and my riding, Alfred Pellan, have greatly benefited from this. There's been $1 million for a natural gas refueling station, $1 million for the Centre d'Exploration in the Rivière-des-Mille-Îles Park, $8 million for Montmorency College, $45 million for the Laval Transportation Corporation, $85 million for Pius 9 Bridge, and $260 million for Highway 19. Thanks to these investments, our government is showing its commitment to being a partner in projects that support our Laval community in partnership with the town of Laval. We will continue to remain a partner for Alfred Pellan and a partner for all inhabitants of Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Grand Prairie Mackenzie. Mr. Speaker, freedom to speak is a cornerstone of a free society. Bill C-10 threatens that freedom and opens the door for the government to be able to decide what is acceptable speech and what is unacceptable. Democracy rests on the rights of a free people to speak freely and to freely debate and decide what are good ideas and what are bad ideas. I trust Canadians to engage in robust debates and wisely seek out truth without the government looking over their shoulders. But it is no wonder that it's this government, whose entire philosophy is based on weak and faulty ideas, that is trying to ram this legislation through before an election. But Canadians will not be silenced, and they know that C-10 is simply an attempt to limit their ability to challenge those in power. I will continue to fight against the passage of this flawed and dangerous legislation. Attempts to silence Canadians is wrong, and I will continue to fight and defend the rights of Canadians to freely challenge those in power.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, my wife and I have 2 boys, and like many racialized families, we try to teach our sons to be proud of their South Asian heritage. We encourage them to wear traditional clothing, so on religious occasions like Eid, the kurta pajamas come out. I often thought that the worst outcome for parents like us would be that your kids might grow up embarrassed of their heritage. But after the attack in London, I realized that the worst fear is that your kids might actually be scared about their heritage. The vigil this week, after a terrorist filled with Islamophobic rage killed a Muslim family simply because of their faith, we heard about young kids who are now asking, "Mom, do I look too Muslim?" No Muslim should be afraid to dress how they choose, to fear that visibly manifesting their religion makes them a target for lethal violence. Yet this is the legacy of the London attack. We need to call out anti-Muslim sentiment by name, Islamophobia. We need to call out politically motivated violence for what it is, terrorism. We need to work to address the root cause of this hatred, radicalization online. That is the work I'm committed to, and I urge all of my colleagues in this chamber to join me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, in June, we celebrate Portuguese Heritage Month, a great time to recognize and celebrate the contributions of Canadians of Portuguese descent. And today, June 10th, is Portugal Day, commemorated both in Portugal and around the world by Portuguese, in honor of the 16th century poet Luís Vaz de Camões, whose prose captured Portugal's age of discovery. It's a special day of pride for me, both as a Portuguese Canadian and as a resident of Mississauga, a city with over 20,000 Luso-Canadians. Canada is now home to one of the largest Portuguese diasporas in the world, with nearly 500,000 people of Portuguese origin calling Canada home. This past year has been very difficult. Personally, I've seen many losses within our Luso community, here and back in Portugal. We know we are all in this together, much stronger and closer than ever before. Again, to our Luso community, Feliz Dia de Portugal, Viva Canada, Viva Portugal, Obrigado, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Yesterday, Alberta and TC Energy announced the devastating news of the official termination of the Keystone XL project. Canada's oil and gas industry has long been a sector which has fostered economic growth and prosperity for thousands of hardworking Canadians, generating tax revenues which support social programs and infrastructure like schools and hospitals. However, a guilty pleasure of this Liberal government is watching the destruction of this industry, which is, after all, this Prime Minister's goal. Liberals shower the industry and its workers with empty praise while implementing policies that serve to hasten its demise. Western Canadians deserve the security and dignity that comes with a secure, stable, and well-paying job. Canada's Conservatives will secure the future and enact a comprehensive jobs plan to get Canadians back to work in the oil and gas sector and in every other industry in Canada.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, as we talk infrastructure during Canada's Infrastructure Week, it is not just about building roads and bridges. It's about investing in infrastructure that builds strong communities across the country and delivers a better quality of life for Canadians. That's why the Government of Canada announced a historic $10.4 billion investment for 4 shovel-ready public transit projects in the GTA, including the Yonge North Subway extension. These investments support strong cities and respect transit decisions made by local decision makers based on what is best for their communities. Our York Region Liberal Caucus, since the onset, advocated for the Yonge North Subway extension, and the government listened, with this $5.6 billion transformational project set to benefit over 1.2 million York Region residents. Mr. Speaker, we're making sure that every dollar invested in infrastructure counts, creating good jobs and growing the economy post-COVID-19, tackling climate change, and building more inclusive communities for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This pandemic has exposed global vulnerabilities to biological threats and shown that progress in biotechnology could be exploited for hostile ends. That's why security breaches at Winnipeg's National Microbiology Lab must not be ignored. 2 scientists were fired from this lab after the Canadian Security Intelligence Service recommended that their clearances be revoked. Chinese military scientists were granted access to work in the lab, and deadly viruses were transferred from this lab to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. These national security concerns must be explained. The government was ordered to provide critical documents to the Canada-China Committee, but has refused to do so. Instead, to avoid accountability, the Prime Minister submitted them to a committee that he controls and can subsequently silence. This was not his decision to make. The Prime Minister must abide by the will of Parliament. Canada's national security depends upon it.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the release today of the Ethics Committee's report into the WE scandal shows how comfortable the Liberals are with unethical and corrupt behaviour. It shows in detail how the Prime Minister gave $500 million contract to the WE charity. This is an organization run by well-connected Liberals that paid over $500,000 in fees and expenses to the Prime Minister's families. It paid $20,000 to fly the Prime Minister's wife abroad for their event and spent over $10,000 to produce and promote campaign-style advertising for the Prime Minister. The amount of financial and in-kind benefit that the Prime Minister and his family have received from WE is outrageous. These facts and the appearance of a clear conflict of interest on top of the Billionaires Island scandal, the SNC-Lavalin scandal, and the illegal casino magnet scandal, among others, Mr. Speaker, have been severely damaging to Canadians' confidence in their democratic institutions. Canadians deserve better, and they can count on Conservatives to secure accountability.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Women's National Housing and Homelessness Network, homelessness amongst women, girls, and gender-diverse peoples in Canada is a crisis hiding in plain sight. They explain the extent of the problem is difficult to fully understand due to the hidden nature of their homelessness and the way women tend to avoid traditional shelters and other options, since these spaces tend to be dominated by men. That puts women in precarious scenarios as they rely on relational and potentially dangerous supports when what they really need is a system that understands their needs and a housing policy that prioritizes them. Le réseau identifie 8 défis et
The network identifies 8 challenges and opportunities that could end homelessness among women, girls, and gender-diverse people. It believes that these obstacles can't be overcome.
Housing strategy funds for the unique needs of women and girls, it is critical that responses to homelessness amongst women, girls, and gender-diverse peoples are urgently prioritized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Jacques Parizeau is a monument in Quebec's history. He was one of the main figures in the Quiet Revolution, and he played a central role in the nationalization of electricity, as well as the creation of the Régie des Rangs du Québec, the Société Générale de Financement, and the Caisse de dépôt et placement du Québec. Then, after having been perhaps the greatest Minister of Finance in the history of Quebec, Jacques Parizeau, in 1994, became Premier of Quebec as leader of the Parti Québécois, and he came within a few thousand votes of finally giving Québécois their own country. People called him Monsieur, and he was a great Monsieur. He was a statesman, devoted to public service. He was a monument. And that is what the Jacques Parizeau Fund of the Greater Montreal Foundation wants to offer him, a monument in the gardens of the National Assembly with other great premiers. I would invite all Québécoises and Québécois to go on the site of the Greater Montreal Foundation and contribute to the Jacques Parizeau Fund, so that Monsieur gets a tribute worthy of the recognition of his country, Quebec.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Incidents of anti-Semitism are on the rise in Canada, and the incidents speak for themselves. The annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents showed that for the 5th straight year, Canada has set a record in 2020 with 2,600 incidents, an increase of more than 18%. Another report showed that there were 50 incidents of anti-Semitic activity in the GTA in May alone, a five-fold increase over the previous few months. A 21-year-old girl in Montreal stated, "I felt like I'm going to have to hide the fact that I was born in Israel for the rest of my life living in Canada. It is that frightening." She said that after being pelted with rocks. Anti-Semitism is in the rise across Canada, and this type of activity cannot be tolerated. So why is the Liberal Party offering safe harbor to someone who described Israel as a state of apartheid? Why is the Prime Minister accepting and welcoming anti-Semitic activity within his own caucus?
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, today, everywhere where there are people with Portuguese origins, Portugal Day is being celebrated. What we are celebrating is everything that has formed Portuguese culture over the centuries, not military conquests, not even so-called discoveries. We're celebrating all elements of Portuguese history, azulejos, cartography, a symbiotic relationship with the oceans, and a very tasty use of the ocean's treasures. Portuguese culture is very well represented by Pastéis de Natas, but it also is the source of fertile and world-renowned literature, from Camões to Fernando Pessoa, as well as Fado, which rocks us from the cradle to the tomb, as well as simple but delicious gastronomy with spices discovered in the 16th century, as well as a judicious use of sea salt. To be Lusitanian, or either in Portugal or elsewhere in the world, means living out your best life without suffering too much from saudade. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister suggested that the breach at the Winnipeg lab was espionage, but later he wouldn't confirm it. Canadians are getting a little tired of the shell game that the Liberal government is playing with our national security. Will the government confirm that espionage by Communist China was taking place at the Winnipeg laboratory? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is playing a very dangerous game. As the Prime Minister has stated, we have provided the documents that they asked for to the Canada-China Committee with protections in place for privacy and national security. We then went further and provided unredacted documents to the only committee that has members with security clearance, as well as the right safety protocols. Mr. Speaker, I suggest the member opposite go back to his conspiracy theory drawing board.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's sad to see the political games and cover-ups that member and the government is willing to go to with respect to a breach at our Level 4 biosecurity lab in Winnipeg. This is a lab working with the deadliest viruses in the world. You need 2 security clearances to work at that lab, and a security breach of that nature is catastrophic, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians have questions. We don't need cover-ups from a parliamentary secretary. We need to know, will the government follow the order of this Parliament and disclose to all Canadians the nature of their security breach?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, only the Leader of the Opposition consider the fact that our government has provided all of the documents unredacted in a secure manner to be somehow a cover-up. Mr. Speaker, either the member opposite doesn't understand national security or he simply doesn't care. But, Mr. Speaker, we have provided those documents. We have faith in the hard-working members of NSICOP and the Secretariat that support them to be able to do this work, to provide that transparency while maintaining the safety and security of our national security systems in Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed in the Parliamentary Secretary. She should know that I take the national security of our country extremely seriously, which is why I served 12 years in the Canadian Armed Forces, and which is why I'm concerned that there's been an infiltration at the top lab in Canada. Yesterday, one of Canada's top security experts said that Chinese agents had infiltrated the lab under the watch of this Liberal government. We know that the lab's director resigned shortly after this breach. Parliament has a responsibility to examine a failure of this nature. Why is that member continuing to cover up a failure to protect Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition cares about national security, he has a pretty funny way of showing it. But, Mr. Speaker, we have provided all of the documents unredacted to NSICOP. And, Mr. Speaker, since the member opposite referenced his service, let me point out a quote from a professor from the Royal Military College of Canada in reference to the work of NSICOP. And they said, quote, "I think it demonstrates the value of having an independent review of organizations by parliamentarians of the changes that the government has put in place. I think the NSICOP report is very important for everyone to read. NSICOP is respected."
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, hier...
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister implied that the breach at the Winnipeg lab was connected to espionage, but didn't want to confirm it. The Liberals have always been about hiding information. Will the Liberal government confirm that spying by Communist China did take place at the Winnipeg lab? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, only the Leader of the Opposition thinks that the government providing all of the documentation unredacted, as well as the documentation in a secure form to two separate committees is somehow a cover-up. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is playing a dangerous game with national security matters for his own political stunts. We will not engage in that. We have the faith of the hard-working members of NSICOP. I know just how hard they work. I was a member, and I also understand the security measures that go in place to ensure that members have the right security clearance and documents are held in a sense.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Canadians deserve a serious answer to a serious issue. The Winnipeg lab is the highest level of security. That means they work with the most deadly viruses in the world. It's been a disaster for this government to have a security breach of this nature. It's very, very serious, Mr. Speaker. Is this government trying to hide its own failure to protect Canadians? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what is sad, or what Canadians deserve, is a leader of the opposition who doesn't put the national security of Canadians at risk for a political stunt based on his own innuendo and conspiracy theories. Mr. Speaker, we have provided all of the documents. I don't know how many times the government has to say that, in a manner that is safe and secure, unredacted. But to those members, and Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the leader doesn't have confidence in his own members on the NSICOP committee to review this material.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Quebec should be wary of Bill C-30. The federal government is using it to relaunch the Pan-Canadian Securities Regulator. If established, this regulator would wipe out Montreal's financial sector in favour of Toronto. That's why Quebec has opposed it for 40 years and why the National Assembly has passed 4 unanimous resolutions against it. In C-30, the Bloc has managed to cut the funding for the office tasked with creating this regulator, but the Liberals are trying everything they can to bring it back through an amendment. The vote could be Monday. Will the Liberals respect the unanimous wish of Quebec and withdraw their amendment? The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. With respect, I disagree with his characterization of the funding designated for the Canadian Securities Transition Office. That organization cooperates with willing partners at the provincial level on securities regulation and on other important matters, including tax evasion. It is the government's view that this organization does good work, but I would point out that provinces that do not wish to cooperate with the CSTO are not forced to in any way, shape, or form, and I look forward to the debate on that proposed amendment.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's economic nationalism is at stake with C30. We need a strong Quebec-based financial regulator to protect our headquarters, support the growth of our companies, and for everything to be done in French. We're the 13th largest financial centre in the world in Montreal. That's what the federal government wants to destroy by centralizing activities in Toronto. The Bloc also managed to cut funding to the office tasked with creating this securities regulator, this single regulator. The Liberals are trying everything they can to bring it back with an amendment to C30. Will they withdraw that amendment? The Quebec business circles are watching. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just reinforce this essential point. The Canadian Securities Transition Office in no way, shape, or form impacts the jurisdiction of Quebec to manage its own securities regulation. They are free to behave in the way that they deem fit. It's an opportunity for provinces who wish to cooperate on important issues, not just securities regulation, but also on money laundering and tax evasion and other important financial matters. This organization does important work for the benefit of all Canadians, and to the extent that Quebec wishes to pursue an independent process to achieve those outcomes, it is free to do so, and this amendment will not change that.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. With the We Charity scandal, we know what we have to do with the Liberals now. Take them by the hand. We have to tell them, no, it's not okay to only think about the interests of your ultra-rich cronies. No, it's not okay. We Charity had privileged access to the finance minister. What a bunch of kids. You have to tell them everything. Otherwise, they can't control themselves and they'll start acting up again. Joking aside, will the Liberals commit to implementing all the recommendations in the report released by the Ethics Committee this morning? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we respect our parliamentary institutions, including independent officers of Parliament, such as the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. We also appreciate the work of committees. The opposition seems to be focused on playing partisan politics during a pandemic, rather than focusing on the needs of Canadians. Today, we could have been debating the Implementation Act to actually bring about measures that would extend interest on student loans, that would extend, waiving interest on student loans, as well as extend rent and wage subsidies as examples. We appreciate their work. I look forward to reading the report and getting back to the member.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government spent a year stalling, filibustering, even shutting down Parliament, but they haven't been able to hide the fact that the WE scandal did not come from the civil service. The scheme was politically driven by key political ministers to help their friends, the Kielburger brothers. In an unprecedented economic crisis, the Prime Minister turned key government departments into an open bar for his friends and cronies, and they in turn hired his relatives and flew his family and the finance minister around the world. This goes to the Prime Minister. During the WE scandal, Canadian students and the taxpayers were the losers. When is he going to clean up the ethical mess in Ottawa and within his own ministries and his own cabinet?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner had investigated the matter, and his report clears the Prime Minister of all allegations. And let me go directly from the report on page 3. And I'm quoting, the Prime Minister did not contravene subsection 6(1), section 7, or section 21 of the Act. And further, on page 3, the Commission writes, and I quote again, there is no evidence of impropriety in relation to the Prime Minister's decision-making in relation to this matter. And the Commissioner's conclusion on page 40, and I quote again, I cannot conclude that a contravention has occurred. That's it.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, our court system and procedures have to be impartial, non-biased, and above all, non-partisan. However, the use of liberalist in the judicial appointment system is a huge source of concern. According to the French CBC, a former Liberal staffer back in 2019 himself said that it was the stuff of scandal. For once, a Liberal was apparently right. How are Canadians supposed to maintain their confidence in our court system? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, when our government was elected in 2015, we implemented a more serious and responsible system for appointing judges of the highest caliber. And the system is merit-based. It's based on the expertise of various candidates and recommendations of various advisory bodies. We are proud of those who've been appointed since this system was implemented, which come from diverse horizons and backgrounds. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Liberal government is fixing its mistakes only after they've been exposed. With the partisan Liberal list, the government could favour candidates who support the Liberal Party. The Justice Minister said that he was the only one. He alone made the recommendations, but we know that PMO took part in the screening. Why did the minister insist that the recommendations came from him alone when that wasn't true? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I spoke of our transparent and serious process that has been used to screen some 400 applications, and the system is unprecedented. Among those appointed under the new process since 2015, 50% are women, 11% are visible minorities, 6% identify as LGBT, 3% as Indigenous, and 2% are people with disabilities. That shows how effective our new system is, and we will continue to ensure that it is serious, transparent, and merit-based.
Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
We heard the parliamentary secretary give a lot of stats there. How about 25% of the judges that they've appointed are Liberal donors? They keep parroting the same tired talking points. But we know the higher your donations, the better your chance of finding yourself on the bench with this Liberal government. Now they're saying they'll only use public databases to vet these appointments, where, surprise, Liberal donation records can still be found. When will this Liberal Justice Minister start appointing judges based on merit and merit alone?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we have done is taken significant steps to create a better process for appointing judges, one that ensures that our judiciary reflects the country that it serves. Let's be clear, all judicial appointments are made by merit. There are no partisan considerations in the decision-making process. In fact, when we formed government, we removed the partisanship that was in place under the Harper government and brought in a more independent and a more rigorous process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Yeah, the parliamentary secretary must be talking about how rigorously they check their Liberal donation database, because that's what reports are telling us today. They have to stop using Liberal lists because that's how they've been making their selections. The Justice Minister said, quote, "There is no partisanship in my decision-making process." Quote, "Well, an internal Liberal donation database seems to be quite partisan." So when the PMO is vetting and the PMO is approving and top Liberals have their fingers on the scale, we have a problem. Did the Justice Minister willingly mislead the House when he decided to cover up the Liberals' partisan appointment process?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate the process that we have in place. It is rigorous, it is transparent, and it has resulted in the nomination of more than 400 jurists. And let's talk about having the administration of justice held up into high repute. That comes when you have a set of jurists that reflect the litigants that come before it. Who have we appointed? We've appointed, since 2016, 55% female candidates, 11% racialized candidates, 6% of candidates have been appointed are LGBTQ2, 3% are Indigenous, and 1% are persons with a disability. That reflects the Canada that we hope all jurists will serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, 100% of them were put through the Liberals' partisan database and checked for how much they donated. But today we've seen that after months of filibusters, witness blocking, and document sealing, the Ethics Committee was finally able to table its report on the WE scandal. The report clearly outlines the depth of corruption and cronyism with this Liberal government. Liberal insiders have unfettered access to government, and they'll always help their friends to jump the queue and get the inside track. Canadians deserve a government that will serve them instead of the Liberal elite. So will this corrupt government start putting the interests of Canadians first and implement the recommendations outlined in that report?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we respect the work of committees. We also respect the role of the independent officers of Parliament who do their work independently and free from partisan political consideration. And while the Conservatives remain focused on weak charity, our focus remains on delivering Canadians, delivering important bills for Canadians, including those bills that we're discussing today. But what did the Conservatives try to do, Mr. Speaker? They tried to shut down Parliament. They said, it's over. We don't want to work anymore, Mr. Speaker. Well, if you don't want to work, get out of there and let us work for Canadians.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'd like to number all of the hours that that minister's Liberals have filibustered committee, including dozens and dozens of hours at the Ethics Committee. This report shows widespread Liberal insider access and corruption. It's undeniable. These Liberals used the pandemic to line the pockets of Liberals and their well-connected friends. They tried to cover it up, they tried to block investigations, and they tried to tamper with witnesses. Corruption and these Liberals go hand in hand. So what will it take for this government to stop the corruption and commit to good ethical governance? The minister says he respects the work of committees. Will he commit right now to implementing their recommendations?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, that's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, coming from a member that doesn't respect the work of Parliament. We are meeting here today to discuss a very important bill, Mr. Speaker. And what did these members and his friends do on the other side? They tried to shut down Parliament. They said, we're finished working for the day. We're going to go home. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. We need to keep Parliament open and debate those important bills like C6, like C12, like C30, like that. We have to do that for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, in the wake of the tragic events in London, the leader of the Bloc Québécois took the floor and called for an end to hatred and violence. Our leader called for greater solidarity, love, and fraternity. The Prime Minister, though, seems to prefer division, and he made a sneaky comparison, which is particularly unfortunate in the current circumstances, a comparison between intolerance, Islamophobia, and Quebec's secularism law. Will the Prime Minister withdraw these remarks, which are far more divisive than inclusive? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are defending their rights before the courts. We are continuing to monitor the situation closely. Our position is clear and well known. It's important to note that the Government of Canada is not a party to the litigation. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister, in answer to a question from the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, said, and I quote, I would highly encourage members of the Bloc Québécois to listen to the Muslim community who are expressing certain concerns about what they are currently experiencing in Quebec, unquote. In a context where we all need to stand together, this is starting to look like apples to oranges. There's no link between Bill 21 and the tragedy in London. And making such a connection is irresponsible. Will the Prime Minister withdraw his remarks? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we can see that Quebecers are currently defending their rights before the courts. We continue to monitor the situation closely. Our position on this is clear and well known, and it's important to continue to note that the Government of Canada is not a party to the litigation. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, this apples to oranges comparison, we're not the only ones who can see through this. The National Assembly this morning passed the following resolution unanimously. The National Assembly strongly condemns all forms of hatred and violent crime. And we condemn some of the unfortunate comparisons that politicians and media in the rest of Canada are making between connections between what happened in London and a piece of Quebec legislation. Speaking of intolerance and Islamophobia in reference to Bill 21, under the current circumstances, is just such a comparison. Will the Prime Minister withdraw his remarks? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, We see Quebecers defending their rights before the courts. We continue to follow the situation closely. Our position on this is clear and well known. It's important to note that the Government of Canada is not a party to the litigation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the government turned its back on a complaint according to which certain members of the Iraqi forces trained by Canadian troops had committed war crimes. They raped women, tortured and executed prisoners, and proudly showed videos of their crimes to Canadian soldiers. General Vance was informed of all of this twice, but the question has never been solved. The minister has surely been made aware of this. Can he confirm that? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our government undertook to respect and defend human rights in all deployments and operations involving the Canadian Forces. As the Minister said, those allegations are very troubling, and we will see to it that they are investigated in depth. We take seriously all incidents involving respect for human rights, and will take appropriate steps to resolve any issues that do come up. Thank you.
Lake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, in 2018, Canadian soldiers reported to commanders they saw horrible atrocities being committed on the phones of the very Iraqi soldiers they were training. But our troops were ordered to look the other way and to keep training these alleged war criminals. Now, we know a secret memo was given to the former Chief of Defense Staff in 2020, which clearly demonstrates that top defense officials in national defense knew there were serious problems with the security screening of Iraqi recruits. So why did these Liberals extend Operation Impact not once, but twice after learning we were training war criminals in Iraq?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is contributing to greater peace and security in the world and remains a strong partner in the fight against Daesh. We are committed to meeting our obligations under international and domestic law. The Canadian Armed Forces is no longer operating with the Iraqi security forces related to these allegations. Our government takes this very seriously. We are actively looking into these troubling allegations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian soldiers are entrusted to embody the highest moral doctrine and uphold international humanitarian law. But in 2018, when Canadian soldiers training Iraqi troops witnessed horrific war crimes, they were told to ignore the evidence and carry on. The NATO training mission commander knew, the Canadian Joint Operations Commander knew, and General Vance knew, but they all failed to act. How could the Defense Minister do nothing in the face of something so serious?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, our government is committed to respecting and upholding human rights during all Canadian Armed Forces deployments and operations. As the Minister has said, these allegations are extremely troubling, and we are ensuring that they are thoroughly investigated. We take all incidents regarding compliance with the law of armed conflict seriously and take proper actions to address any issues that arise. Thank you.
The member for London Fanshawe.
Another graduating class of students are finishing their school year, and yet again they are struggling to find work over the summer due to the pandemic, work that will help to pay for their overwhelming education costs. Many students will have to make some tough decisions about whether they can even afford school in the fall. This government continues to insist they are helping when the reality is they've only helped themselves, their friends, and those at the top. When will this government commit to permanently ending interest fees on federal student loans? And when will this government see education as more than just a moneymaker for their federal coffers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her question. I also want to assure her and reassure all Canadians that our government will remain focused on all Canadians, including students and youth. Today, we could have been debating waiving interest on student loans. We could have been extending the rent subsidy and wage subsidies. Yet we have the opposition, namely the Conservatives, playing political games. We will remain focused on delivering for Canadians, and that's why exactly as the member's asking. Waiving interest on student loans is in Budget 2021. It's within the Budget Implementation Act. I would encourage her to talk to her Conservative counterparts to get the debate.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Speaker, yesterday the Public Safety Committee heard that the continued use of solitary confinement in Canadian prisons amounts to torture under international law. Black and Indigenous people are severely overrepresented in Canadian prisons as a result of more than a century of systemic racism and are therefore more likely to be subject to this torture. Lack of transparency, oversight and direction have allowed it to continue. It must stop. Torture must stop. Systemic racism must stop. When will this Liberal government end state-sponsored torture of Canadian citizens in our prisons?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through the former Bill C-83, we are ending administrative segregation. We'll continue to work to further develop systems to serve our communities more equitably. And Mr. Speaker, we value the work performed by the independent external decision makers, which review inmate cases on an ongoing basis and issue decisions that are binding upon correctional services. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work to ensure that administrative segregation is ended and replaced by the legislation that we have brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Although day scholars were able to seek compensation under the Indian Residential Schools Settlement Agreement for physical and sexual abuse suffered while attending residential schools, they were not able to seek compensation for the experience of attending Indian residential schools because they returned to their homes at night. The Sechelt Indian Band and the Tecumloops Indian Band challenged this in court as two of the plaintiffs in the Gottfriedson Indian Residential Scholars class action. Yesterday, after a journey that took over a decade, our government announced that a settlement has been reached with the survivor and descendant class members in the class action. Can the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations update this House on this important milestone for day scholars?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his leadership and his advocacy. Yesterday's announcement, yes, does take us another step closer to bringing meaningful resolution and healing for day scholar survivors and their descendants. After years of advocacy, this agreement is a testament to the dedication, resilience, and their courageous efforts should be recognized. The agreement combines individual compensation for harms experienced in attending a residential school as a day scholar with investments to support healing, wellness, education, language, culture, heritage, and commemoration for survivors and descendants. This is an important step forward.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rocks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many families in my riding, the dream of home ownership is just that, a dream. The Liberals answer the first-time home buyers incentive, which has been a failure and few Canadians are using it. The worst part is the latest idea to raise the program's max home price to $722,000. This is completely tone deaf and will obviously change nothing for my community. Mr. Speaker, do the Liberals know how much the average home in South Surrey and White Rock costs?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have done a lot in the National Housing Strategy to ensure that Canadians are assisted with their housing needs. We introduced the first-time home buyer incentive, which will help families achieve the dream of home ownership. The Conservatives have never been leaders in affordable housing solutions for Canadians. They do not support the National Housing Strategy that is working. It's like choosing to swim across a crocodile-infested river because you don't want to use the bridge because you're scared of the bridge falling down, even though the bridge is working, in this case, the National Housing Strategy. It doesn't make sense, and Canadians see right through them.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day I hear heartbreaking stories from my constituents who have been separated from their families and loved ones by the lengthy and extended border closure with the United States. Some have missed family funerals, others cannot cross to look after their elderly parents or a sick family member. Grandparents are forfeiting precious time with their grandchildren. Nearly 15 months into this pandemic, no formal plans for the safe reopening of our border crossings have been announced. Does this Liberal government not care about the human impacts they are having on my constituents by their inaction?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a Of course, we care. Our entire government has been working throughout this pandemic to care for Canadians, to keep them safe throughout a global pandemic, which many of us have never seen before. Mr. Speaker, all of the measures that we have put in place have been done with the advice from scientists, experts, doctors, with the purpose of stopping the spread of COVID-19 and saving lives. Mr. Speaker, we made an important announcement yesterday in regards to lifting restrictions. We need Canadians to keep doing that hard work, keep getting vaccinated, and we will see life return to normal.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Last week, the CRTC announced it will start consultations on a 3-digit national suicide prevention hotline. Mr. Speaker, we don't need more consultations. We don't need more inaction. Help should only be 3 digits away. This government could have introduced legislation immediately after passing our motion to bring 988 to Canada 6 months ago. They have the power to get this done right now. Instead, what they did is they passed the buck. They failed to act, and they passed it to CRTC. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. One of the first commitments we made in our mandate actually was additional supports for provinces and territories, specifically around mental health supports. This is something that we have been committed to not just throughout the pandemic, but every single day of our mandate, we have been working to help support the mental health needs of Canadians. It's something you've seen again, Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2021. We will continue to work in terms of creating a 3-digit mental health support line. But in the meantime, we won't take lessons from the Conservatives because we have been there every step of the way.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 181 days since we passed this motion. 181 days of inaction. 181 days. Mr. Speaker, every 24 hours, 11 Canadians die by suicide. A further 275 attempt. So, Mr. Speaker, using those numbers, in the 181 days, nearly 2,000 Canadians have died by suicide. A further 50,000 have attempted suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death of young children in Canada. Will this Liberal government commit to passing my bill C-94 294 today and help save lives, finally take action, and finally bring 988 to Canada? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that any life lost to suicide is one life too many. And this is precisely why we didn't just act in the last 188 days. We've acted over the last 5 years to bring the mental health supports and the investments that provinces and territories have asked for. We provided throughout the pandemic the funding needed to create wellnesstogether.ca. Over 1 million Canadians have accessed mental health supports that the member opposite flippantly misses, but this is real help, helping real Canadians access the help that they need. We're going to continue to invest more ways. We will not.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we learned this morning from CBC that the Liberal government stopped using the Liberal Party database to vet judicial appointments. For years, the Bloc has demanded that very same thing. So naturally, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for listening to us. But some issues remain. The appointment process is still not impartial because all the ministers, including the Prime Minister, have their say in the appointment process. The Liberals will no longer use the Liberal Party database, so much the better. Now they have to stop vetting the appointments amongst Liberals. When will the Minister implement an impartial appointment process? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, when our government was elected in 2015, we put in place a more rigorous, open and responsible process that reflects better the diversity of Canada. Our appointments are always based on merit. They are also based on the needs for expertise and the recommendations of the Independent Advisory Committee. We are proud of those who have been appointed since the beginning of the system. They come from different backgrounds and affiliations. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the issue is not their competency, but rather the partisan judicial appointment process. The Bloc relishes its victory over the Liberal Party database, but that's just a first step. As long as the party in power can interfere in the process so that the faithful can rise to the highest rank, the credibility of the judicial system is under fire. The Liberals appoint Liberals, the Conservatives appoint Conservatives, and justice gets short shrift. Mr. Speaker, it has to stop. Will the minister accept my offer to create a committee to recommend an impartial judicial appointment process? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite knows full well that the committees are master of their domain. They're independent, and they make their own decisions. As such, we cannot decide that what a committee will study. This would force us. We appoint judges who are impartial and who reflect the diversity of Canada. Our government has appointed more than 400 exceptional jurists from all horizons and all political affiliations. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. There are people in my riding who are not getting enough temporary foreign workers. The pandemic is on the decline, but the recovery is crucial. The temporary foreign workers is essential to the survival of small businesses, and it's a race to get them. When will the Minister of Immigration loosen the restrictions and harmonize the program with Quebec to accelerate the process so that people can work in our regions for our companies? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we work in close cooperation with our Quebec counterparts on this file and others. More than 34,000 temporary foreign workers have arrived in Canada, more than 4,000 in Quebec. We continue to provide the workers that Quebecers need to ensure their economic recovery.
Colombia.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has not had a softwood lumber agreement with the United States since the fall of 2015. And this government neglected to negotiate it into the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. Hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers, many in Kootenay, Columbia, rely on the softwood lumber industry to put food on the table for their families. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister act to protect these jobs by removing the softwood tariffs?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying unequivocally that the duties imposed by the U.S. on Canada's softwood lumber are both unwarranted and unfair. I have raised this issue at every opportunity possible, including with President Biden, with Ambassador Tai, and the Commerce Secretary and Secretary Raimondo. As we have done always, we're going to vigorously defend our softwood industry, as well as the hundreds of thousands of workers that they employ. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Red Deer Indian Industrial School was one of the first iterations of what would become the residential school system. Like residential schools, terrible things occurred there. According to records, 20% of the students who were sent there never made it home. The school was closed in 1919, and it isn't included in the list of 139 residential schools in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's findings. Can the government ensure that groups like the Remembering the Children Society will also be eligible for funding to find the unmarked graves that are believed to be at the site?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Addressing the historical harms committed against Indigenous children is a crucial step towards healing and justice for survivors, their families, and their communities. The Ursa, McLean, Godfredson, Anderson settlements represent historic milestones in Canada's efforts to address harms associated with attendance at federally operated educational institutions. We know that there are outstanding claims in other educational and care settings, and we're committed to collaborative discussions with both the provinces and the territories and those affected on how we foster the healing and make sure that they
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, I had thought that all members in the House agreed that our artists allowed us to stay strong and connected throughout this pandemic. I was therefore upset to hear the member for Lethbridge say, and I quote, that arts funds go towards a very niche group of artists that are stuck in the early 1990s because they haven't managed to be competitive on new platforms. So they are very reliant on government grants in order to continue to exist. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell us his opinion on these despicable comments from the Honourable Minister? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel, for her continued support for the arts sector. The member for Lethbridge should apologize in the House for those shameful comments that she made outside the House, but also in this House, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are proud of our artists community, and we should celebrate them instead of denigrating them. Every day, our artists find more creative ways of giving hope to Canadians. We're talking about artists like Lise Dion, Yvon Deschamps, Claude Legault, who are, are they out-of-date artists? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker.
Trail Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been unjustly detained for years. The genocide of Uyghur Muslims continues. The erosion of Hong Kong freedoms is still happening. And military threats and provocations towards Taiwan are rampant. Can the Prime Minister give one reason why he still supports the location of Beijing in Communist China as the site for the 2022 Winter Olympics?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is deeply concerned by reports of egregious human rights violations against Uyghurs and other minorities in the Xinjiang region. We have announced sanctions targeting individuals and entities implicated in the repression in coordination with like-minded democracies, and will continue to call for unfettered access to the region so independent investigations can report firsthand. That said, we must recognize the independence of the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees with regards to Canada's participation in the Games. The Minister of Heritage spoke to both organizations and informed them of the House of Commons vote regarding the situation in China.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's trade relations with the United States are a shambles. No softwood lumber agreement. Canadian dairy sector under attack under the new NAFTA. Keystone has been cancelled. Line 5 is now in jeopardy. And now the Biden administration is threatening our livestock industry by reinstating the mandatory country of origin labeling program. Conservatives secured a softwood lumber agreement. We built pipelines, and we successfully ended coal at the WTO. With higher carbon taxes, Canadian farmers cannot afford another Liberal trade failure. Is this yet another mess by this Prime Minister that a Conservative government is going to have to clean up?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and the U.S. share one of the biggest agricultural trading relationships in the world, with nearly $51 billion in agricultural trade in 2020. The WTO ruled in 2015 that mandatory coal measures in the U.S. discriminate against Canadian exporters, and we expect the U.S. to continue abiding by this ruling and its WTO obligations. Our government will continue to stand up for the Canada's beef industry, to the workers whose job it supports, and we firmly oppose any new proposals from the U.S. to resurrect mandatory country of origin label for beef or pork. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, a man was murdered in broad daylight outside of YVL. We have since learned that the victim had ties to gangs. Following the shooting, I, along with my colleague from Steveston, Richmond East, asked the minister what steps he would be taking. Instead of targeting legal, law-abiding firearm owners, when will this government take action against dangerous and violent gang slayings taking place on the streets of Richmond and other communities across Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad for the opportunity to remind this House that we have promised Canadians that we will strengthen gun control in this country. Well, of course, the Conservatives have promised to weaken it. But I would also point out to the member opposite that we actually provided $327 million to the provinces and territories to support law enforcement's efforts to do gun and gang investigations, including in her community. But she voted against that funding. We're also making monies available for communities to invest in kids and in their families in order to prevent this gun violence. And again, the member opposite voted against this. Mr. Speaker, our communities need more than tough talk. They need the support that we're providing.
The honourable member for Bonavista Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard from many fish harvesters and industry stakeholders in my riding about the recent 3PS codfish management plan for the 2021-22 season. And while we know that the stock is facing challenges, it is a valuable resource for my riding and our many small rural communities and residents. Harvesters have expressed concerns with the scientific assessment model that is used for stock assessment and have called for a review of the science. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, Canada, and the Coast Guard explain the steps the government is taking in advance?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his tireless advocacy on behalf of the hardworking fish harvesters in Bonavista Buren Trinity. Sustaining healthy and productive fisheries in which many communities depend on is a priority for this government, and we rely on the best available science when making management decisions. Support and confidence in science models and assessments used to determine stock health is critically important, particularly to those whose livelihoods will be impacted by the results and outcomes. And so we'll be convening a small group of scientists as requested by the industry to provide a consensus-based analysis of our assessment models for 3PS cod over the summer. We'll continue to consult with harvesters on the path forward for this.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, the horrifying revelation of the 215 children found at Kamloops Residential School makes clear Canada has committed genocide against Indigenous peoples. But the Prime Minister has failed to recognize this as genocide. He's not acted decisively to bring in international experts in genocide, such as the ICMP, as requested by Pimicikamak Cree Nation. Instead, the government is sending links for recycled grant applications. This is an insult. Why won't they take decisive action to bring in international experts to find these children victims of genocide and allow communities to bring their children home?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for the question, and it has been very clear in call to action that communities must direct the research and the processes, the ceremonies, and using their customs. So it is really important that each of the communities is able to direct that research. Last night, we met with the National Centre on Truth and Reconciliation, and the only forensic pathologist that in the country that is Indigenous, and it has been very, very important that people have the tools to make those decisions and be able to bring their children home.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents and many civil society organizations would like to have a stronger governance mechanism to ensure Canada meets its climate goals. Bill C-12 is a step in the right direction. Canada is warming at double that of the rest of the world, and to date, Canada has not met its targets. With COP26 being held in Glasgow, can the minister advise whether he would institute a more regimented and independent governance structure for Bill C-12 as UK has done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd certainly like to thank the member for the question and reiterate the government's commitment to taking strong and meaningful climate action. The Net Zero Accountability Act proposes a number of different accountability measures, but I would note that significant and meaningful amendments were made to the bill at committee, which include a 2025 review of our 2030 target and interim emissions reduction objective for 2026, enshrining the principle of progression for future targets, and codifying our new 2030 emissions reduction target of 40 to 45% below 2005. This is a landmark piece of legislation that will fundamentally alter how future governments report on progress towards our climate goal, and I certainly hope that the member will support us in moving this forward.
And that's all the time we have today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons.
That's all the time we have for oral questions. Point of order. The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the member for Manicouagan asked the PM 3 times to apologize, and the parliamentary secretary responded three times with answers that had nothing to do with the question. These questions asked the Prime Minister to withdraw what he said for having mixed up two unrelated things. The parliamentary secretary responded with words that had nothing to do with it. So I would like to ask that I'm so sorry, but that is not. I must remind members that it is not up to the Speaker to determine whether questions or answers are of an appropriate quality. It is simply up to MPs' sense of honor when they are questioning or answering.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, were you calling on me?
Yes, I am. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that in the opinion of the House, the government must recognize what happened in Canada's Indian residential schools as genocide in accordance with Article 2 of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which reads that any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, such as killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agree? Oh, we don't have unanimous consent, unfortunately. No, that's, we have another point of order. The honourable member for London Fanshawe. We have another point of order. The honourable member for London Fanshawe. Okay. Un autre appel au règlement, l'honorable député.
Another point of order. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there has been consultation between the parties, and I think if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent to the following motion, that this House offer its deepest condolences to the family of Salman Afzal and Madia Salman, to friends and to the community of London following the tragedy of last Sunday, that this House strongly denounce all forms of hatred and violent crimes, that this House denounce the conflating issues between the events in London and a Quebec law.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'on...
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
Okay, nous n'avons pas le consentement unanime.
We do not have unanimous consent.
Now the weekly statement, la déclaration, les travaux de la Chambre, la déclaration hebdomadaire.
Now we have the Thursday statement. The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Thank you very much. I appreciate the speakers reminding me that it's Thursday. Well, I am very pleased to take on this very difficult task. Would my honourable counterpart be kind enough to inform the House of the business upcoming? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, who with great loyalty asks this question every Thursday. This afternoon, we will continue to debate the motion regarding the extension of sitting hours. Then we will move to report stage on Bill C-30 on the budget. We will continue that debate tomorrow. On Monday, we will resume third reading debate of Bill C-6 on conversion therapy. Subsequently, we will begin fourth stage and third reading study of Bill C-12 on net zero. Tuesday and Thursday will be allotted days, and Wednesday we'll continue debate on Bill C-30. And I would just conclude by reminding us that on Tuesday in the evening we will have a take-note debate for members who are not running again to make a goodbye speech for all parties. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre émanant du gouvernement, affaires émanant du gouvernement, reprise du débat sur la motion.
Resuming debate on motion number 8. Resuming debate on the motion extension of sitting hours in June. On the amendment of Mr. Richards.
Debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Maybe before I get directly involved in the debate on government business number 8, I just wanted to take a minute to offer my sincere and personal congratulations to 3 First Nations on the southwest coast of Vancouver Island for having come together to directly take ownership of their traditional territories when it comes to managing the resources there. This has been a long journey in my riding, and there have certainly been some high emotions present on the subject of old growth forestry. So it was nice to see the First Nations come together and really take ownership of this issue. So I just wanted to take a moment to offer my congratulations to them for taking this important step on this journey. Now I'd like to turn my attention to the business at hand. So, Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues in the House know, we are here today debating a motion under government business number 8. This motion comes before us under the authority granted under Standing Order 27-1. And the main government motion is aiming to make sure that the House can extend its sitting hours. The government side would like to see us continue to sit on Monday and Wednesdays until midnight, and to also see Fridays extend until 4:30 in the afternoon. And then I believe my Conservative colleagues want to see that change so that on Mondays and Wednesdays we are only sitting until 8:30. Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays until 8:30. You know, I can't really continue to speak about government business motion number 8 without kind of talking a little bit about the circumstances in which we find ourselves. And the circumstances in which we find ourselves, you know, make me have sympathy for Shakespeare's character Mercutio in Romeo and Juliet when he cried out, "A pox on both your houses." Because in this case, I think we can substitute the Capulets and the Montagues for the Conservatives and the Liberals. Both of these parties are demonstrating no room for cooperation, no finding of a middle ground in order to move forward important pieces of legislation, which I think many Canadians would like to see us pass. And, you know, if I can start with my Conservative friends, you know, because of what happened yesterday and what has already happened this morning in the House, we're not actually going to see a vote on this motion until Monday. So we have lost a lot of very valuable time. Yesterday, the Conservatives were very successful at prolonging, you know, the routine proceedings of the House by forcing a vote on moving to orders of the day, which of course we as a House rejected, which then finally allowed the government to actually introduce the motion that is before us. And then, of course, this morning, you know, seeing a motion to adjourn the House, seeing a debate on a random committee report. Just, you know, these are the kinds of things, these parliamentary shenanigans, which of course was then followed by an extended debate on a question of privilege. But I mean, you can see that these were very naked attempts at trying to delay and quite successfully delay a vote on the motion that's before us. Now, you know, I've been a member of this House since 2015. Experienced members should know that this is a time of year when, you know, we usually find the time to come together and usually agree in some straightforward fashion that the House does need some extended sitting hours so that we as members of Parliament, have the time to represent our constituents, to give voice to important policies and pieces of legislation that concern them. And I will never, ever be not in favor of allowing my colleagues to have extra time to do work. And that is certainly why I took strong umbrage against the motion to adjourn the House today. It is a Thursday, it's not a Friday, it's a full sitting day. And I think, our voters would be shocked to see one party wanting to so blatantly quit the business of the House while there's so much important work to do. Now, I'll leave aside the Conservatives and now turn my eye to the Liberals, because, I think it's the height of irony and hypocrisy for the Liberals to stand before us and talk about the dysfunction of the House when we look at what's been happening to several of its most prominent committees, with the Liberals actively filibustering to prevent those committees from arriving at a point when they can collectively make a decision on a motion that's before them. I'm very lucky to sit on the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. I invite my colleagues to substitute on that committee to see what a well-run committee of the House is able to do. We have differing opinions on the Agriculture Committee, but the one thing that unites us all there is the fact that every single one of our parties represents ridings with farmers and has strong agricultural bases. And we usually find a way to work together by consensus to arrive at decisions in a respectful way. Doesn't mean to say that we don't have our debates and our points of disagreement, but it is a demonstration of how, I think probably the most ideal demonstration of how committees can work. So yes, the Liberals' actions at various committees at filibustering, that is adding to the situation that we find ourselves in. So, I would have preferred for us to have arrived at a place where we could get a vote on government business number 8. But unfortunately, we are going to have to delay that until Monday because of the special orders that we're operating under in this current hybrid system. Now, the Standing Order 27, of course, I believe, Mr. Speaker, it dates back, or Madam Speaker, it dates back to 1982, but even predating that particular year, it does reflect a long-standing practice that has existed even before Confederation, or existed since Confederation for this Parliament, but I'm sure in the provincial legislatures, which allowed Parliament to seek the time necessary in which to advance important legislative agendas. Now, I think, when we look at the place of why we are where we are today, we also have to identify the fact that, the government needs to bear a lot of responsibility for the mismanagement of its own legislative agenda. And it has left a lot of, I think, very important bills in limbo. We're not very sure if they're going to actually have the runway left to them to arrive at the Governor General's doorstep for the all-important royal assent. We seem to be operating right now under this sort of manufactured emergency. And I use that term, Madam Speaker, because, if all of my colleagues take a look at the parliamentary calendar, we as a House are scheduled to return on Monday, September the 20th. So, there really is no reason why there is this panicked rush to try and get these bills passed or sent to the Senate, because we should, under normal circumstances, be planning to have a pleasant summer in our constituencies where we get to engage with our constituents. Hopefully, as the lockdowns lift, be able to attend some limited participation community events. But then also, as the summer draws to an end, look forward to our return to Ottawa, to the House of Commons on September 20th, when we can resume this important business. But the reason why we are operating under these circumstances right now is, and it's quite clear to anyone who has the slightest sense of political know-how in Canada, it's quite apparent to many skilled observers that the Liberals are very much putting everything into place to call an election. I mean, There is no matter of confidence coming up, except, of course, the votes on the estimates. But there is no motion before the House, no budget bill except for C-30, which I believe, is going to pass because we do not want to have an election during this third wave, which we are recovering from. But the only plausible reason that we would be entering into an election is because the Prime Minister is going to take it upon himself to visit the Governor General unilaterally and recommend the dissolution of Parliament as the Liberals seek a new mandate. All signs are pointing towards this because we should have the time when we return in September 20th to effectively deal with a lot of this. And you can see, we've scheduled a take note debate next week where we're giving the chance for MPs who are not running again to have the opportunity to give their farewell speeches. We've seen that the Liberal Party has implemented an emergency order so that it can handpick preferred candidates instead of letting local riding associations democratically go through the process of selecting their own people. So, the signs are all there, Madam Speaker. I think back to when I look at the House schedule of March and April and the government's completely scattergun approach to how government orders were being scheduled at the time. There was really no rhyme, reason, or logical pattern to which government bills we would actually see come before the House. And I think the Liberals are paying the price for that right now. I think at the time they should have identified maybe 2-3 key priority pieces of legislation and put all of their efforts into seeing those across the finish line. I think instead they wasted a lot of time on bills that are not really going anywhere. And this is why we see this rushed time right now. The thing is, Madam Speaker, is, the Liberals have to realize that this is a minority parliament. So yes, they are the government, but they were elected to that position with only 33% of the vote in the 2019 election. And, by virtue of the quirks of our first past the post system, even though the Conservatives actually got more Canadians to vote for them, the Liberals still ended up with more seats. And so they have to realize that if we are in fact going to have government legislation passed, it has to do so with the consent of another opposition party. And I think that's a good thing. As an opposition member who sat across the benches from a Liberal majority government, I think it's good policy and it gets more Canadians involved when you have more voices at the table and you try and reach that kind of consensus. I've been pretty proud of, how the parties have worked during the worst of the pandemic. I think if you look back at the history of the 2020 year, of how we were able to work together. And I'm really proud of the accomplishments that New Democrats were able to provide for Canadians. The major amendments we made to pandemic response programs, such as the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, increasing the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy from the initial 10% to 75%, getting those improvements to programs for students, for persons with disabilities, putting pressure on the government to fix that much maligned commercial rental assistance program and making sure that it was turned into a subsidy that went directly to the tenants instead of having this complex process that involved landlords. I think those are good accomplishments and really demonstrated how minority parliaments are able to work. And again, we are not scheduled to have an election until the year 2023. So, theoretically, we could have 2 more years of this where more voices are at the table for important pieces of legislation. Now, I'd like to turn my attention to some of those important bills, which will be well served by the extra time that we get as a parliament to debate. And, I'm very proud of the fact that Bill C-15 has made its way to the other place. And I want to take the time to recognize Romeo Saganash, who of course brought in Bill C-262, which served as the precursor to Bill C-15. And I'm glad to see that that important piece of legislation seems to be on its way to becoming one of the statutes of Canada, that we will finally have in place a beginning and important legislative framework to make sure that federal laws are brought into harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But there are two bills, Madam Speaker, in particular, which have not yet crossed the House of Commons finish line, and that is, of course, Bill C-6 and Bill C-12. I had the opportunity to speak to Bill C-6 earlier this week. I think it's an incredibly important piece of legislation. It's a very important use of the federal criminal law power. And I think it is high time that the House of Commons, indeed the wider Parliament of Canada, made this very significant and important amendment to the Criminal Code to ban this practice, which has been rightly criticized by many professional organizations around the world, which we know does incredible harm to people who have been forced through it. And, it's sad to see that there are members of the Conservative Party who are trying to hold up this piece of legislation, who are kind of clinging to the belief that the definition of conversion therapy in that particular bill is not specific enough. I think those arguments have been discounted. They have been refuted effectively through debate in this House. And I look forward to us having the required number of hours to get C-6 passed so that we can get it on its way to the Senate. I think it's incredibly important for us to get that bill passed into law. And Madam Speaker, the other bill, of course, which we hope will be affected in a positive way by the passage of government motion number 8 is Bill C-12. I'm very, I would agree with some people that Bill C-12 still leaves a lot to be desired. But I think the important thing to remember is that, this is a Liberal government bill. And there have been improvements made. I think the amendments that were made at committee have made it a stronger bill from what was initially on offer back in the second reading stage. But, we need to see that bill brought back to the House. We need to see it passed at third reading, and we need to see it passed on to the Senate. We are in a critical decade for properly addressing climate change, and we need to have those legislative targets put in place. I think of all the years that we have lost since Jack Layton first attempted to pass a bill to put in place those legislative targets, and how much damage has been done by climate change since then. How much further Canada would be ahead is if we'd actually taken the steps necessary all those years ago, Madam Speaker. So Bill C-12 is absolutely something that we see a lot of priority for, that we really want to see positively impacted by the extension of sitting hours. And I do really want to take the time to acknowledge the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and the member for Victoria for their incredible work on this bill at helping shepherd its way through the committee process, and for their sustained engagement with the Minister of Environment and really laying out what our priorities were. So I really want to take the time to acknowledge that. And with Bill C-6, Madam Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my honorable colleague and neighbor, the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, for his incredible advocacy on this issue over the years. He has done yeoman's work on this bill during debate, standing up and refuting some of those conservative arguments against it, and I think he deserves a special recognition in attaching importance to that bill and trying to get it through to the finish line. So, Madam Speaker, I know I'm probably about 2 minutes left in my speech here, but I guess I just want to reiterate that I was elected to come to this place to do work. And, we all knew when we signed up to be members of Parliament, we all knew when we were privileged enough to be elected that this is a job that sometimes requires you to sit extended hours, to work those long hours to do the work on behalf of your constituents. We certainly have a lot of stuff pulling at our attention these days. It's a careful balancing act between your critic role, your constituency work, and what's going on in the House. But we all know that this is a time of year when we have to roll up our sleeves, get to work, find a way forward to identify the pieces of legislation that are important to us all, and just really work together to get it done. So maybe I'll conclude there, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to weigh in on government business number 8, and I look forward to us having those extended hours next week so that we can attach some priority to the bills I was speaking to. I look forward to any questions from my honourable colleagues. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I guess we we'll be voting on this because the Liberals didn't do a good job of organizing the calendar, and now they want to go really quick and pass a whole bunch of stuff before it's too late. C12 is imperfect as it currently stands. And the Liberals voted against almost all the bloc's amendments to improve the bill. And our goal was to make the bill more accountable, but that won't be the case. So I wonder why the NDP decided to abandon its environmental convictions on C12.
Malahat Langford.
Oh, well, Madam Speaker, the way I'll answer my colleague is in this way. I'll remind her, first of all, that this is a Liberal government bill, so they can take ownership of its shortcomings and its faults. What I can say is that we worked with the limited tools before us to make the improvements that the Liberals ultimately would allow. I guess the decision or the choice before us was, do we stop this bill completely in its tracks, given the importance of climate change and the little time that's left before us? Or do we at least pass a bill that sets up a framework that hopefully can be improved upon at a later date? We chose that option because we believe that climate change needs addressing right now. I will admit that the bill is still flawed and needs work, but it is a significant improvement from where we're at. And we look forward to the opportunity in the future to work on that bill, make the improvements that are necessary, and I can certainly give my commitment to doing that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do note that the NDP, probably more than any other of the opposition parties, often talk about the need to have additional debate time. And I want to reference in terms of the behavior from the Conservatives today, and that's all I'm really specifically focused on right now. That would last for about 2.5 hours. Of actually chamber time. Had that not occurred and we gone right into the process, that would have allowed for at least a 2-hour period, 24 members to be able to participate, for example, into the budget debate, whether it was the longer speeches or questions and comments, 24 members. And I'm wondering if my colleague just provide his thoughts in terms of lost opportunities when in fact we're trying to extend hours and government is to a certain degree being frustrated to even be able to use the hours that we currently have to deal with government businesses. Remember, next week we have 2 opposition day motions. Days.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, yes, Madam Speaker. I mean, the Parliamentary Secretary does bring up a good point. I mean, if the business that was planned for today had proceeded along in a smooth fashion, because that was a bit of a crazy morning with all kinds of procedural shenanigans, we would have looked forward to having a vote on government business number 8 immediately following QP. And because of the results of this morning, we of course now have to wait until Monday. I think with a bill as important and as all-encompassing as a Budget Implementation Act, I would agree that it's probably in the House's interest to allow as many members to speak to the bill as possible. There are a significant number of changes in that bill, which are going to have impacts on communities across the country. Some are good, some leave a little bit to be desired, but again, we need to provide the room, the time, and the space for members to be able to contribute to the debate on that on behalf of their constituents. So yes, I think it's incredibly important for us to give the space for that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I just want to take a moment and thank the Honourable Member from Malahat, Cowichan, Langford. I know when I first came, he was very supportive in assisting me with the procedures of this House. And I heard about the tales of the Conservative Blue Book that was used to frustrate committees in Council at the whole. And now we're seeing the Liberals do the same thing with filibustering. With the conversations around filibustering in the United States, I wonder through you to the Honourable Member if he could speak about his opinions on how filibusters are used to frustrate sometimes democratic processes.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, and that's an excellent question, Madam Speaker. You know, we have at various times during my tenure as a Member of Parliament had important debates on the nature of the filibuster. And it's an important tool in the hands of the opposition because it is one of the few tools we have to try and blunt what we may see as heavy-handed government overreach. And we certainly saw that at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee in the last Parliament when the government was trying to unilaterally change the standing orders. But it's a tool that needs to be used wisely and with a careful goal in mind. Where I see the tool being used now, and now it's being used, of course, by government members to frustrate the opposition, you know, it's being used for I think, frankly, very silly purposes at trying to prevent, you know, the Prime Minister from appearing before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, preventing the National Defence Committee from, you know, accurately coming to the end of its report. These have no rhyme or reason other than a government that's afraid of transparency, afraid of the opposition coming to the truth. And I think that has been quite very well exposed by the opposition and also by the media. I think the Canadian public can see through the Liberals' antics in this regard.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
On the topic of filibustering, Madam Speaker, this member should know that actually the records for filibustering the longest belong to members from his political party. I believe David Christopherson, former MP, has the record. And I believe that the member from New Westminster Burnaby is often contending to have that record. So if I understand this member correctly, filibustering is okay as long as it serves the NDP purpose. Is that what we are to believe?
Our member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, I'm glad we got time to mention the legendary David Christopherson, and I was very pleased and honored to be able to serve in a caucus with him for 4 years. His knowledge of public accounts and procedure and House affairs, I think, is unparalleled by many parliamentarians. And certainly the member for New Westminster Burnaby, our House leader, has been fearless in going to the wall when he thinks there is government outreach. What I would say to the member for Kingston and the Islands, and it's basically a repetition of what I gave in my previous answer to the member for Hamilton Centre. Filibustering is a tool, an important tool in the hands of the opposition, but it has to be used with a clear purpose in mind. I would argue that, you know, David Christopherson, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, they had clearly set goals in the use of their filibusters. But if you look at the various Liberal tactics at committees, they are quite obviously trying to avoid transparency, trying to avoid the opposition from uncovering the truth in their various investigations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for his really excellent analysis of, you know, how we got here. The issue of how much time was wasted by this government through the fall and early spring, when the only goal they seemed to have was how to get an election underway. And now they suddenly realize that election isn't going to happen in the near future, so they're trying to rush things through. And now it's the Conservatives who are just wasting time to try to block those actions. I just want to, if you can just take some time to maybe speculate on where we would be if we did have a government that governed with, the best interest of the country in mind, where we would be if the government had just worked with the NDP and as we have focused on what would be good for Canadians.
Cowichan Malahat Langford has just a little under a minute to respond.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think excellent points raised by my good friend from the Okanagan. A very beautiful riding for those of you who haven't had the opportunity to visit that part of British Columbia. But I talked about in my speech Bill C-12 and Bill C-6. Those are obvious areas where the government can find cooperation from our party in moving them forward. But also, there was another bill, Bill C-22, an important bill to reform our justice system and reforming the criminal code and putting in some important reforms on the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. I just wish, in hindsight, that the Liberals had maybe just focused their attention laser-like on maybe 2, 3, or 4 at the most government bills and just tried to shepherd those through. And instead, I made mention to the scattergun approach. It was all over the place, no rhyme or reason. And, suddenly we're in late May and now into June, and the government is looking at the calendar and panicking. And so that's where we're at today. Again, we're scheduled to return on September 20th. There shouldn't be this reason for panic, but we know the Liberals are trying to engineer an election this summer.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the previous member started off his intervention by talking about the Liberals and the Conservatives taking the lead roles in a Shakespearean novel. I'd love to hear his thoughts on where the NDP falls into that, but perhaps that's for another day. Given that this motion now is going to be impacted because we're after question period and there have been some antics put forward by the Conservatives today, I would like to move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg North, that the amendment be amended by deleting all of the words after the word deleting and replacing them with the following. Quote, the words Friday, June 11th, 2021, and replacing them with the following, quote, Monday, June 14th, 2021.
I move, seconded by the member, so I move as the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the word deleting and replacing them with the following. The words Friday, June 11th, 2021, and replacing them with the following, Monday, June 14th, 2021. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Just as a point of clarification, so would that amendment then end up having the extended hour start on Monday instead of tomorrow?
And the Islands.
No. Effectively, that's correct. I believe that they would start on Monday, but the reality of the situation is that because the Conservatives put us in this position, Madam Speaker, of having to end this debate after question period, it throws off the wording in the motion and possibly subjects us to the motion being out of order. So in good keeping of making sure that the motion would be in order, because I'm sure all members of this House would like to see that, we made sure that the motion can be amended so that it will retain its status of being in order.
Questions
and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to continue with the question on the understanding, so we would vote on this motion Monday, and therefore we couldn't come back retroactively, say tomorrow will be extended hours. Am I to understand this being the amendment put forward by my colleague?
And
the honourable member for Kingston, the Island.
I've been known, Madam Speaker, to see the clock into the future, but certainly not into the past. So I would agree with what the member is suggesting.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Anand, seconded by Ms. Chagger, move that pursuant to Standing Order 27 sub 1, commencing on Friday, June 11, 2021, and concluding on Wednesday, June 23, 2021, the House shall continue to sit on Mondays and Wednesdays until midnight and on Fridays until 4:30 p.m. Amendment. L'amendement. Monsieur Richard.
Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word commencing and substituting the following: on Monday, June 14, 2021, and concluding on Wednesday, June 23, 2021. The House shall continue to sit on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays until 8:30 p.m.
Sous-amendement.
Sub-amendment.
Moves, so the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands moves, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the word deleting and replacing them with the following: the words Friday, June 11th, 2021, and replacing them with the following: Monday, June 14th, 2021. La mise aux voix porte sur...
The question is on the sub-amendment. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Kingston and the Islands.
I would request that it be adopted on division, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for, is it Parry Sound? Yes.
I request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
A recorded vote? Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, June 14th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-30, Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1.
There are two motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-30. La motion numéro 1.
Motion number 1 will not be selected by the chair, as it could have been presented in committee when the committee considered Clause 24 of the bill, as indicated in the note to Standing Order 7615.
Du règlement. The remaining motion has been examined, and the chair is satisfied that it meets the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 76.1 sub 5 regarding the selection of motions in amendment at the report stage, since the objective of the motion is to bring Clause 158 of the bill back the way it was before being negatived during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, which is within the rules. Motion number 2 will be debated and voted upon.
I shall now propose motion number 2 to the House.
Mrs. Gould for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Monsieur Lamenti, moves that Bill C-30 be amended by restoring Clause 158 as follows. 158 subsection 14 sub 1 of the Canadian Securities Regulations Regime Transition Office Act is replaced by the following. 14 sub 1, the minister may make direct payments in an aggregate amount not exceeding $119,500,000 or any greater amount that may be specified in an appropriate act to the transition of office for its use. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Minister and the Minister of Finance and to the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and Associate Minister, sorry, that changed there, and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you kindly, Madam Speaker. As always, it's a pleasure to rise and debate, but in particular on the occasion as we approach what I hope is the expeditious adoption of Bill C-30, the Budget Implementation Act, which will put in place a number of important measures that are designed to help continue the fight against COVID-19, ensure that our economy has the strength to bust out of the pandemic recession and create serious economic growth, but also to ensure that the growth that we do expect to see occurs in a way that is both sustainable and inclusive. Before I begin my assessment of Bill C-30, which quite obviously I'm in support of, having spoken in support of the bill in this House previously, I do want to address some of the proceedings that have taken place today. Now, we have, over the course of this pandemic, seen in some ways some very optimistic cooperation from various opposition parties. I remember back to the early days of the pandemic when it seemed there was a real Team Canada spirit to get the supports to workers, to businesses, to families across Canada that were at severe risk as a result of the changes that COVID-19 foisted upon our communities. It seems, as of the proceedings earlier today in the House, that spirit of cooperation, at least on part of the Conservative Party of Canada, has evaporated completely. When we were seeking to move forward with Bill C-30, I was struck by the incredible inconsistency when I saw their House Leader host a press conference declaring their appetite to continue to cooperate to get benefits where they're needed. At the same time, one of their members had moved a motion in the House of Commons to shut down debate for the day on the very bill that's going to extend the benefits they purport to support. Over the course of the several hours that followed, we saw adjournment motions seeking to have the House members go home before noon rather than get to work to pass these important measures. We saw speeches given on points of privilege that included texts drawn from the records of Hansard from 1891 that I do not think demanded the attention of the House so much as the emergency benefits that are destined for Canadian families and workers. My sincere hope is that moving forward, we will be able to rebuild that sense of cooperation in order to get benefits where they're needed. So if I may address the three sort of chapters I outlined in my introductory sentences, Madam Speaker, the first focus of Budget 2021 is to continue and finish the fight against COVID-19. That's going to require our focus be drawn on the issue of vaccines. I'm pleased to share, Madam Speaker, that Canada, of any G20 country, has had more of its citizens receive at least one dose of the vaccine than any other comparator economy in that group. Now, some people will point to the need to, of course, achieve 2 doses before full vaccination is complete. But I do think from a population health point of view, from a procurement point of view, and certainly from a signal that we're going to have a significant portion of our population that is willing to become fully vaccinated, this positions Canada as perhaps the leading economy in the world when it comes to the social responsibility our citizens have exhibited in order to put their hand up and say, I want to do my part to help protect my communities, to protect my family, and indeed to protect myself. Bill C-30 ropes in certain supports that's actually going to help provincial governments expedite the administration of their vaccines, $1 billion, in fact, for this purpose. But we also know that from a public health point of view, there is more to the fight against COVID-19 than vaccinations. We know that the public health care systems have seen serious delays. There's been appointments canceled, surgeries pushed back months and months. I would hazard to guess that every member of this House has friends or family members who've been impacted by that. And that's why this bill includes $4 billion to help address some of the short-term pressures on provincial healthcare systems that have flowed from this pandemic. In addition, Madam Speaker, I think it's essential that we recognize that
no epidemiologist in the world was seriously arguing that vaccines alone were going to help us get through the various waves of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why we've put roughly $20 billion towards the safe restart agreements to help provinces make sure that workers could get their hands on personal protective equipment, to help businesses actually erect the kind of infrastructure within their premises that would keep people safe. We have had various investments in my own community through some of these funds that help protect the mental health of vulnerable members of our community. I'm thinking in particular some of the work that the Antigonish Women's Resource Centre has moved forward with as a result of some of the investments. I'm thinking of some of the money that we've put toward facilities like the R.K. MacDonald Nursing Home in Antigonish. I'm thinking of some of the facilities in Pictou County, whether it's schools or long-term care facilities, or on the eastern shore of Nova Scotia that are benefiting from things like improved ventilation. These are good investments that were made in partnership with provincial governments to help combat some of the consequences that we've seen as a result of COVID-19. Madam Speaker, of course, there is more to the COVID-19 pandemic than a public health threat. This has been the greatest economic challenge we've seen, at least since the Great Depression. What I've seen was remarkable. Our institutions have really proven their mettle. As we were hit with a virus that had economic consequences that were beyond comprehension a year and a half ago, we've seen Parliament react quickly to help get programs like the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to help keep workers on payroll. We've seen the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, literally to help businesses keep their doors open. Programs like the Canada Recovery Benefit, which have helped workers keep food on the table. I'm pleased to see that these measures, along with relaxed criteria for employment insurance for affected workers, have been extended in Bill C-30 to provide additional relief for businesses as we transition from the public health emergency to the economic recovery. These benefits are staggered in a way that as time goes on, although some of these emergency benefits will diminish, new benefits come on board to inspire businesses to hire more workers to help kickstart that recovery in an effective way. But it's important when we talk about the recovery that we don't simply view it as the need to stabilize existing businesses, which has been one of the top priorities over the past year and a half. We have to look forward as to the policies that we can adopt that are actually going to kickstart economic growth, because growth is how we're going to help offset some of the immense costs that COVID-19 foisted upon our communities. When I look to some of the policies that are included in Bill C-30 and indeed Budget 2021, I can think of the announcement around Canada's first national childcare and early learning strategy. Over $30 billion dedicated towards this important social and economic policy. Of course, there is a social imperative with the need to level the playing field, particularly for young women who might be starting a family, who disproportionately are affected when they bring a new child into the household. Policies like this are not just the right thing to do to create that economic equality across Canada. It's also one of the best things we can do to grow our economy. When we can have more workers who are willing to take part in the, not just willing, but are able to take part in the workforce because they can afford accessible childcare within 5 years at $10 a day, and by next year at half the price it's offered today, I expect that we're going to see a serious boost to our GDP. The forecasts tied to this specific policy are beyond what almost every other policy that is in the playbook globally could offer in terms of the impact it will have on jobs and growth for Canada. But this is not a one-trick pony, Madam Speaker. This budget includes new programs for small business financing. I mentioned the hiring incentive, which will actually cover half of the increased cost of payroll for businesses that are trying to get out of this pandemic and actually put people to work who are looking for jobs today. There's major investments in infrastructure, including a renewal of the National Trade Corridors program, which has helped advance important projects in my own community, like the twinning of the Highway 104 between Pictou County and Antigonish, or the expansion of the air cargo logistics part at the Halifax Stanfield International Airport. These are important investments. We've got more investments in our economic infrastructure through the Small Craft Harbors program, which is going to see $300 million additional dollars poured into rural communities to help grow the fishery. But Madam Speaker, it's essential that we don't just focus on growth, but we focus on growth that is equitable, that's sustainable, that's inclusive. When I look at some of the investments that we make for example, kickstart the green economic recovery. I look to the additional $5 billion put toward the Net Zero Accelerator that's included in Budget 2021. I look to the recently expanded home energy retrofit program, which will provide up to $5,000 grants for homeowners who conduct a home energy audit, which is going to have the dual benefit of creating jobs in their community, fighting climate change, and of course, I should add a tertiary benefit of saving homeowners money. There are benefits here for students with one of the largest packages globally to support young people in our economy. There are benefits here to expand long-term care facilities so our seniors can retire with dignity. Madam Speaker, I see you're giving me the signal to wrap it up, so I'll conclude by saying that as we seek to emerge from this pandemic, we cannot forget the people and businesses that continue to hurt and extend the support to them. We need to adopt these policies that are going to help kickstart our economic growth to punch out of this recession, and we need to ensure that we need to extend benefits to the vulnerable, and benefits will help kickstart a green economic recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for my time. I am so happy to take any questions, and I urge all members of the House to vote in favor of this important motion.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. I have a question for my colleague. He talked about the most vulnerable among us. Well, due to this crisis, we've seen many people in a vulnerable situation, people who don't have housing, for example. In the financial statement, some sums were announced to fund emergency resources. There are some resources like that in my writing. For example, a 24/7 services organization and many other organizations which have been suffering throughout Quebec and laying people off. But the network of emergency organizations like this in Quebec hasn't gotten a response from the government. We need money for these organizations. We still haven't gotten news from the federal government. The government says, sure, we're going to do something, but we don't actually see the funds. We have a lot of vulnerable people here who need a place to live. So can my colleague answer, when are we going to get an answer about this?
Madam Speaker, without full knowledge of the background, aside from what was just provided in that question, I would suggest to the honourable member that organizations of various types do in fact qualify for some of the emergency benefits, whether it's the rent subsidy or the wage subsidy. When it comes to ensuring that people have a safe and dignified place to call home, I would point him to the National Housing Strategy and the first-time home buyers incentive. When it comes to support for nonprofits, I would point him not only to the Emergency Community Support Fund that was rolled out over the course of the pandemic, but also new investments to support nonprofits to the tune of in excess of $400 million. If he would like to follow up with more specific detail around the organizations he's referring to, I'd be pleased to make time for him and to plug him into officials within the Department of Finance if necessary.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. Now, as we talk about vulnerable peoples, now during the pandemic, people with serious illnesses such as cancer or other long-term illnesses and the impact of COVID means that they need extended EI sickness benefits more than ever. The government, of course, has only limited the expansion of EI sickness benefits to 26 weeks instead of the 50 weeks that the NDP is calling for. So can the member explain why that the government is denying sick people the weeks of benefits that they need, and why must they wait until 2022 to receive them? I have many constituents who've written to me to say that they actually need that extended benefits now, and 26 weeks is not enough.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
With great respect for the honourable member, I wholeheartedly reject the notion that we are extending only to 26 weeks. 26 weeks of EI sickness benefits is going to help thousands of vulnerable Canadians, and we base that number in part on the recommendation of the Canadian Cancer Society, who requested in their pre-budget submission that we extend EI sickness benefits to at least 26 weeks. While I have the floor on this particular moment, Madam Speaker, I want to draw attention to a constituent of mine named Kathy McNaughton. She introduced herself to me back in 2016 and told me about her husband, David, who died at age 50 of esophageal cancer. Now, David was as hardworking a man as you could imagine, and in his final days, he was laying laminate floor to help provide income for his family when he should have been taking care of himself and spending time with his loved ones. Kathy has made it her mission to change this policy and testified before the Finance Committee in support of the motion to extend this to 26 weeks. I see I'm out of time, but I do want to say thank you to Kathy for her advocacy. This measure is going to be billions of dollars that will help vulnerable.
For a quick question, so the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the I'm drawing a blank. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the leader in the House of Commons. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quick question. The member made some expressions of disappointment at the beginning of his speech in regards to the tactics used by the Conservative Party. I wanted to get his thoughts on the fact that there are many of hours that have actually been lost. Every hour of lost time, for example, we would have been able to debate the bill that the member is talking about today. We lose the potential of 12 members from being able to address the legislation. So 12 members for every hour lost. We lost a number of hours today. His thoughts.
A brief answer from the honourable parliamentary secretary.
This is very important. You've drawn, not you, Madam Speaker, the honourable member has drawn attention to the fact that certain speakers may not be able to advocate on behalf of their constituents, whatever their position on the bill may be in Parliament. But there's another effect that I think is really important to draw attention to. In the limited time window we have before the House is set to rise for the summer, there's other urgent work that we must address. I'd point to Bill C6 that would ban conversion therapy that this House needs to address because it is urgent that people are not subjected to conversion therapy. I point to Bill C12, which will provide climate accountability. These measures will not get addressed if the Conservative Party continues to launch procedural tricks to avoid debate on what matters to Canadians, and they should put their country ahead of the interests of their party.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is my pleasure to speak on Bill C30 on behalf of my constituents in Kelowna Lake Country. Like so many things with this government, this omnibus budget is unfocused, leaving many of the most affected by the economic crisis behind. This budget outlines bold new ideas to build back better, with new debt of $354.2 billion last year and $154.7 billion this year. This is a plan where every person in Canada would owe over $13,000 or over $52,000 for a family of four in new debt in just 2 years. Not to mention the years of needless deficits leading up to this that the Conservatives have been warning about since the government took office back in 2015. But I believe Canadians are smart enough to realize that this budget is nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt by the Liberals to buy their votes on the backs of their own borrowed money. Madam Speaker, it was in this House, when the budget was first tabled, that a Liberal member alluded that this budget has something for everyone. Well, this isn't true if you just opened a new business. For a year now, the Conservatives have been bringing forth the issue that new businesses which don't have any sales track record are not applicable for many programs, and the Liberals have ignored this. This is an election budget, not focused on economic recovery. It is clear what the Liberals claim to be stimulus is more about their own partisan priorities rather than on maintaining jobs and creating jobs, helping businesses the most affected by the pandemic, or growing the economy. Madam Speaker, despite billions in new spending, this budget still leaves people and small businesses behind. The budget lists the establishment of a $500 million tourism relief fund, as well as $100 million for Destination Canada to Market Canada. This is a drop in the bucket amount from a $157.4 billion budget and is an insult to the tourism industry. Tourism was the first affected and will be one of the last to recover, and yet tourism only garnered 1.5 pages in a 750-page omnibus budget document. In my riding, tourism small businesses are a backbone of our community. Lou, owner of Cheers Okanagan Tours in Kelowna Lake Country, is a tour and shuttle company offering winery, ski shuttle, airport transportation, and other tour options, and they are ambassadors for our local attractions. They have 7 vehicles they've had to continue to store and pay for. Lou told me that once her business is back to pre-pandemic levels, it will take 3 years for her to recover her small business. Terry, owner of Vacanzia Destinations in Kelowna Lake Country, a boutique travel tourism company, has had no revenue in over a year, and she has gone substantially into personal debt. In order to keep her business ready to turn back on, she has to retain all her licensing, liability insurance, and many other expenses costing thousands each month. Terry told me that once business is back to pre-pandemic levels, it will take up to 5 years for her to recover. Terry and Lou are two women who have built up their small businesses with hard work. The Liberals say there's money in the budget for people to upgrade their transferable skills in order to work in different industries. Well, maybe some people like their job, like Terry and Lou, and the careers that they've built and the relationships they've built. It's not up to the Liberals to pick what jobs they like and which ones will survive the pandemic. Tourism is not a priority for this government, nor is it reflected in this budget. Madam Speaker, the budget details how arts, entertainment, and recreation are the largest affected sector for people losing work February 2020 compared to 2021. Yet there is just slightly over 1 page out of the 750-page budget referencing these sectors. Sectors important to Kelowna Lake Country. The budget outlines approximately $450 million in funding, but much is spread over 3 years. Musicians, performing arts, festivals, arts, culture, and sports are some of the hardest hit, and this budget is a disappointment. As I mentioned earlier, the Liberals say there is money in the budget for people to upgrade their transferable skills to work in different industries. But why shouldn't people use their talents? And why should they be forced to not work in their field? I'll say it again, it's not up to the Liberals to pick what jobs they like and which ones survive the pandemic. The spending in this budget is unfocused and not addressing the hardest hit industries as priorities like arts, culture, and recreation. Madam Speaker, aerospace is another major employer in my community of Kelowna Lake Country. The budget states in 2019, aerospace contributed more than $28 billion to Canada's GDP and, quote, directly and indirectly supports 234,500 jobs. The budget also correctly notes that this sector is, quote, highly dependent on purchases from airlines hit hard by the pandemic, and that, quote, the sector is facing reduced demand and a longer path to recovery relative to other sectors in the economy. The government seems to think an appropriate level of support for an industry they state has been hit hard by the pandemic is $250 million over 3 years across the entire country. I think realizing how meager this truly was, the Minister of Finance tried to spin this underwhelming investment by stating, quote, this is in addition to the $1.75 billion in the Strategic Innovation Fund. However, that fund is over 7 years. This is another example of an unfocused $154.7 billion omnibus budget. Madam Speaker, there are a number of measures in this budget that I could support. However, in the 750-page omnibus budget of debt and election-style spending on the backs of future generations, it's not the real plan that Canada desperately needs. Extending the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy are both welcome ideas. This, in addition to a number of measures to continue helping individual Canadians and industries, I can absolutely get behind. However, this budget leaves out important sectors that have been the most hurt. Madam Speaker, in this budget, the Prime Minister will add more to our national debt than all other previous Prime Ministers combined. The biggest source of federal funds this last year wasn't tax revenue or lenders, but central bank money printing. The $303.5 billion of new printed money in 2020 is not free. Devaluing the dollar risks increasing inflation, meaning everyone pays more for things like housing, food, and transportation. Statistics Canada announced the cost of living went up 3.4% in April 2021 alone. This has been especially apparent in our housing market. Canadians face a nationwide housing affordability crisis, and the budget completely ignores first-time home buyers and the housing needs of young Canadians. On May 26th, the Finance Minister would not answer a simple question of how many units the Rapid Housing Strategy has built. The housing problem is compounded by the recent government announcement of new mortgage qualification rules. Experts are saying this puts home ownership further away for many. My colleague, the Conservative Shadow Minister of Housing from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, led an Opposition Day motion yesterday which had many common sense solutions to address the growing housing and affordability crisis. Instead of embracing these ideas, which have been suggested by experts, the Liberals voted it down, doubling down on their failed strategies. Now, Madam Speaker, the budget also fails to meaningfully address the parts of our economy that allow for growth without the need for hands-on government intervention and billions of borrowed money. Our economic engines of natural resources and trade can create jobs and help pay off our massive debt. Canadian exports are responsible for 1 in 5 jobs and nearly a third of our GDP, and yet trade is barely sprinkled around the budget. Pour nous les conservateurs.
For us as Conservatives, trade represents not only a guarantee of economic security for millions of workers, but also a crucial element of food security, and especially our best ally to fight debt. The Liberal government is mismanaging this sector, and the problems are just getting worse.
It's clear that the government has no real plan to secure our future through an economic recovery where all sectors and all regions are firing on all cylinders. I simply cannot support a budget that is unfocused, fails so many that have been the most affected, and burdens future generations with billions in crippling debt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals received $850 million from the wage subsidy. And the other parties, except for ours, did the same. With one of the amendments here, well, the parties would have to stop reaching into the cookie jar for this money as of the end of the summer, August. Well, if that's going to happen in August, maybe it should be retroactive. What does my colleague think of that?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Our leader has made comments on this already, and one thing that I will reference is when we originally approved of a lot of the programs last year in order to help businesses, that was the major focus, was in order to help small businesses and get money out the door. You know, we've now seen how a lot of those programs haven't worked for a lot of small businesses, and that has absolutely been our focus on amending and making recommendations to the government on a number of those programs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, given today's behavior from the Conservative Party in terms of trying to prevent debate from taking place on this particular bill, can the member give any indication as to how long she thinks that the Conservative Party will continue to want to delay the passage of this particular bill, or when she believes the Conservatives will stop playing their politically partisan games so that we can start dealing with legislation and getting legislation passed to the benefit of all Canadians from coast to coast to coast?
The Honourable Member Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member for that question. That's a very rich question, considering that it took 2 years for this budget to come forth. And last year, we had a COVID committee, which wasn't really Parliament. We weren't able to debate legislation. There wasn't debate. There wasn't the opportunity for opposition day motions. And then we had the prorogation of Parliament. Committees weren't sitting, many of them, for a big part of last year. So it's clearly the government that has been the one that has delayed any legislation and work in this House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for talking about small business, because we know small businesses have struggled throughout the pandemic. They've had difficult times getting the support they need. Now, one thing that we've heard the government make promises around is capping merchant fees. We know that we pay 5 times the merchant fees of what Europe does, some of the highest interchange fees in the world. And we haven't heard how the Conservatives feel about capping merchant fees. The government's made a commitment that they're going to do something about it. We heard this commitment, Madam Speaker, 5 years ago from the same government that they're going to tackle merchant fees. We know how unfair it is that Canadian merchants and small businesses are paying these outrageous fees. The banks are having record profits. But I'd like to hear if the Conservatives will join the NDP in calling on the Liberals to take action, not just talking about it, but actually legislating a cap on merchant fees so that we're in line with the European Union.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his question, in particular around small business, which we know is the background of our economy in Canada. As a former small business owner myself, I'm very aware, working in retailing and where some of those fees are. And this government that we have here is really doesn't understand small business, and we see that in a lot of their policies. We see that in even just how they talk about legislation. It's small business owners that are putting themselves on the line every day. They're working 7 days a week, taking risks, and this government really doesn't understand how small businesses operate and the needs of small business. So I appreciate the member's question that there's a lot of different ways that we need to look at supporting small businesses.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands has a point of order.
A question of privilege, Madam Chair.
Pardon me?
A question of privilege.
On the question of privilege, the honourable member.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I did file with at least 1 hour's notice with your office information that I would be raising this question of privilege at this time. First, I'd like to turn to the misleading or prevaricating evidence given by the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth to committees. Evidence which she gave to the Standing Committee on Finance on July 16th, 2020, and to the Ethics Committee on August 11th, 2020, the latter being under a solemn affirmation recorded in the minutes of proceedings and at page 17 of the evidence. As a preliminary comment, Madam Chair, I should acknowledge that the evidence the committee relies upon in its report spans the prorogation of Parliament last summer. However, I would also point out that the Ethics Committee on November 16th adopted a motion which provided, among other things, and I quote, "This committee undertake a study into issues of conflict of interest and the Lobbying Act in relation to pandemic spending, that this study continue our work relating to the Canada Student Service Grant, including this committee's work to review the safeguards to prevent conflicts of interest in federal government expenditures, government spending, We Charity and the Canada Student Service Grant, and the administration of the Canada Student Service Grant and We Charity," end quote. The language of that motion clearly indicates that it would be a continuation of the committee's work begun during the first session of this Parliament, building upon the evidence received then. And this is reiterated at paragraph 3 of the second report of the committee tabled in this House this morning. Quote, "Committee members agreed that this study would represent a continuation of the August 2020 study. As such, testimony heard in early August 2020 as is included in this report. Where necessary for context, this report also includes references to public testimony or documents from other committees of the House of Commons that have conducted studies relating to the contribution agreement granted to We Charity," end quote. The background to this matter of privilege can be found at paragraphs 76 to 81 of the second report under the heading, quote, "Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth's relationship with We Charity," quote. For the benefit of the chair and of the whole House, let me read key excerpts. Quote, "Her second interaction with We Charity was during a call with Mr. Craig Kielburger and Ms. Sophia Marquez on 17 April 2020. Both later stated that they discussed We Charity's proposal for a youth social entrepreneurship program. When asked whether anything other than the Kielburgers' social entrepreneurship proposal was discussed, the minister stated that the minister stated that she asked how the Youth We Charity was working during the pandemic. Mr. Craig Kielburger later stated that during 17 April 2020 call, she had suggested adding a volunteer stream to We Charity's initial proposal regarding youth entrepreneurship. Ms. Marquez stated that she did not recall the minister mentioning the CSSG at that time. Rather, and here the committee quotes Ms. Marquez at length, within the mandate of the minister's office, she was tasked with overseeing and ensuring that the Canada Service Corps program, which has nothing to do with the CSSG, that program was something we were deeply interested in better understanding and supporting the federal government in scaling. I can't recall word for word what the minister said regarding the service piece, but I do remember it was focused mainly on social entrepreneurship proposal that we had at hand. And now back to the committee's words, Madam Chair. In addition, Ms. Marquez said she could not recall the minister, quote, saying word for word that there was a specific service stream that we should have been building, quote. It was rather her and Mr. Craig Kielburger's.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yeah, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, I know members of the House earlier today had a demonstration of another matter of privilege that went on for an excessive amount of time. The member is now standing up yet for another matter of privilege. And my concern is, and this is the point of order, is that we might be witnessing the using of points of order as a way to prevent members from being able to contribute to debate. And I'm wondering if you can ask the member if he can give any indication on how long he is going to be. They're supposed to be concise in their comments.
I appreciate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's intervention. The rules of the House is that the Honourable Member is able to rise in the House and debate and present a question of privilege. The Honourable Member did go through the proper process to notify that he would be bringing this discussion back to the floor. So at this point, the regulations do not stipulate how long a member can speak, but it does stipulate that it should be a brief presentation. So I do want to remind the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands that I will not ask him how long he's going to speak. I will allow him to continue with his deliberation. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll continue. It was, and this, Madam Speaker, is the committee's words from the report. It was rather her and Mr. Craig Kielburger's 19 April 2020 call with Ms. Wernick that prompted her team to build a proposal based on Ms. Wernick's directives. The minister did not recall any instance of the term, quote, volunteer, quote, being used during the 17 April 2020 call, but the term, quote, service opportunities, quote, was used. The minister told the committee that at the time of the call, she was unaware that the Prime Minister would make an announcement regarding youth programming 5 days later on 22 April 2020. The Minister was provided a briefing note concerning the call, which has since been disclosed, but she did not take notes during the call. After that meeting, she asked her team to follow up with other federal officials regarding We Charity's proposal. She later stated that she never considered the entrepreneurship proposal, but that it was important for other officials, quote, to be aware of it and to make sure they look into it and consider its merits, close quote. She explained that she did not mention her 17 April 2020 call with We Charity to the Finance Committee because they did not discuss the CSSG during that call, end quote. The Ethics Committee offers a damning conclusion about this evidence at paragraph 224. Quote, the committee notes that when the minister spoke at the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, she failed to disclose her 17 April 2020 meeting with Mr. Craig Kielburger. In follow-up testimony before this committee, she failed to disclose that those discussions included discussions about giving the We Group the heads up that a, quote, separate service stream, quote, was in consideration. The minister failed in her obligation to be accurate with a committee and potentially impeded our work, end quote. Madam Speaker, I think it's important for me to give further context and to unpack that a bit. Obviously, it's tremendously concerning. The troubling exchange that I referenced at the Finance Committee of July 16, 2020, when I asked the minister at page 11 of the evidence, quote, "Did you discuss the program with anyone at WE before discussing it at Cabinet?" End quote. The minister answered, quote, "I did not discuss this program, the CSSG program, with anyone at WE," end quote. Well, Madam Chair, if I may, I'd say that the cartoon stink line started coming off when, off of that answer, just a couple of hours after the minister left the committee, when Rachel Wernick, a senior assistant deputy minister with the Department of Employment and Social Development, made reference at page 25 of the evidence to approving a briefing note for the minister in connection with a meeting with WE Charity. Days after this Finance Committee meeting, the Toronto Star confirmed that on July 20, 2020, that the minister had indeed met with WE Charity's Craig Kielburger on April 17, 2020, just days prior to the Prime Minister's launch of the Canada Student Service Grant. Then, when Mark and Craig Kielburger appeared before the Finance Committee on July 28, 2020, they confirmed under oath that there had been a mid-April 2020 telephone conversation with the minister. Through the Ethics Committee's second report, we see that it offers a reasonable summary of the evidence given. Madam Speaker, it speaks to the point that the minister misled parliamentary committees, two parliamentary committees. It does not, however, adequately convey the real flavor for the minister's conduct at the committee, which is to say the prevarication she displayed. I will quote a couple of sample exchanges from the minister's August 11, 2020 appearance at the Ethics Committee in order to give the chair and this House a better sense of how the testimony had to be extracted from her. And first, there's my exchange with the minister at page 19 of the evidence. I asked the minister, quote, "At the Finance Committee, I had the opportunity to ask you some questions, Minister. There was a disparity between my question to you and your response. I asked if you had spoken with the WE organization about the CSSG, and you responded that no, you hadn't. But you had spoken to them. We later learned in the time period in question. I believe the date was April 17th. In that call, what details did you discuss with this organization? Was it about anything that would later appear in the proposal for the CSSG?" End quote. Well, the minister answered, quote, "Madam Chair, just to make sure it is on the record, on December 10th, I appeared at WE Day in Ottawa after I'd become Minister of Youth. That was to talk to an auditorium full of youth at the National Arts Centre. The second time I interacted with WE Charity Craig Kielburger personally was over the phone on April 17, 2020. I had a phone call with him as well as another member of his team at 11 in the morning. That phone call lasted just over 30 minutes. We spoke about an unsolicited program in regard to youth entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, and something that had been shared. As it was not something that I was considering, I referred it to officials. That phone call on April 17th was not in regard to the Canada Student Service Grant at all. I did not comment on that." End quote. This led to my colleague, the member for Carleton, to try a different angle in getting the minister to give a full testimony to the committee. In this exchange at page 25 of the evidence, the member for Carleton asked, quote, "Did the word volunteer ever get spoken in your 30-minute meeting with Mr. Kielburger?" End quote. The minister answered, quote, "Madam Chair, off the top of my head, it was more of a listening exercise then." And here my colleague prompted her for an answer, quote, "Was it spoken, yes or no?" The minister then said, quote, "Not that I'm aware of. I can't say that I said it." End quote. Later, the member asked, quote, "Did someone else say it?" End quote. To which the minister replied, quote, "Madam Chair, this is a lengthier answer, but I recall the conversation in regard to their advancing and sharing their unsolicited proposal. I listened to it." End quote. The member for Carleton persisted, quote, "No, that's not my question. My question is about whether the word volunteer was spoken. Was youth service mentioned?" Again, the minister dodged the question, answering, quote, "Youth service is top of line for me." End quote. Now, after the member for Carleton attempted to press the point, the chair, the member for Lethbridge, intervened, saying, "Minister, thank you. I do understand that, but the question that has been asked of you is quite simple. It is really a yes or no question. You need to respect the member who's asking you that question and answer accordingly. Thank you. Minister, yes or no?" End quote. The minister relented, replying, quote, "I would say that service opportunities was said. Yes." End quote. From this point, the member for Carleton asked And I quote, "Of course, that grant wasn't mentioned because it wasn't created at the time of your meeting. But did you speak about anything at all other than the Kielburgers social entrepreneurship program? Anything at all, yes or no?" The minister answered, "I would have definitely asked how the youth that they were working with were doing in the face of the pandemic," end quote. In documents originally provided to the Finance Committee, and which the Clerk of the Privy Council in his appearance before the Ethics Committee also on August 11th, 2020 undertook to provide to the committee and recorded at page 2 of the evidence, it transpired the following information would come to light. In an undated memo, but obviously predating April 17, 2020, the Senior Associate Deputy Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth wrote to the minister entitled, "Meeting with We Charity founder Craig Kielburger." This can be found at page 4203 of the Department of Employment and Social Development's documents deposited with the committees. The summary, in a big bold box at the top of the first page, is what's interesting here. I'd like to quote that. On April 17, 2020 at 11 a.m., you are expected to engage in conversation with We Charity founder Craig Kielburger on their proposal, Annex A, which explores how the organization could support the Canada Service Corps program, as well as other youth programming efforts. Given the situation with COVID-19, he may raise ways in which We Charity can engage more actively in the short term to work with CSC, end quote. Now, don't forget that this meeting didn't just happen out of the blue. As we saw from other documents, testimony, and the Ethics Commissioner's report, discussions were already well underway in other corners of government about a youth program and about contacting We Charity. It's no wonder the minister wanted to hedge in her answers to committee. The next document is of special interest, is from April 20th, 2020, an email from Sophia Marquez at We Charity to Ritu Banerjee, the Executive Director of the Canada Service Corps. And it starts at page 430 of the Department of Employment and Social Development document. Quote, "I wanted to give you a quick note following our meeting with the minister on Friday. Below are the highlights. The minister expressed interest in exploring ways to adapt the entrepreneurship proposal we submitted to the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion and International Trade and include a service component to it. She suggested that we should consider opening a service stream for youth who are currently not well supported through virtual mentorship and are looking for microgrants to advance their projects. That effect, Craig reassured the minister that if given the right policy objectives, we could amend the proposal. The minister expressed her willingness as next steps to connect we with her team and identify tangible ways to move this opportunity forward." End quote. That sounds like a lot more engaged than a passive comment and the type that we heard from the minister when she said that she heard the term, quote, service opportunities. Madam Speaker, there are 3 more documents I want to cite, which all come from the morning of April 22nd, 2020. The Prime Minister's big launch of the Canada Student Service Grant at Rideau Cottage. Firstly, we have Ms. Marquez's email to Alicia Avola, who was then the Senior Policy Assistant to the Small Business Minister at 9:02 a.m., found at page 2 of the documents deposited by the Department of Industry. Quote, "Allow me to share that we had the opportunity to connect with the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth and her team on Friday. I had the chance to discuss the social entrepreneurship program proposal, and we're happy to share it was a productive conversation. She's very enthusiastic about the idea of supporting young Canadians during COVID-19. One of the main points that came out of our call was the suggestion we should consider developing a second stream of programming focused on providing digital service opportunities. Please note that Craig will be sending an email to Jason and the minister today with the same update." And here she put a large smile emoticon, end quote. There is, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, a large gulf between being, quote, very enthusiastic, end quote, including suggesting the second stream, and what the minister told the member for Carleton, that she had some passing concern about how youth might be doing. Then there is Craig Kielburger's 11:30 a.m. email to the youth minister herself, found at page 50 of the Privy Council Office's documents.
For Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask you to consider relevance here. The member is literally reading almost verbatim committee blues into the record here. So perhaps you could explore that. On that point of order, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. With respect to relevance, we're talking about I'm presenting a question of privilege with respect to a minister of the Crown potentially having misled a committee of this House. So the exchanges which speak to the veracity or not of the minister's statements are important. With respect to the member opposite's assertion that I'm reading the blues into the record, that's factually incorrect. In fact, I am quoting, for the benefit of the chair, information that was deposited with committee by various ministries. I'm not reading the blues into the record. With respect to relevant quotes provided by the minister to give context to whether or not she gave answers that were misleading at committee, I think that's certainly relevant to my question of privilege on whether the minister made statements that were misleading to the committee. So on the question of relevance, Madam Chair, I think you would find that my comments are absolutely germane to the question of privilege that I'm raising for your consideration.
Both points of order. I do want to remind the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island that in Bosque Gagnon, 3rd edition 2017, it specifically mentions that a member recognized on the question of privilege is expected to be brief and concise in explaining the events which has given rise to the question of privilege and the reasons that consideration of the event complained of should be given precedence over the House business. It also indicates that when satisfied, the Speaker will terminate the discussion. I would ask the member to wrap up his brief and concise information that he wishes to provide. I also want to remind the member that once a decision has been made as to whether a question of privilege is accepted, therefore, the honourable member will have a chance to debate this further. So I will allow the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands to wrap up.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that very much. With respect to the passage that you cited in Bosque Gagnon, I would just ask if possible, you could ask one of the table officers if there has been precedent set on what the definition of concise is. I think that that Speaker Milliken did that. I just, for context with respect to how concise or what the definition of concise is, and
the honourable Speaker will recognise that the chair will decide when that moment will come. So I will allow the honourable member to wrap up his presentation on the question of privilege and remind him again that it should be brief and concise. It doesn't have to go into every detail because the honourable member would have an opportunity to do that once the debate is before the House, should the question be accepted.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I do hope to furnish the chair with sufficient information that they do find a case of a prima facie case of privilege in this case, and of course we'll await your ruling on once we've reached the threshold of exceeding concise. I'd like to reference an email from Craig Kielburger on the date that I was previously mentioning. And it goes to the Youth Minister herself, and it's found at page 50 of the Privy Council Office's documents that they deposited with the committee. It says, quote, "Thank you again for your time Friday. We greatly appreciated you so kindly listening to our proposal of a 12-month social entrepreneurship training and support program reaching 8,000 youth participants during the COVID-19 era and beyond. We appreciate your thoughtful offer to connect us with relevant members of your ministry over the weekend. Our team has also been hard at work to adapt your suggestion of a second stream focused on a summer service opportunity," end quote. Now, her thoughtful offer and her suggestion, Madam Speaker, again, one would never have suspected such an active role of being a catalyst for WE's $900 million program, given the minister's oral testimony at committee. It's little wonder that she danced with her words. And finally, there is Mr. Kielburger's 12:16 p.m. email to Christiane Fox at page 78 of the Privy Council Office records. Before quoting it, let me remind the House that Ms. Fox was at the time the Deputy Minister to the Deputy Prime Minister, and she had, until shortly before, been the Deputy Minister for Youth when the Prime Minister served as Youth Minister. So turning to the email, quote, "We are processing in our conversations to provide a national program to support youth employment, entrepreneurship, and service during COVID-19. Understanding you're aware of the program we've been developing alongside the small business and youth ministers, allow me to humbly ask whether you'd be willing to share it with the Deputy Prime Minister, the then Innovation Minister, the member for Mississauga-Malton, and any colleagues you believe would be interested, end quote. Co-development, Madam Speaker. The plot just keeps thickening. Far from the passive assertion made by the minister. It gets further and further away from the picture that the minister tried to paint for the two committees of this House last summer, before the documents and before this evidence surfaced. It now falls to us to sort out what to do with this state of affairs. Now, as you ruled on May 11, 2021, at page 7021 of the debates in respect of a question of privilege concerning misleading statements in the context of committee evidence, quote, there is no precedent where the chair has used testimony from a committee without there being a report on the subject. This aspect of the matter is a concern for the chair. It is not for the speaker to untangle the committee evidence to determine who knew what and when. Such an initiative would trespass on the role of committee members and constitute a breach of my duty to act with impartiality. It is up to the committee to continue its own study and to inform the House of its conclusions, if it deems it appropriate, as has been the tradition, end quote. Well, Madam Speaker, I would submit that the Ethics Committee has done its work. It has untangled all of the evidence. It has informed the House of its conclusion that the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth obstructed two committees of this House through misleading evidence. As for the matter that the Minister took the solemn affirmation at the Ethics Committee but not the Finance Committee, Bosque and Gagnon point out at page 1081, quote, refusal to answer questions or failure to reply truthfully may give rise to a charge of contempt of the House, whether the witness has been sworn in or not, end quote. Now, Madam Speaker, I sense that my time is drawing to a close, and I will ask for your indulgence for a few more moments. But should my time expire, I would just ask that any remaining information that I have been unable to offer, I would like, with your leave, to be able to provide it to you in written form for your consideration. Now, Bosque and Gagnon also commented, page 94 and 95, quote, allegations that a witness had lied or misled a committee are taken seriously and may be pursued by the committee. If a committee determines that a witness has given untruthful testimony, it may report the matter to the House. The House alone is responsible for deciding if the witness has deliberately misled the committee and is in contempt of the House, as well as for determining the appropriate punitive action. If the House determines that a witness has lied while testifying under oath and the House deems it appropriate, it may waive its privileges over the testimony and refer the matter to the Crown to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to charge the witness with perjury for deliberately lying to a parliamentary committee, end quote. Now, the House has, in the past 20 years, held 2 witnesses in contempt for misleading committees. I have examples from 2003 and 2008. And in 2003, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates concluded that the former Privacy Commissioner, George Radwanski, had deliberately misled the committee in his testimony and should be found in contempt of the House. However, given that Mr. Radwanski apologized to the House in writing, in addition to having resigned as an officer of Parliament, no sanctions were applied beyond the contempt finding. In 2008, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts determined that RCMP Deputy Commissioner Barbara George had knowingly misled the committee in her testimony before the committee and recommended that she be found in contempt of the House, but ordered no further actions on the recommendation of the committee. Quote, as this finding of contempt is, in and of itself, a very serious sanction, end quote. So, for an example concerning a minister in 2011, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development's 6th report provided the House with extracts of evidence given by the Minister of International Cooperation. This report led to Mr. Speaker Milliken's ruling on March 9, 2011, at page 8842 of the debates, that there was a prima facie case of privilege. The matter was referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which heard from the minister and other witnesses, but it did not complete a report before Parliament was dissolved. In my presentation on the government obstructing witnesses, I referred to an annual resolution of the United Kingdom House of Commons on witnesses. That was in a separate question of privilege that I raised with this House earlier today, Madam Chair. Now, that resolution contained a second paragraph relevant here, and it says, quote, resolved that if it shall appear that any person has given false evidence in any case before this House or any committee thereof, this House will proceed with the utmost severity against such offender. End quote. Now, Erskine May puts it at paragraph 15.5 as follows. In the past, witnesses who have given false evidence, willfully suppressed the truth, or persistently misled a committee have been considered guilty of contempt. McGee's Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand, 4th edition, comments in relation to witnesses' obligations to tell the truth at page 776, even to prevaricate before a committee might invite questions. Now, Madam Chair, I do have remedies that I would like to propose to the chair should you find a case of a prima facie case of privilege. So what I would like to do is again offer to deposit those with the chair in written form so that they would be included in consideration. And so I'm just looking to see if that's you rising, Madam Chair, or if I, okay. So McGee's Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand, 4th edition, comments in relation to witnesses' obligations to tell the truth at page 776, quote, even to prevaricate before a committee might invite questions, end quote. The Canadian Oxford Dictionary 2nd edition defines the verb to prevaricate as, quote, speak or act evasively or misleadingly, end quote. So in the United Kingdom's House of Commons, several committee witnesses in the 19th century faced the wrath of the House when giving this type of evidence, with findings of contempt and even committed to the custody of the Sergeant-at-Arms or at Her Majesty's Gaol of Newgate. For example, cases may be found at page 601 of the journals for August 28, 1835, at page 258 of the journal for Feb 24, 1948. And I will include in my written submission, Madam Chair, skipping over a few examples, some further examples. A cousin, and I do hear encouragement from the government side of the House, Madam Chair, but I'm trying to be concise. A cousin of prevarication is the willful suppression of the truth. On March 3rd, 1828, a committee of the whole of the UK House of Commons, considering the East Retford disfranchisement bill, had before it a witness, Jonathan Fox, who spent about 90 minutes answering most questions with some variation of, quote, I cannot say, end quote. The witness was asked to withdraw while the committee deliberated. These deliberations, beginning at column 936 of the parliamentary debates, are insightful. Quote, Mr. Alderman Waithman observed that the committee could not suffer its dignity to be trifled with in this way. He would appeal to the committee whether this man's answers could be believed. Something ought to be done to support the dignity of the House, which ought not to be trifled with in this manner. He should move that the witness had been guilty of gross prevarication. Mr. Baring asked how, if the inquisitorial power of the House was to be exercised, that power could ever be exercised if it was treated in this manner. One phrase was perpetually in the man's mouth. Here was a man who had entertained the committee for an hour and a half with the same answer. He had been guilty, in his opinion, of gross prevarication. Mr. Peel thought it doubtful whether the witness had been guilty of this. It seemed a willful suppression of the truth. The Attorney General agreed that the conduct of the witness did not amount to gross prevarication, although it was evidently a willful suppression of truth. Mr. Wynne confessed that he did not know what prevarication was if the witness had not been guilty of it, end quote. In the end, the House adopted a resolution that Mr. Fox, quote, has attempted to defeat the investigation of the committee by willfully suppressing the truth, end quote. In addition to misleading, prevaricating, or willfully suppressing the truth, the United Kingdom Committee has even called out dissembling evidence from a member of Parliament as concerning. Now, Madam Speaker, I do have a citation for that. It's a December 1996 first report in the UK House of Commons from the Committee on Standards and Privileges at pages 37 and 38. I will move past those quotations and move on to say, Madam Chair, that the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth was quite clearly dodging and weaving in her evidence at committee. Desperate to avoid giving answers, she was, to borrow the Canadian Oxford Dictionary definition, speaking evasively. So normally we're used to answers which split hairs and where words are chosen carefully that can be understood sometimes, but here we are confronted by a ministerial witness who thought she was in question period and could just give answers to whatever question she wished would have been asked. In conclusion, on this point, it is my respectful submission that the minister's evidence was, as reported by the Ethics Committee's second report, misleading or prevaricating, and therefore constitutes a prima facie case of privilege. Thank you.
I greatly appreciate the contribution that the honourable member made towards his question of privilege. As indicated earlier, the other information that was provided during the earlier point of a question of privilege, where he also put his point forward. Certainly we will take all of the information under advisement, and we'll get back to the House to determine if this is a question, a prima facie case, and if so, the honourable member will be able to present more on that decision. Just before I entertain the point of order, I do have to read this. So order, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, Transport, and the honourable member for Peace River, West Loch, Justice. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre has a point of order.
I just wanted to rise to inform the House the NDP reserves the right to intervene on the current question of privilege at a later date.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, has a point of order.
Yes, my apologies, Madam Speaker. I too am very much interested in the possibility of responding back to the matter of privilege. I'd like to kind of go over what the member has said. There has been a great deal said by the member throughout the day, and I will do my best at trying to get back to him no later than Thursday next week, if at all possible.
The honourable for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Sometimes, Madam Speaker, we rise on a point of order to thank staff, and I just want to thank this member's staff for the incredible work that they did putting into preparing this. There were people behind the scenes doing that, and thank you to them for that.
Resuming debate. Reprise au débat. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, here with Bill C-30, we see that there is a unanimous position in Quebec. It's rare to see that level of consensus. In Bill C-30, we should recall, it wanted to significantly increase the budget of the Canada Securities Commission. And the goal was to invest up to $120 million and more if voted on in a supply bill. Thankfully, in Finance Committee, members listened to reason and decided to change that part of the bill. This office that was created in 2009 aims to create a single securities commission in Toronto, which would be enforced throughout Canada. That means that the entire financial sector would be concentrated in Toronto. We strongly oppose that. It's an attack on our businesses and our business headquarters. I would strongly urge all honourable colleagues throughout this House to maintain the changes made at committee in order to end this extremely harmful change that would gut the Quebec financial sector and would also hurt the financial sectors in the provinces and territories. We must end this centralizing attempt. That is what the committee has democratically recommended. This House should respect the will of the committee as well as the National Assembly of Quebec, which on 4 separate occasions unanimously asked Ottawa to end this new attempt at interference. Once again, I would emphasize that an exceptional amount of stakeholders from every sector in Quebec have come together to say the same thing here. It's rare to see this kind of unanimous perspective. MNAs in the National Assembly, the financial sector, labor funds, the business sector, all of those people agree. And they are right to oppose this. First of all, this is another area of interference by Ottawa. Despite many Supreme Court decisions which confirmed that security regulation was not a federal jurisdiction, my colleagues on the other side of the House, well, it's a little odd to say when I'm appearing virtually, but my colleagues on the other side of the House when I'm there personally would say that an authorization was granted several years ago by the Supreme Court. In 2018, the Supreme Court did give Ottawa the right to interfere in this area, but only if it doesn't act unilaterally and if it cooperates with the provinces. But that's not what happened. The reason that everyone agrees on this is that this is about a fight between Bay Street and Quebec. Madam Speaker, I hope you will excuse my concern. The Supreme Court granted this government a tiny window, but even if this government had respected the conditions imposed, the result would still be to create a single Securities Commission. And that would marginalize Quebec's financial position. Montreal has the 13th biggest stock exchange. And the financial sector represents 150,000 jobs in Quebec and $20 billion of Canada's GDP. Creating a pan-Canadian Securities Commission would mean that regulation powers would migrate out of Quebec. A strong Quebec Financial Markets Authority is not only a pool of skilled labor and good jobs, but it's also indispensable to the good functioning of our business headquarters. No one will be surprised to hear that businesses concentrate their strategic activities, especially R&D activities, in the place where there is a strong financial sector and where their headquarters are, in addition. And the 578 headquarters in Quebec represent 50,000 jobs with a salary that is twice as high than the Quebec average, as well as 20,000 additional jobs with specialized services providers like accountants and financial services and digital services. All of these jobs could disappear. And it could lead to Quebec simply becoming a branch economy, a less innovative Quebec with limited growth. This centralization would limit businesses' access to capital. By leaving regulation in Quebec, we ensure that the deciders are close to home and that businesses have access to capital in order to support growth throughout Quebec. This potential exodus of business head offices could affect all aspects of our economy, because Quebec businesses tend to favor Quebec providers, whereas foreign businesses in Quebec tend to depend more on globalized supply chains. Therefore, all of this could have a devastating impact on our SME network, which is the heart of our economy, especially the regions. The current financial crisis shows that depending too much on global supply chains can make us overly vulnerable and dependent on businesses abroad. Quebec needs to have a strong financial sector, and the Bloc will support that. We are very pleased that at committee we were able to nip this in the bud by deleting that section in Bill C-30. And I would ask my colleagues to respect the will of the committee. In conclusion, I would like to reassure my fellow Quebec citizens. We will continue to fight unremittingly against this idea, which is entirely in favor of Ontario's interests and to the detriment of Quebec's interests. If the government wants to go back on what was done at committee, it will find us standing in its way. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du leader.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, this particular bill for the budget 2021 implementation, I believe, is a continuation of a commitment that the Prime Minister gave to all Canadians last year, and that was to be there in a very real and tangible way.
Je crois que j'ai un point d'ordre. L'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, est-ce qu'il y a un problème avec l'interprétation?
Oui, je ne sais pas si c'est seulement moi, pourtant je suis...
I'm sorry, I am on French, but I'm not hearing the interpretation, so I wasn't able to capture my honourable colleague's message.
I'll ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to restart his question, but I would also ask him to maybe lift his mic up a little bit because it seems to be very close, and I think that it may be a problem for the interpreters, as I could hear a lot of popping noises from this end as well. I would ask the honourable member first to also just speak because it could be that the House interpretation is working and it's just the interpretation that is virtual, through the virtual portal that's not working properly. So I would ask him to say a few words.
Sure, I'll do that, Madam Speaker, and just look for a thumbs up from you when you tell me that it's good to go type of thing.
OK. Alors, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, est-ce que vous
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, were you hearing interpretation?
Pardon, Madame la Présidente.
Est-ce que vous avez attendu l'honorable?
Did you hear the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary just now? Did you hear the interpretation? No, I didn't hear it there either, Madam Speaker. But I believe it was mentioned that the mic might have been in the wrong position. Is that the problem? I will ask the Parliamentary Secretary to say a few more words. That way I will see if it's audible. And then once the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte can give me a thumbs up once he hears it.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was asking the member a question in regards to what is a very important piece of legislation. As I'm looking at him to see if he can understand what I'm saying, maybe he can give a thumbs up.
Okay, parfait. So I'll allow the honourable member to restart his question. We're going to restart the time on the question. Or we'll stop it now and then we'll start it when it's time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the budget implementation bill is a continuation of a commitment that the Prime Minister actually made to Canadians last year when we made a commitment to be there in a very real and tangible way, creating programs to put disposable income in the pockets of Canadians, putting into place programs to support small businesses from coast to coast to coast. The budget implementation bill continues a lot of those programs, and I'm wondering if the member could give his thoughts in terms of how important it is that we see budget implementation bills pass, and specifically in order to deal with the continuation of the pandemic.
Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As he knows, the Bloc Québécois is favourable to that, but I chose to focus my speech on an issue that I find extremely concerning and dangerous. But for the rest of it, I do find that there are more pros than cons. The Bloc Québécois does support the extension of support programs for small businesses and other stakeholders.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to comment on the fact that this pandemic has really highlighted a lot of places where our supports for Canadians has been very thin. And one thing that it has shown is how our medical care system has been eroded over the years as federal government supports to the provinces have gone down. I'm just wondering if he would be willing to agree with the NDP that we need to increase those transfer payments for our healthcare system.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'd like to thank my colleague. Now, as he knows, the Bloc Québécois constantly, even before the pandemic, was asking for an increase in federal and provincial transfers in health without strings attached. That was an emergency and an absolute necessity, even before the beginning of the pandemic, well before the beginning. Because of the aging population and a skyrocketing increase in costs of healthcare. And that burden falls on the province of hiring more doctors and nurses, personal support workers, and so on. But then the money stays in Ottawa, which goes against the Health Transfers Act. So we agree that these amounts be increased, but without strings attached and without more centralization. This isn't a gift to Quebec and the provinces. We are paying that as taxpayers in the province. So I believe my colleague is familiar with our position. A clear and strong increase, but without conditions. We have just enough time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about the fact that SMEs are facing major struggles and that the wage subsidy program helped them. But the wage subsidy also helped another type of organization, political parties. And there's another amendment here about the wage subsidy to stop political parties from getting that money. But the amendment only says that that will apply in August, not before. Why isn't this being made retroactive, in my colleague's opinion? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. A brief answer, please. Well, I think my colleague and I are on the same wavelength on this issue, as on so many issues. Clearly, this was an effort to help struggling small businesses, and that big, ultra-rich parties are not struggling businesses. This should never have happened. And this should be retroactive.
The Honourable Member Courtney Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a privilege and honor today to rise and speak to the bill. Madam Speaker, as you know, we're dealing with really four crises right now. We've got a climate crisis, we've got a opioid crisis, a homeless crisis, and of course now we have the COVID pandemic, which we've been all battling together for over a year now. And you know, many people have been living daily with anxiety of losing their jobs, worried about their health and the health of their loved ones. In the meantime, we've seen the wealthiest of Canadians grow their wealth, the Canada's largest corporations benefiting from this pandemic. And we've got a Liberal government that's been resistant to having them pay their fair share and contribute to the cost of the pandemic, which we know is going to fall on the backs of everyday middle-class Canadians and the most vulnerable, as we see probably services cut in future years because the government's lack of courage to make those that should pay for the pandemic contribute more. And on the other side, we've got the Conservatives that are using delay tactics to get support to Canadians. This budget is clearly, there's very important pandemic supports that small businesses need. And as a critic for the federal NDP for small business and tourism, I know all too well, talking to entrepreneurs, how important it is that they continue to get supports for the wage subsidy, for the commercial emergency rent assistance program. And while we were glad to see the government extend those programs through the summer, the cuts to those programs as they slowly, gradually phase them out is going to impact those businesses. And especially in the tourism industry, Madam Speaker, we know that many businesses that rely on international tourism won't see any international guests likely this season. And any that planned on coming to Canada have canceled their bookings. So they've been asking for the wage subsidy and the rent program, programs that are a lifeline to them, programs that the NDP, as you may recall, fought to get them increased. The wage subsidy was initially going to be 10%, Madam Speaker, and we pushed so the government would increase it to 75%. The commercial rent program, a program that the government, took our idea, but of course they rolled out a flawed program that was landlord driven and forgot about the tenants. These programs, now that we've kicked and screamed to get them fixed, get the wage subsidy up to 75%, get the rent program so that it's tenant driven. Madam Speaker, these benefits are absolutely essential to those tourism and small businesses. They're going to have to go through a fall and into next spring. And we've heard from the Tourism Industry Association of Canada, both at committee and other tourism industry organizations like the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada, saying that they need those programs to go to the spring. And while I'm mentioning the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada, they've seen a cut, Madam Speaker, of 83% to their core budget at a time when we need them the most. They delivered over $15 million, Madam Speaker, in loans to Indigenous-led businesses because they have that intimate relationship with those businesses, their members. They saved those businesses. And that's, over 40,000 employees, over 1,900 Indigenous businesses that are going to be the most vulnerable businesses as we come out of the pandemic. I'm encouraging the government to come back and try to save these businesses. Time is running out, Madam Speaker. They need help. Also, in terms of the Canada Emergency Business Account loan, we were glad to see them finally fix the last increase during the second wave of the CEBA loan. But businesses are saying it's not enough. They've gone through a third wave. They need more funds. They need help and liquidity to get through the summer, Madam Speaker, and beyond. And the repayable timeline of next fiscal year is absolutely impossible, Madam Speaker, for almost any small business to meet, for them to get the rebate of the 1/3 of that CEBA loan. We're asking the government to extend the terms of that repayment at least to 2025, the end of 2025, Madam Speaker, so that these businesses have a fighting chance to get back on their feet. The other thing that the government keeps talking about is credit card merchant fees. We know that they're in bed with the big banks, Mr. Speaker. I see you've taken the chair. But the reality is that, their small businesses are being grinded constantly by the banks. We just saw the banks increase their fees to consumers and to small businesses. Again, during a time where they're having record profits, Mr. Speaker. This is completely unacceptable to Canadians. And at the same time, in Europe, when it comes to merchant fees, interchange fees, they're paying 0.3%. Right now in Canada, it's 1.4% is the voluntary rate that the credit card companies are saying that they're paying. And, I've met with Visa and MasterCard. They're saying that it's actually not their issue, that it's the big banks that are the ones that set the rate on the interchange fees. So again, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the big banks having record profits. Why are they stepping to the plate and providing some relief to small businesses and consumers? Because we know that merchant fees are often, put on the backs and shoulders of small businesses. So, as you know, I can speak for a long time about small business. The other piece is startups. They've completely abandoned startups. Those that started a business after March that may have signed leases months and months, even years before, that have paid employees throughout the pandemic, paid their rent through the pandemic. They have a record of actually receipts that they paid. There's many different tools they can use, industry standards that they can look at, or that the fact that they have had leases and made these payable expenses, and that they should set some criteria to save these businesses, or we're going to lose a generation of businesses. And this is throughout every riding in our country. We're hearing from people that have been abandoned by this government. Mr. Speaker, the other file, as you know, I carry as the federal critic for the NDP is Fisheries and Oceans and Coast Guard. And, we were happy to see the government finally listen to our call. You heard me kicking and screaming in the House of Commons, calling on the minister to declare a wild salmon emergency, and that this needed to be a wild salmon recovery budget. Now, we were happy to see them put a significant allocation to wild salmon recovery, but we still haven't got the fine details of that. We've heard their kind of broad framework of what they want to use to guide them in terms of delivering that funding, but we haven't had, details of how they're going to spend that money, and time is of the essence. Also, We haven't had them have a commitment to reconciliation and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and having a wild salmon secretariat, Mr. Speaker, that is government to government to government, with the province, with Indigenous leadership and communities and the nations on the coast and the federal government working together in co-management, Mr. Speaker, because we know what Liberals mean by consultation. They check a box and then they leave and abandon communities without listening and implementing what they've been told by those communities that they need. So, Mr. Speaker, the other piece is we haven't seen the transition funding supports for those that were in the salmon farm industry, as the government is hopefully following through with their commitment to move away from open net salmon farming, to support those workers, their families, and the communities in which those fish farms are. So they made the right decision on Discovery Islands, but they didn't come back with a plan to support the workers. This is something the NDP has been calling for. I've been calling for. I tabled a bill around moving away from open net salmon farming to closed containment, and the government abandoned it, Mr. Speaker. So I want to see that the government does something significant around that. Now, we know that it was a year ago on Friday that it was the anniversary of the death of Chantal Moore, the Taloquit member from my riding, who was shot by a New Brunswick police officer. She was a Taloquit member, and she was killed on a wellness check, Mr. Speaker. And we know that I think all of us can join together in offering, the family of Chantal Moore our condolences and the nation and the Nutala Tribal Council, especially as they seek justice. But we need to work together to ensure that no one else suffers the same fate as Chantal during a wellness check. And Canada needs comprehensive police reform. Now, in this budget, they put $100 million for mental health, not even close to enough. $108 million for First Nations policing, not even close, Mr. Speaker, to what's needed. And police are supposed to be there to serve and protect people from our communities. But instead, the federal government hasn't acted to address the disproportionate amount of violence Indigenous people are facing at the hands of police. And I'll continue, and the NDP will continue to advocate on Parliament for Indigenous participation in investigations into police violence, ongoing mental health assessments of police officers, and enhanced vetting of new recruits and cross-cultural training for police forces in all levels of Canadian society. There needs to be reforms to the Police Act. And Mr. Speaker, I could speak in great detail about many other things. The opioid crisis, as I touched on earlier, the government's blue economy, and the fact that it's completely tainted and tilted towards industry instead of doing the right thing. And that's protecting our oceans, which are critical right now, especially as we're seeing a warming planet and a warming ocean.
Before we go to questions and comments, I see the Honourable Minister of International Development rising on a point of order. The Honourable Minister.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 19th, 2021, and other measures. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the respective stages of the said bill. And if you will allow me, Mr. Speaker, I did not have an opportunity to thank you for all the service that you've provided us and to wish you well in your retirement. And so if you don't mind allowing me to take that moment to say thank you, and it's been a pleasure to work with you.
Very kind. Thank you. And I'm sure the honourable members present will be indeed thankful of the notice given in regards to the advice that the minister offered this afternoon. We'll now go to questions and comments, and we'll first go to the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his great intervention. I know that his riding in BC on the island, the gorgeous Port Alberni, Courtenay and Port Alberni, is like mine and suffering a severe housing shortage. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could give some insight into his perspective on whether or not this budget adequately addresses the national crisis in housing affordability and availability of supply, and what measures he would argue are missing from that budget. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first, I want to thank my colleague for the great question. And this budget does not address the housing crisis that we're in. Young people have lost hope. Mr. Speaker, we're hearing that people have to work 12 years to get a down payment to buy a house in many cities across the country. In Europe, 30% of housing is non-market housing. And in the 70s and 80s, the housing stock in Canada was over 10%, Mr. Speaker. We know it's much less than that. And the private sector hasn't delivered in building the housing that Canadians need. We need non-market housing, Mr. Speaker, and the government needs to build over 500,000 units because we know we're 300,000 units short now, but we're losing units every day as we commit to building more units. We're falling short. The gap is widening, actually, Mr. Speaker. So people are living in fear about where they're going to live. Everybody should have a right to adequate housing. And this is an opportunity for the government to get back into non-market housing because the free market isn't going to resolve these really important issues. And it is a crisis, Mr. Speaker, for many Canadians right now. And it's getting much worse. And this government hasn't dealt with it in a way that demonstrates the crisis that we're facing right now and many people are facing in our country.
We'll have to leave it there. There will be 3 minutes remaining for questions and comments for the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni when the House next gets back to debate on the question. But now, it being 5:30 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Affaires émanant des députés, reprise du projet de loi C-254, loi...
Resuming debate of Bill C-254, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to remind everyone of a few essential points that we all agree on, because it's important to give Canadians the true facts and the real issues. So we should point out what we have in common and what are our common solutions. First of all, we agree that French is a minority language in North America and that we need to protect it and promote it more. Secondly, we agree that Quebec deserves special attention within Canadian Francophonie as the sole majority French-speaking province in the country. The Prime Minister has said here in the House that in order for Canada to be bilingual, Quebec must, above all, be Francophone. And we understand that for Canada's Francophonie to shine, we need our French-speaking communities all across the country to be able to thrive, to live and work on a daily basis in French. And finally, we all agree that the Official Languages Act needs to be modernized in order to better meet the challenges of our times. And we also agree that federal and provincial jurisdiction must be respected. I'd like to encourage my colleagues to review these facts and the fundamental issues that underlie Bill C-254. And yes, I agree with my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou when she said during the second reading debate that the support for this has to come from everywhere, from people, from businesses, and all orders of government. We agree on those fundamental issues. So now we need to debate the most effective means to reach our common goals and propose reforms that deal with the whole language regime in Canada, because we also agree that far-reaching reform, both in economic and cultural sectors, would be more effective than just one piece of legislation. I'd like to be quite clear here. A number of our colleagues feel that the language of the workplace comes exclusively under provincial jurisdiction, and it's up to the provinces to legislate. We are against such an approach. we feel that in order to ensure the survival of our official languages, we need to have a whole system to protect languages both within Quebec and outside. As Canadians and Francophones, we're very proud of our two languages as part of our collective identity, but we also agree that if the Official Languages Act was passed in 1969 and that transformed the landscape, it didn't put an end to the linguistic evolution of our country. We all know that many steps forward have been made federally, provincially, and territorially. There's still significant challenges to French, and that's why we have undertaken to overhaul the Official Languages Act and modernize it after broad consultations with Francophones and Anglophones, with communities, with businesses, with experts, and with partners in order to modernize and strengthen the Act. The new Act will be effective in dealing with the decline of French and in protecting minority language communities and to protect what ground has been gained over the years. Mr. Speaker, we must recall that modernizing the Official Languages Act and related instruments also affects private companies that are federally regulated, and that's also touched on by C-254. These companies are concerned about the modernization of the Act, both within Quebec and outside Quebec, because in this era of modernization and with an integration of markets, this has to be done in a way that is consistent from coast to coast. That is the position of our government. From that perspective, our position has been made public and fully explained. We believe that we've made legislative and administrative proposals that are very concrete in order to promote the equality of the status of the two official languages in federally regulated companies, and above all, the right to work in French in Quebec and in areas with high Francophone populations. In terms of language of service, the position of the government is to allow the consumer access to goods and services to be informed and served in French in all private businesses under federal regulation and in areas outside Quebec with a high Francophone population. In order for this to be effective and real, it needs to be supported by remedies or mechanisms, recourse mechanisms. And we listened to experts who had a mandate to make recommendations about possible recourse for workers and consumers and the criteria for what is an area with a high Francophone population and what are the appropriate legislative and administrative measures to take. And in the light of the analysis of these recommendations, the future regime will go much further, the future language regime will go much further than what C-254 proposes. More specifically, when it comes to federally regulated businesses and in areas of high Francophone population, the employees will have the right to work in French. Employers will be required to communicate with workers in French, if that's the language they wish to work in. We will prohibit discrimination against employees for the sole reason that they do speak French. And we will go even further when it comes to the language of service to the public. The future legislation will give consumers of goods and services from federally regulated businesses the right to be informed and served in French, both in Quebec and in areas with a high Francophone population. In terms of promoting French in Canada, it's important for the federal government to maintain its power to encourage private businesses under federal regulation to take these steps, and these steps will increase the active use of French as a language of work and of service all across the country. I'd like to assure my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou that when it comes to protecting French in Quebec, her goals are the same as ours. It's not about taking rights away from English-speaking Quebecers. It's about protecting and promoting French. For that reason, I would like to invite my colleague and opposition colleagues to join with us in our efforts to modernize the Official Languages Act and support our bill, which will very soon be tabled in the House. And my colleague will have to withdraw or agree to stand down her bill C-254 with its provincial limitations. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor and to salute you, Mr. Speaker. I know your time in the chair is drawing to a close. It's been a privilege to work with you over the years. The Conservative Party will be supporting this bill. It's a bill that aims to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act. And why? Well, I would say, Mr. Speaker, it's because time is of the essence. Canada is based on a vision of cultural diversity and also of language and identity duality, and that duality is at risk. I have some articles here from the Journal de Montréal, which explains how the situation is terrible in Montreal. It's an unprecedented situation where the use of French is plummeting in Quebec and English is on the rise. And this comes from Claude Castonguay, who's an expert on official languages. He says the use of French is in free fall in Quebec, and French is tumbling at record speed. But it's not just in Quebec. I have an article here from Benjamin Leveshin from ONFL, an excellent reporter who says that the decline of French in Quebec is a danger for all Francophones. And let's not forget that only 20% of Canadians speak French as their main language. And all of our institutions, whether it be in Northern Ontario or St. Boniface, on Campus Saint-Jean in Edmonton or in Moncton, all of these institutions are under serious pressure, and we need to completely overhaul the Official Languages Act. We've been calling for this for years, and now, just before the Saint Jean-Baptiste holiday, the Liberals are finally responding to those calls. Why is French in decline? Well, the two languages are not equitably represented. Mr. Speaker, I am part of a political party that has been active on promoting official languages as far back as Brian Mulroney. The Official Language Act is about 50 years old, but the minority language communities have had to work hard. And it was Brian Mulroney in 1988 who was much more concrete than the wishful thinking that was embodied in 1969 with the OLA. And there was a road plan. A lot of money was invested to support our minority language communities. And also, it needed to be recognized that that Quebec was the...
And of course, Mr. Harper and the Conservative government that had recognized that Quebec formed a distinct nation within Canada. Mr. Speaker, I would take this opportunity to correct a flaw of the Liberals. They always say the Conservatives. I heard the Prime Minister the other day say the Conservatives abolished the Court Challenges program, and we put it back up. It's forgetting what really happened. The Harper government, when we eliminated the Court Challenges program, we put in place a program for the linguistic communities. It was there to support the Francophone communities. When the Liberals arrived, well, for 20 months, the communities no longer had any organization to whom they could turn for the defense of their rights. So they always have to see the what's happening and the difference between the narratives and what we're doing to support the Francophone communities. the Francophone community is a small part of the within a great majority. So I must say that, again, today the Conservative Party has been a little bit quicker. I recognize that my Bloc colleague has not tabled this for the first time this time. 2 months before this bill was tabled, it was said that it was important within Quebec for federally regulated institutions to be able to ensure that the French language charter would apply. That is what our leader said, Mr. O'Toole. You know, Mr. Speaker, why is it important? It's important because there is this linguistic duality. It's fragile. And we see, and I mentioned it at the beginning of my speech, that French is declining in every respect within Canada. The federal government has the responsibility, a constitutional responsibility, but also a responsibility, a quasi-constitutional responsibility under the Official Languages Act to ensure that French benefits from support and the necessary framework in order to be able to remain a tool to ensure vitality and development. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that on the post-secondary level, even in Quebec, there are significant needs. There are also important choices that need to be made. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking that when my leader met with the Premier of Quebec, he told him that he supported the full support for Bill 101 with respect to federally regulated companies, and that was in September. This bill was tabled in November. Something our leader said that goes much further, Mr. Speaker, is this, much further than the bill, the private member's bill. I'd like to quote it because our political party is committed to modernizing the Official Languages Act, to renewing its spirit. The Liberals say that they want to do it, but they haven't come up with a bill. And to create, and this is important, to create a new budgetary envelope for Francophone universities in minority language situations in the first 100 days of the mandate. And what is even more important, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to quote my leader on this, is that at present, the Official Languages Act is based on the principle of reciprocity between the two official languages, but let's be honest, this does not correspond to the reality on the ground. The federal government must now establish an asymmetrical approach that protects French as a priority, and I would repeat, the federal government must now establish an asymmetrical approach to protect French as a priority. We're seeing a paradigm change here, not only in terms of official languages, but protection of Francophone minorities living in a minority situation that is outside Quebec, but also support the Anglophone minority in Quebec that deserves to be supported. And the bill that we're debating today recognizes that. But it's also important to take positive measures to support French and the emancipation of French within Quebec and across the country. So that, Mr. Speaker, is a fundamental change. And I must say on that point, the Official Languages Committee members started this work. It's just a beginning. We're already at the end of the session, but there is much work to be done still.
That the bill that is tabled in front of us would amend the preamble, Part 7 and Section 55 of the Official Languages Act to have the federal government to commit enhancing the vitality of the English and French linguistic minority communities in Canada and supporting and assisting their development and fostering the full recognition and use of both English and French in Canadian society. Essentiellement, ce que ça veut dire,
Essentially, what this means, Mr. Speaker, is that this responsibility, this additional responsibility for the federal government must not be done at the expense of our minorities, be they Anglophone or Francophone, across the country. We don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul or anybody else. So, Mr. Speaker, before concluding, I would like to quote an intimate. I see that my colleague finds that my quotes are a bit strange. I think he understood the meaning. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it's important to ensure that we promote proactively and asymmetrically minorities, namely Francophone minorities in minority situations, but also be able to promote linguistic duality. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to put my hand out to the Liberals. It's fundamental in our country because in the Constitution, 1867, there's only an English version. Currently, the government is challenging before the courts the fact that the founding document of our country should be in 2 languages. I ask the government to ensure that there is a legal version of the Constitution Act 1867 and take action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to say that we will support Bill C-254. I personally support it as well as my political party. I'd like to speak a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about my personal path. But first and foremost, I'd like to say that since Jack Layton to Nicole Turmel and Thomas Mulcair and the current leader, the member for Burnaby South, the NDP has always supported reinforcing the French language. Members like Yvan Gauvaudin, I can name him because unfortunately he is no longer a member of the House of Commons. He was one of the strong supporters of reinforcing the French language, and it is clear that this bill, which makes a lot of good sense, is something that should be supported. I'll come back to that in a moment, Mr. Speaker, but it's clear that it makes a lot of sense for a worker who is working in Quebec in a Francophone environment should be entitled to communicate and the right to a collective agreement in French. And that is the purpose of this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, you're a Francophile as well. I would say that I was raised in British Columbia on the traditional lands of the Kakai people in New Westminster, just beside Mayoville, one of the Francophone communities in British Columbia. And I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that from a very young age, I saw signs, business signs, all in French. And this was something I found fascinating, even if I didn't understand it at the time. There was no immersion school at the time. I was very young. There were French classes, but it must be said that a French class once a week is not enough to master Moliere's language. Today in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, just a few streets from my very house, from which I am speaking now, there are hundreds of immersion schools. For parents, they often have to wait in lines for an entire weekend in order to register their children in these schools so that they can spend their school years in French. Passion for French in British Columbia is alive and well and present. And we see that with the French Schools Network, how people in British Columbia are mastering French even better than I, because they've spent their entire school years in French. I started to learn French at the age of 24. And also, thanks to the former NDP government, there's also an entire school network of elementary schools and high schools, as well as other programs in French for Francophones. So it must be said that French is stronger in British Columbia than it was when I was a child. And this is desirable. That is, that we strengthen it and that French be stronger after all this time. Now, Mr. Speaker, at 24 years of age, I decided to finally learn French. I decided to do it in the best place possible, and I went to Chicoutimi, Mr. Speaker, and I arrived January 3rd in the middle of a storm in British Columbia, particularly in New Westminster and Greater Vancouver. There are no such temperatures. But I adored learning French and living in Chicoutimi in the beautiful region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. After that, I moved to Estrie and Sherbrooke, and then to Montreal, eastern Montreal, in the riding of Laurier-Sainte-Marie, and then finally to the Outaouais region in the riding of Hull-Aylmer. So in all these regions, I learned both the importance of services that are provided to the Anglophone communities. Even in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, I had the opportunity and the possibility of using French and English, even with the government of Quebec, and I found this extremely important to have these services be provided in the minority language. But, Mr. Speaker, I also learned that for businesses that are federally regulated, for a worker who wants to work in French at present, without this bill, means that it depends on the company. There's no obligation to provide a collective agreement, no obligation to ensure that employees can communicate in French with their employers. So this is a gap that must be filled. We must take action properly to ensure that in the future there is a framework to ensure that all these workers can indeed work in French. That's normal. And that is why we must support this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, what happened later? I spent 12 years in Quebec. I loved those years. I had the opportunity to travel to the four corners of Quebec, and I learned the importance of always ensuring that we need to strengthen French, not just something that needs to be done in Quebec, but rather across the country. And this comes to my point. This speaks to my point, which is an important point with regard to modernizing the Official Languages Act. We're talking about something 50 years ago, something like 50 years since the bill has been introduced. And the situation has, of course, changed a great deal since then. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there are things that we all need to look at, that we need to put in place tools to modernize our linguistic situation across the country. Throughout my life, I've had the opportunity to work, even before I was a parliamentarian, to work and travel across the country. In Ontario, particularly in Northern Ontario, and the Canadian West, to Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta. And I think that when we look at these communities, like in Meyerville that I mentioned, or Saint-Sacrament neighborhood in Vancouver, these are neighborhoods or Francophone neighborhoods or towns. They exist across the country. But the Official Languages Act does not respond or meet their needs as well as it did 50 years ago. We need, therefore, to strengthen and support these communities, no matter where they are, be they in Saint-Boniface-Hearst or the beautiful region of Acadie-Bathurst, which is incredible, Shippagan, Lemec, Miscou, Edmundston. We are talking about a Francophone presence that is remarkable. Modernizing the Official Languages Act will ensure that these communities can continue not only to exist, but to prosper and attract newcomers, new immigrants who will also speak and express themselves in this beautiful language of Molière. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, I mentioned our former late leader, Jack Layton, our former member, Yvan Gaudin, Nicole Termel, our acting leader, and our current leader. They have all supported and strengthened the French language. But for the New Democrats, this is not something that is done just at the federal level. In British Columbia, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, the new democratic governments have put in place the school networks that I talked about and framework programs for Francophone schools for Francophone students, but also immersion schools to ensure that people can learn French. And then we look at the New Democratic members, Alexa McDonough, Elizabeth Weir, leaders in Nova Scotia. There, too, the New Democrats have reinforced Francophone institutions in Ontario. It was the former NDP government that did the most for the rights of Francophones in Ontario. So the idea that we need to strengthen the French language is not just federal NDP members who are saying that this is essential. It's essential to provide this support. It's all the party and all the members, be they provincial or federal. For all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, and I've been pleased to say yes to this bill and strengthen the right to work in French in Quebec.
Reprise de débat. La députée de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for all your hard work. I found it only too brief to have the time to work with you and get to know you, and I hope you will have a very well-deserved retirement. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to discuss Bill C-254. And I'm going to apologize first if this might seem a little bit like Groundhog Day, but I am going to make a little detour to the past and go back to the question period on November 18, 2020. The Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, Chelsea Craig is the director of the Liberal Party in Quebec, the Liberal Party of Canada in Quebec, and said that Bill 101 is an oppressive law. 43 years after its adoption, the Liberals are still not respecting Bill 101. Why do Liberal high-ups still want to hurt French in Quebec? And the Prime Minister answered, Mr. Speaker, I will not take any lessons from a party that still refuses to commit to only appointing bilingual justices to the Supreme Court. And we have always done what was necessary to defend French in Canada, including in Quebec, as we said in the throne speech. And we know that it is essential to ensure that French thrives everywhere in the country and to protect French in Quebec in partnership with the government of Quebec. And then the Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister another question. He said, Mr. Speaker, the member for Saint Laurent showed real contempt towards Francophones, but no Quebec Liberal MP criticized her for this. These MPs aren't doing anything to defend French. There hasn't been action on official languages after 5 years. Will the Prime Minister table a bill on official languages before Christmas, yes or no? And the Prime Minister reposted, Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition wants to show his commitment to French, will he commit today to only appointing bilingual justices to the Supreme Court of Canada? That's not something that he has been willing to do. We'll see if he changes his mind. We will always be there to defend French and defend the existence of French in Quebec and Canada. And that is why we apologize for what the member for Saint Laurent said. And we are pleased that she apologized for her remarks. Mr. Speaker, I was so thrilled by this exchange that I had to tweet about it. On Twitter, I said, this was a fascinating question period. The Liberals and Conservatives are fighting over which of them is the greatest defender of French. I was amazed by this. It shows how relevant it is to have a strong Bloc Québécois delegation in Ottawa. Because I would bet anything you want, Mr. Speaker, that if there weren't 32 Bloc Québécois MPs in the House, this debate on the importance of protecting French would not have happened in such a dynamic way in the House, which is why we need a strong delegation of Bloc Québécois in what is for us a foreign parliament. Now, more recently, on the specific question of the protection of French as the language of work, I had the pleasure recently, if I may so term it, I had an exchange with the Minister for Official Languages on May 25th. And so again, I'm sorry for being like Groundhog Day, but I will quote the exchange. So I said, Mr. Speaker, Bill 96 on the protection of French, the only official language and common language in Quebec, seeks to ensure that Bill 101 is respected. Section 65 clearly specifies that any business or employer exercising activities in Quebec is under the jurisdiction of the law, which includes businesses under federal jurisdiction. We know that the Minister of Official Languages is working on her own linguistic reform bill, will she clearly commit to not interfering in any way with Quebec's will to apply the Charter of the French language to businesses under federal jurisdiction? The minister responded the following. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my dear colleague for her question. That gives me an opportunity to reiterate the government's position on official languages, especially regarding protecting French in Quebec and in Canada. I would remind my colleague that we are, of course, going to protect the right to work in French and be served in French, but also the right to not be discriminated against because we are francophone in federal businesses in Quebec and elsewhere in the country, in regions where there is a strong francophone presence. I'm pleased to work with her to realize that vision. Once again, Mr. Speaker, what is this government's vision of protecting the French language? Well, actually, really, it only wants to protect institutional bilingualism. And as I've said before in this House, they really just want to Canadianize federal institutions. This government's white paper protects the right to work in French, but Bill 96, which was laid out in Quebec, targets something completely different. Instead, it seeks to do the same thing as Bill C-254, which is that the language of work in Quebec is French. Now, I've asked the Minister of Official Languages the same thing many, many times. I've asked her if she would interfere with what Quebec is going to do in this regard, and I have never managed to get a clear answer, which is why we need this bill, C-254, because if it is adopted, we will at last get a clear answer from the government on its intentions. We will get a clear yes or no answer. We will finally know whether the government plans to interfere with Quebec's desire to impose Bill 101 on federal businesses. We'll get a clear answer as to whether the Canada Labour Code will be modified to ensure that federal businesses in Quebec will be under the Charter of the French language, and as to whether the preamble of the Official Languages Act will be changed to recognize that French is the official language in Quebec and the common language in Quebec. And we'll get a clear answer as to including a commitment in the Official Languages Act that the government will not interfere with the application of the Charter of the French language in Quebec. And we'll get a clear answer about amending the Canada Business Corporations Act to ensure that the trade names of a corporation in Quebec will meet the requirements of the French language charter. We've been talking for a long time in this House about reforming the Official Languages Act. The official opposition is asking for that reform. The government says it's going to do that. But it's not this reform won't necessarily be good or bad. The devil is in the details. It all depends. And that is where the Bloc Québécois has a role. It needs to ensure that this reform of the Official Languages Act won't just be another series of empty words, which ultimately don't lead to anything. We must urgently act. We need to do something to reverse current trends. The trend is that in Quebec, the population that speaks French as a native language has gone under 80% for the first time for more than a century and may reach only 70% in 2036 according to the OQLF predictions. In addition, there's a trend where the Anglicization of young francophones between 25 and 44 has doubled over the last 15 years in the Greater Montreal area. In addition, in Quebec, only 55% of allophones end up having a linguistic transfer to French, whereas it ought to be 90% if we want to ensure that the proportion of French remains the same. As the only state with the French as an official language in North America, French as sole official language, Quebec has a duty to keep French thriving. Pierre Bourgault said, "When we defend French, we are defending all of the languages of the world against the hegemony of a single language." Mr. Speaker, Bill C-254 from my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou will not be able to fix the issue of the future of the French language by itself, but at least it's a step in the right direction. It's an example of a concrete action. And this House and the French language cannot do without these kinds of steps. And so I hope that all my colleagues will vote in favor. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to make some remarks about Bill C-254, tabled by my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou. I am very pleased that my colleague cares so much about the well-being of the French language, and I look forward to continuing to work with her on this file. It is a priority for our government. That is why, since 2018, our government has engaged in a committed effort in order to reform the Official Languages Act and associated legislation. A document titled French and English Towards Real Equality was tabled in the House by my colleague, the Minister for Official Languages, in February. And this document proposes concrete administrative and legislative changes to protect French everywhere in Canada, including in Quebec. Now, our project to modernize the Official Languages Act will seek to reverse the trends that could undermine French in Canada. The goal here is to protect the future of linguistic duality. Our government has an ambitious vision regarding the protection and promotion of French. We care about the ongoing future of the French language.
Those guiding principles can be found in this document. Firstly, we are committed to recognizing the linguistic dynamics in the provinces and territories, as well as existing rights regarding Indigenous languages, so to promote a respectful Canada that is committed to building on its diversity. We are also asserting our willingness to provide more opportunities for learning both official languages, which will help support the English-speaking parents who are enrolling their children in French immersion classes to bolster the presence of French across the country. We will be supporting the institution of official language minority communities, including post-secondary establishment, so that they can keep reflecting the strength and resilience of these communities. We are committed to protecting and promoting the French language throughout Canada, including in Quebec, as we recognize its particular situation within the North American context. The Modernized Official Languages Act will recognize this and provide increased protection and promotion on the French language, most notably in the Canadian public service and in federally regulated institutions. We will promote awareness and appreciation of both official languages within the public service by appointing bilingual Supreme Court justices, by strengthening the Treasury Board Secretariat oversight function and the powers of the Commissioner of Official Languages. And finally, going forward, we propose reviewing the Official Languages Act at regular intervals to ensure it remains relevant to the rapidly changing Canadian society of the 21st century. Among the proposed changes, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will adjust its interventions and take concrete measures to strengthen the place of the French language in private businesses under federal jurisdiction and in the fields of cultural and scientific research. This will be done while respecting provincial jurisdiction as well as the existing rights of English-speaking minority communities in Quebec. Our government is committed to promoting linguistic duality. We will do so until Canadians no longer feel linguistic insecurity. This is a matter of respect and dignity for all Canadians, both English and French speakers alike. I would also like to add that our most recent budgets outline significant investment in the field of official languages, including $180.4 million over 3 years to support immersion programs to help increase the vitality of French in Canada. We're also putting forward $6.4 million over 2 years in order to proceed with the modernization of the Official Languages Act. Additionally, our budget includes a commitment to invest $121.3 million in minority language post-secondary education, as well as $81.8 million over 2 years to support the expansion of educational and community space. This will help maintain the vitality of French across Canada. Monsieur le Président, notre document de réforme...
Mr. Speaker, our reform document includes proposals that will directly respond to the concerns of the member for Beauport-Limoilou. And they won't be limited to that. They go farther. The document includes major proposals to protect French within private businesses under federal jurisdiction. And this will apply to these businesses both in Quebec and in areas with a high concentration of French speakers elsewhere in Canada. In addition, a group has been struck with the mandate to develop options and recommendations for the government. We are closely listening to the recommendations of this advisory expert group, and we are moving quickly towards the tabling of this bill to modernize and strengthen the Official Languages Act.
Of Canada believes that federally regulated private businesses have an important role to play in the protection and promotion of the French language. That is why we have every intention to further regulate these businesses to promote and protect the use of French as a language of service at work, in work. That is also why our government established the aforementioned expert panel. Their work has helped our government create our vision for a modernized Official Languages Act, further by including not only federally regulated private businesses in the province of Quebec, but also those within communities with a strong Francophone presence established throughout Canada. As the Government of Canada, we cannot, in good conscience, limit ourselves to Quebec. While I certainly support my honourable colleague's goal of protecting French in Quebec, our government firmly believes that a Quebec-only approach does not work. We need to work with both linguistic communities across the country. In other words, while our goals are the same, we absolutely need to put forward a pan-Canadian approach. We have repeatedly heard from Canadians that the modernization of the Act is a priority in order to progress towards equality of status and use between our two official languages. The ambition of a federal government aims to do just that, supporting French in and outside Quebec. Our proposed measures to modernize the Official Languages Act includes the rights of workers in Quebec and in region with a strong Francophone presence to carry out their activities in French within federally regulated businesses. They will also prohibit discrimination against employees based on the sufficiency of their knowledge of a language other than French, as well as the responsibility of employers to communicate with their employee in French, in Quebec, and Francophones designated region. This will obviously benefit Francophone Quebecers, but will not limit itself. It would also support all Francophones across Canada. Finalement, en tant que député pour la circonscription.
Finally, as member for Orléans, with one of the highest Francophone proportions in Ontario, I care about protecting the French language. The Official Languages Act reform will have many positive effects for all Francophones, both in Canada generally, in official language minority communities, or in Quebec. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, there is a very broad scope for modernizing the Act. Working to change the situation in federally regulated private businesses is part of that. We need to promote the use of French as the language of service and work both in Quebec and in other regions with a high proportion of French speakers. Our government has committed to tabling a bill for a modernized Official Languages Act in 2021, and we will respect that commitment. The measures in our reform document seek to realize that goal, and we would like to reassure all of our colleagues who have come out in favor of a modernization of the Act. We would like to urge them to support us in our efforts to continue to protect our linguistic reality. Thank you. Resuming debate. Accordingly, I would invite the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou for her right of reply. She has up to 5 minutes for her remarks. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to all of my colleagues' speeches. To my colleague for Rosemont-la-Patrie, who suggested that we protect French in Quebec by giving workers the right through the Labour Code to complain each time an employer does not respect Bill 101, I would respond that this idea is a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. It's not a bad idea, but it would just bog down union processes while not actually fixing the problem at its very source. Since, despite these complaints, the employer would not necessarily feel obliged to use the common language of French, the common language of Quebec, rather, which is French, to communicate with employees. To my colleague for Richmond Arthabaska, who is in favor of the bill, but who is surprised that we are debating it in the House of Commons when it's an area of Quebec jurisdiction and provincial jurisdiction, I would respond that if federally regulated businesses refuse to comply with the French language charter, which is explained by their argument that since they are under federal jurisdiction, they don't have to respect Quebec legislation, if then they refuse, that in itself justifies that we must legislate in this House to ensure that these businesses respect Quebec, their own employees, and the common language of Quebec, French. To my colleague for Prescott Russell, who does not understand the use of this bill given the existence of the White Paper on Official Languages, I would answer that protecting bilingualism will not enable will ensure that federally regulated businesses will not be able to ignore the Charter and the common language of Quebec. Even government members are trying to get around the obligation to offer information sessions and webinars in both official languages by sending invitations with their members' email instead of using the minister's email, which would oblige them to offer translation. Even in this House, ensuring that we have the same rights as Anglophones can be difficult, and complaining can also be difficult. I'm being told that Canada will be able to impose on businesses in Quebec what it can't actually manage to accomplish for its own government. Well, there's a word that comes to mind for that. It starts with non and it ends with sense, as in, it's a non-starter for Canada to tell Quebecers and other Francophones that they should sense that they can only open their mouth to speak the same language as everyone else on the continent. Clearly, we have also heard from a colleague that provincial laws are not strong enough and that we need the federal government. Just like First Nations, I detest this type of paternalism. So I would respond to my colleague that provincial legislation has a great deal more in terms of teeth than federal legislation. For example, consumer protection in the Labour Code. In many cases, Quebec is more severe. Federal protection is so strong, and I hope you notice the sarcasm here, that a CN employee is currently before the courts and has been since 2015 to ensure that their right to work in French is recognized. This vaunted federal protection is so strong that some parents have had to go to the Supreme Court to get access to their rights to education for their children in French. There are many examples. The Official Languages Commissioner said that the public service does not have an organizational culture that is inclusive in regard to the use of both official languages, and in too many cases, French becomes a translated language. To protect French both here and elsewhere in Canada is important. Bill C-254 doesn't go against the reform of the Official Languages Act. It would simply help Quebec, which can act as a lighthouse for other Francophone communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question is the following one. Mrs. Vignola, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-254, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Official Languages Act, and the Canada Business Corporations Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I see the honourable member for Beauport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a deferred division. Okay, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 16th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and seconded. Accordingly, the question is the following one, that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to be able to rise in the House today to follow up on a question I asked all the way back on March the 26th on an issue that is of great concern to the coastal communities on Vancouver Island, and particularly in the riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Mr. Speaker, at the time I was raising the issue which prompted a Transportation Safety Board investigation, and it was concerning when a large bulk carrier dragged its anchor and drifted over 1 kilometer, 1,200 meters to be specific, to hit another vessel. And we're very lucky that no damage was done at that time. And we're extremely lucky, like no major damage was done at the time, but we're extremely lucky that none of the two vessels involved found their way on shore, where the results could have been much worse. You know, the TSB report has also indicated that between January of 2015 and March of 2020, there have been over 100 incidents of ships dragging anchors along British Columbia's coastline. And these can result in collisions, they could result in groundings, they could result in extreme environmental emergencies. And for anyone who has been lucky enough to visit our coastline in and amongst the Gulf Islands, the coast of Vancouver Island, you will know just how precious this coastline is, not only to the residents, but also to our country as a whole. It is an incredible marine environment. It is something that attracts visitors from across the country and from all around the world, both for the ecological diversity that exists there, but also for the incredible recreational opportunities that abound. Now, at the heart of this, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we have an interim anchorages protocol in place. It has been in place since February of 2018, so it's not looking like it's much of an interim measure anymore. In fact, it's starting to really gather the air of permanence about it. And, you know, people have had the opportunity, residents have had the opportunity to participate in discussions about the interim anchorages protocol at the Oceans Protection Plan dialogue forums, but it's been continually noted how inadequate the protocol has been, because we still have a lot of residents who are complaining about noise pollution, about light pollution of these incredibly large bulk carriers, which are anchored sometimes just a number of meters meters away from the coastline. So it is creating a lot of strife and a lot of discord amongst the residents here. And it's not only residents, but of course the local First Nations on whose traditional and unceded territories these waters lie. And of course, these anchorages were established without the free prior informed consent. We have messages from Cowichan tribes, from Penelakut, from the Layaxin, the Halalt, the Stamanis in the area, who have clearly communicated to the Government of Canada that they do not want these carriers in their waters. The other point I would make, Mr. Speaker, is that this particular area off the coast of Vancouver Island and in amongst the Gulf Islands is being proposed as a designated national marine conservation area. In fact, the private members bill that I introduced in this parliament, Bill C-250, is pretty much taking the exact same boundaries as the proposed NMCA and trying to bring about a prohibition of anchorages. And I would very much like to see the government commit to either supporting that legislation or at least coming forward for my residents in bringing forward an action plan that will show a noticeable decrease in how these anchorages are used and the frequency by which they are used, because frankly speaking, we've kind of had it up to here with the inaction on this. So I'll stop there, Mr. Speaker, to give the Parliamentary Secretary time to respond. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The Government of Canada remains committed to implementing a robust marine security system to continue to provide economic opportunities for Canadians today while protecting our waterways and coastlines for future generations. Canada's marine transportation sector and the supply chains that support it are critical to our collective growth and prosperity. Anchorages help to enhance the safety of navigation in our coastal waterways, in and around our busiest ports, and are a key component of the marine safety system that allows Canada's resources continued access to global markets. The government recognizes that with the steady increase in marine trade we have experienced over the past decade, some geographic areas have felt additional impacts. In particular, the Port of Vancouver and the southern Gulf Islands have experienced an increase in ship traffic and, as a result, increased use of anchorage sites in the region. The government is well aware of these concerns, as expressed by local communities and Indigenous groups regarding the use of these anchor sites. Engagement with Indigenous and coastal communities, as well as with marine industry stakeholders, is a key component of the Oceans Protection Plan and Transport Canada's approach to moving forward on anchorages in this region. Let me assure you that government officials have communicated with stakeholders and Indigenous and coastal communities in a number of ways and have sought input on this issue. The input received has raised a number of important social and environmental considerations that are now being used to develop a framework for the management of anchorages in the future. Transport Canada's vision for anchorage management is focused on reducing the use of anchorages and commercial vessel traffic and ensuring that these vessels adhere to a code of conduct while at anchor, whether through incentives or disincentives, in order to minimize the impact on the marine environment and surrounding communities. Consistent with this vision, officials are exploring active traffic management measures to optimize the efficiency of supply chains, to reduce vessel utilization and dwell times at anchor sites. Experience with the interim protocol for the use of southern British Columbia anchorages will continue to inform the development of the new framework. Officials continue to work closely with the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority on this protocol, particularly in advancing the management of public complaints. Ultimately, our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to enable safe and efficient commercial navigation for the benefit of all Canadians, while seeking to minimize impacts on the marine environment and surrounding communities.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's response to my intervention. I'm glad to see that Transport Canada is well aware of these concerns, but I would reiterate that residents in this area are still not feeling that they are being listened to. And in fact, I've just heard a barrage of negative reactions to how they have been engaged through the Oceans Protection Plan dialogue forums. You know, I would just remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that, you know, Parks Canada is looking at these waters. They see value in protecting these waters through the establishment of a National Marine Conservation Area. And we just want to see the Government of Canada value the ecological sensitivity of these waters. We need to see some kind of a plan put in place, because we just feel in these waters right now, residents feel that our waters are simply being used as an overflow industrial parking lot for the Port of Vancouver. And we need to see some evidence that Transport Canada is stepping up to the plate and taking a leadership role in this, and not just leaving it to the Port of Vancouver and the BC Chamber of Shipping. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government continues to work to improve the management of berths outside of public ports to ensure the long-term efficiency and reliability of supply chains. We're working with the Port of Vancouver to ensure greater fluidity at Canada's most important gateway. Collaborative efforts are underway among industry stakeholders to assess the efficiency of the supply chains that feed the port in Western Canada. Specifically, we are assessing in real time the cargo flowing in and out of the Port of Vancouver in order to target and eliminate bottlenecks before they occur. This work is being conducted with the goal of developing a consistent approach that reduces the use of berths and transits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Peace River sakes, I should know this. Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I asked the Minister of Canadian Heritage about what he was doing to prevent child sexual abuse material, CSAM, and videos of rape and sex trafficking from being uploaded and distributed on the internet. I also asked the same question of the Minister at the Ethics Committee just this week. The Minister's response is that he will be tabling someday an online harms bill that will include a 24-hour takedown requirement of the images, exploitations of images removed. He also claimed that the government doesn't have a magic wand to prevent exploitation from being uploaded. Mr. Speaker, I don't think the minister quite understands the gravity of the situation. And I was surprised that after months of hearing from survivors like Victoria Gailey, who shared their horrific experiences of online exploitation, the minister still hadn't seen any of their testimony. Many of them talked about how CSAM and non-consensual videos of them were put up, and overnight, millions of views and had been downloaded thousands of times, creating an endless nightmare for these victims. They call for the companies to be required to verify age and consent of every individual depicted in the videos before it would be uploaded. Preventing this exploitative content from ever reaching the internet, it must be a priority for the government. On Monday, in response to an order paper question that I submitted, the RCMP revealed that CSAM reports from Canadian entities to the National Child Exploitation Coordination Centre has increased from just over 2,000 reports in 2015 to over 66,000 reports in 2020. That's a 2,700% increase in just 5 years. Reports from outside of Canada are also increasing drastically to over 35,000 in 2019, for a total of 100,000 reports to the RCMP in 2019. To be clear, these aren't just reports of child sexual abuse, these are just reports of child sexual abuse and don't include videos of rape or non-consent. But I also want to highlight the report released just yesterday from the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, or C3P, that reveal the urgent need for concrete action from the Canadian government to prevent videos of exploitation from ever reaching the internet. I also want to highlight the report released yesterday. First, I want to commend C3P for their incredible work through Project Arachnid, which is the global leader in the fight to scour the internet for CSAM and help victims get their abuse removed from the internet. There are a few key findings from the project's analysis of over 5.4 million verified CSAM issues. First, 48% of the content triggered for removal notification to an electronic service provider had been previously flagged, and some ESPs had the image recidivism rates of over 80%. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, a 24-hour takedown provision will only provide temporary respite for the many victims. Secondly, young victims are being left behind. It is much more difficult for them to remove their images as it appears to be teenagers are unable to get their images removed. Third, contrary to the assumption, most CSAM is not on the dark web. The vast majority of it is on the clear web on platforms offered by MindGeek. That is why C3P makes a clear number of recommendations focusing on the tech industry to prevent CSAM and exploitative content from being uploaded in the first place. Impose a duty of care that is proportionate to the level of harm. Generate proactive content detection for platforms with user-generated content, and require platforms to establish age and consent before pornographic material is uploaded. I know the minister will want to talk about the 24-hour takedown and the funding for education, but this won't prevent the videos of CSAM and rape from being uploaded in the first place. Where is the plan to prevent the upload of this content in the first place? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his commitment to this issue and contributing to this important discussion. I'm happy to speak to the Private Members Bill, Bill C-302, Stopping Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, which was introduced by the member for Peace River Westlock. What C-302 proposes to do is amend the criminal code to create two new summary conviction offenses, Mr. Speaker, that would criminalize making, distributing, or advertising pornographic material for commercial purposes without first ascertaining that each person whose image is depicted in the material is 18 years of age or older and have given their written consent to their image being depicted. The bill would further authorize a court to make an order prohibiting an offender from using the internet or other digital network, requiring the offender to ensure that the pornographic material at issue is no longer stored on or made available through the offender's computer system, and requiring the offender to remove the material at issue from the internet or other digital network.
As its short title suggests, this bill seeks to end sexual exploitation on the internet. I know we all agree that the criminal code must effectively criminalize all forms of sexual exploitation, especially when such offending involves making sexualized images of children and distributing those images through the internet. I am reassured that the criminal code already comprehensively criminalizes such conduct through its child pornography provisions, which define that term broadly to include all forms of child sexual abuse material. Specifically, in the code already, Mr. Speaker, Section 163.1 prohibits making, distributing, and advertising child pornography and prevents an accused from advancing a defense of honest but mistaken belief that the victim was 18 years or older, unless they can point to some evidence indicating that they took reasonable steps to ascertain that the person depicted in the material is 18 years of age or older. Such offenses are punishable by significant penalties, in fact, penalties that are in excess of those proposed in the Private Members Bill, Bill C-302. Section 162.1 of the Code also prohibits already the non-consensual distribution of intimate images and authorizes courts to impose prohibition orders and warrants of seizure under Sections 162.2 and 164 to stop the dissemination of child pornography and non-consensual intimate images, including on the internet. Again, I thank the member opposite for his commitment to this issue. I appreciate that he was indicating that regulating the internet and the spaces online is important as our takedown provisions. But what I'm speaking about today is actually the criminal code provisions as they currently exist. We do look forward to, however, examining Bill C-302's proposed reforms in the context of the existing criminal law framework to examine its potential impact on an already robust existing legal regime. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for his presentation on Bill C-302. He has got a robust understanding of it. The one issue that I'm addressing tonight is around the 24-hour takedown for CSAM. That's the frustration, and I'm hoping that Bill C-302 will be the counter to that. I think a 24-hour takedown is important, but we need to prevent these images from showing up in the first place. So 302 would establish the requirement for companies to maintain records. It's basically a record keeping, and you'd be found guilty if you weren't keeping those records. It reverses the burden of proof from the RCMP or the police force from having to prove that the person is underage. It reverses that onus and places that onus on the host or the creator of that content to have to prove that they have a document that shows that the individuals depicted in the videos have been are of age and have given their consent. Offering a 24-hour takedown is like handing out a fire extinguisher to a neighborhood that has a bunch of arsonists running freely around. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the objectives that the member opposite is pursuing in his reference to the takedown component as well as Bill C-302. Again, we agree that the objective is laudable, specifically in the digital age when we've seen a proliferation of sexually exploitative conduct affected through the internet. We know that sexual exploitation, particularly when it implicates children, can destroy lives. It's precisely why the code existing child pornography provisions prohibit a broad range of conduct, including the making, distributing, and advertising of child sexual abuse material, and courts can order the removal of such material from the internet. But I do look forward to further debate in this House and conversations with the member to help achieve the very important objective that he is targeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion pour l'attente.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned accordingly until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.